and gentlemen, from parts unknown, we have an interracial, intermingled, intersexual group of Caucasian men and wife beaters and black men of questionable melanin. Put your hands together, make some noise for Guns and Butter!
Whether you're chasing the bag or just trying to be a man, get ready to have your wallets, your mind, and your views on life challenged with Reckless Ray De Niro.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro, and we are back at it again for another episode of Guns and Butter. Baby, we're back. We've been keeping it pretty consistent. I want to give an early shout out. Oh, yo. Hold on. Before we even start with the shout outs, we gotta give some honor and credit where credit's due. Always giving Natasha Vincent all the roses.
And now the show with Natasha Vincent, the #1 moderator on the internet, currently in the chat.
So I'm sorry. The rest of y'all. Natasha Vincent gets the first official shout out. Whenever she shows up early, the show starts on time because the show don't start till Natasha Vincent gets in the building. Shout out to Natasha Vincent. Shout out to the Wolfpack. Shout out to Saint Elsewhere in the building. Shout out to Mandrell. He's stopping through. I'm sure he's going to come up and give some insight. And Saint Elsewhere obviously always comes up, gives some insight. Jake Fever's in the building. Shout out to the Bag Chasers. Definitely got to give props and much love to my Bag Chaser family. We have some of the best conversations ever. And it's crazy. Throughout the workday, I'm working on a project. They wilding out in the crypto room. Loved it over there. So we're gonna jump into it, man. It's the beginning. Hey, y'all, it's the shortest month of the year, but check it out. It's Black History Month, so I'm gonna curtail all of our shows, and I'm gonna make sure that we hit all of our shows. And I might actually be changing the schedule on some of our shows because I got some inspiration, and I got some stuff that I want to talk about, some questions I want to posit. But today we're starting off Black History Month talking about the racial wealth gap. Now, those of you who were here last year, because I have been doing this for over a year now, we did for Black History Month, I did like a breakdown over the hitherto, the what happened fours, and what's gone on, because from a historical context, I am a big history buff, so I am well aware of historically everything that's happened to Black people in this country. I'm also very versed on who did what to Black people in this country. I'm also not using that as a blanket for me sucking at life personally because of what happened to people who experienced something that I never had happen to me in this country. So I mean, I'm not one of those people who is of the mindset that we should not have full context for all of the transgressions that have happened, including some of the ones that may or may not be happening now. I'm not saying we can't talk about it. I'm not one of those people who talking about it equates to oh Lord. Natasha already on next. The racial wealth gap between Southeast Asians and everyone else. Good God. Speak on it, Natasha. Speak on it. But I'm not one of those people who doesn't think that we can't have the conversation. But I'm one of those people who believes that if a solution is readily available, that you go with the solution. And then while we can talk about and pontificate and verbalize the problem and understand that, like, not everything's fair, but the world's not fair. And I feel like, actually, I know a bunch of the stuff we bitch about now comes down to a fairness issue and an inconvenience issue versus an actual someone is holding us down or keeping us from progressing forward. So what's up, Moy? Moy's in the building. Shout outs to Moy. So we're gonna dive into some of that topic nature, and I like to talk about the racial wealth gap, because me personally being the anomalous 35% winner that I am, I don't experience that. I mean, I guess I've created a wealth gap for other people, but for me personally, the wealth gap is like, first of all, like there's a couple of things that I have thoughts on in regards to the whole wealth gap conversation. First of all, I don't understand why everything is in comparison to quote unquote white people when white people aren't the wealthiest people in this nation. Like, we're not even comparing. Like, we're all fighting. We're in a bucket, and we're partaking in a crab competition in the bucket, which is the first error in this logic. And it's obviously done to make a certain group of people feel good and to make another group of people feel like they're getting their lick back. And as I started out on my financial journey, I was very much looking at these numbers, and I wasn't looking at it in the sense that, oh, woe is me, I can't get ahead. I can't navigate the way that I want. I can't do anything of the sort. It was 100% in the realm of, I need to know who I'm competing with. And as you work your way up, if you actually work your way up, because a lot of people just stop there. They look at it and they go, nah, the man's got more money than me. White people are holding me down. I'm not gonna better myself. I'm not gonna increase my net worth this year. I'm not gonna try and make the numbers in my bank account go up. My bank accounts used to be in zero. I'm blaming the white man for it. I'm gonna go buy Jordans and all sorts of depreciating assets and then get the candy, and I'm gonna get overweight, and I'm just gonna live my best life and then complain that I don't have the money to navigate the way that I want to, because I am focused on short-term pleasure over long-term success, which is really what a lot of this boils down to. A lot of it. But I digress. As you start working your way up that ladder, you start looking around and realizing white people ain't that rich. They're really not. They're really not. And then once you get to that mountaintop, it's like, okay, well, like, who has the money here? And then you start looking around and realizing they're like, oh, stuff is not what I was told. Stuff is not what it's played out to be. Also, interesting thing that happens when you have money and move into better neighborhoods, a lot of the other issues that you deal with, you realize are just issues of being poor. Like, it's just issues of being poor. Like, because the country that we live in is very litigious, and people tend to mess with who they can get away with messing with, which means that if you're perceived as poor, they think you're poor, you carry yourself as though you're poor, you're the person who they can mess with. So you're going to get the brunt of whatever they do, because you're not going to be able to afford to take legal actions, and no one's going to take you seriously, and no one's going to take your cases, and they're just going to get away with it. And then they just get to walk scot-free after doing you however they want to do you, because that's generally the way that works. As somebody who's been in multiple high-end neighborhoods, multiple neighborhoods where people would assume that if you look a certain way or you have a certain complexion, you're not allowed to be there. You're going to get stopped excessively for being in there. It's crazy. It is crazy. Like, when you don't go over there with a rusted out scat pack, you don't get pulled over. It's wild. When you carry yourself with your head up, dress well, you don't get messed with. Like, I've never had an issue in any neighborhood that I've ever worked in. I work only $1 million and up houses, and there's very few of those in the hood. Actually, I dare say there's none. And most people are like, oh, you probably get messed with in those neighborhoods. Don't. It's crazy. It's wild. The experience that you have when you're not in areas of abject poverty, because generally speaking, that's where the crimes are writ large. So there's just more cops. They're more vigilant. They're more worried. I mean, I'm out in places where the police really don't have to mess with people or interact with them, and they're usually pretty polite, honestly. Like every bad interaction, I would say the worst interactions that I've had with police have definitely been in lower income areas. Like, not gonna say that you don't have like less amicable ones, but they're annoyances as opposed to, oh, I think my life is in jeopardy. And usually when you're in a nicer area, the life in jeopardy thing isn't an issue. Like normally. Namely, because people in wealthy areas don't want to see that shit. It's crazy. It's amazing. They're just like, no, you can't be spraying people up in the streets out here. Like, we ain't trying to look at that every day. So usually those police officers are more well behaved. Oh no, Razik in the building. Been working hard. Shout outs to Razik. I'm happy that you tapped in regardless, brother. Like we getting it in tonight. We're gonna do a hard charger. I'm gonna drop the link early while I'm here talking, because I'm just gonna rapid fire through these topics, and then you guys can come up and jump in and weigh in and give your opinions, give your insights, and we can just have the conversation. But a lot of the stuff that we experience and complain about at this point, I know that if you end up in front of a judge, those systems 100% will agree racism still exists. But a lot of the stuff, like they were talking about selling the house, and if you're black, you can't have your pictures up of you and your family. In the houses that I'm in, when they're staged to sell, and obviously these are $1 million and up houses, guess what? These white folks take the pictures of them and their families down. There's no pictures of families in these houses. That's standard operating procedure for selling a house. You have no idea, because these people are not interacting with each other normally until it's time to sign off, and usually that's handled via the agent. So again, inconvenience. Take the pictures down. Your house is $150,000. The person who has $1 million house can take their pictures down. They got a way more pictures to take down than you do, because their house is bigger. Just take the pictures down. Sell your house. Get your 150 and walk. Like, I don't understand why your ego of not wanting to take some pictures down to stage a house appropriately is a barrier for you, because it's costing you more money. It's an inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience that wealthy people have been and continue to go through every time, with tens of thousands of square feet, 5,000 square feet. You got barely 1,000 square feet. Just take the pictures down. It's a short walk. Take them down. Sell your house. I mean, oh, geez, Razik, you better go to sleep. You got to get up in 4 hours, bro. You better go straight to bed. I don't even understand why you in here replying to that comment. Your eyes need to be closed, brother. You got lots of driving to do, and we need you awake out there with that big old truck. But yeah. I feel like actually, I don't feel like a lot of the stuff we complain about are legitimate first world problems, and a lot of them are sold to us. A lot of our victimhood is sold to us. A lot of this inequality and this racial wealth gap is sold to us. There's so many people who I frequent these panels with. I mean, apparently all of y'all are getting it on social media, which is cool. I'm for it. I'm here for it. But like, y'all are getting it and complaining that everybody's not getting it. Everybody ain't supposed to win. It's called the 1% for a reason. We are 14% of this population, and I mean probably shrinking now because birth rates are low. For multitude of reasons, women. But we're 14% of the population. There's a 1% of the population that has an order of magnitude more than everyone else. And they build barriers for other people to enter there. But it's not just black people that they don't want to enter. They don't want other white people. They don't want anyone to enter. It's a 1%. They do not want to give up status. This is a competition for resources. And I understand that there's people that feel like everyone can win. And there are certain spaces where maybe that's a possibility. But historically, everybody just don't get to win. There's always been peasants. There's always been kings. There's always been aristocrats. And there's always been peasants. And there's always been an order of magnitude more peasants than any of the other classes of people. Period. I mean, at least the game that we're presently playing, you have an opportunity. Like, we weren't born in India where they still have a caste system where if you're born a peasant, you just get to live and die as a peasant and then slowly starve to death. And that's the system that they believe in. They keep it rocking out over there. And that's the reason everyone that's intelligent from over there or everyone that has any type of skill from over there ends up over here. That's why they come to this country, because you got opportunities to move up in the class system. Over there, you do not have opportunities to move up in the class system, and people tend to not like it. Like, it's just not, it's not fun. So there's that's like two of the main things that need to be, that I just really want to drive home, is that there's not a lot of places with games set up to where you can start from nothing and move up. Like, usually you're stuck where you're at, or there is a limit to where you can go. And here, there's not. And there's multiple ways to get it. Shout outs to Lady Navoa. Lady Navoa in the building. How are we doing? And there's multiple ways to get it. Like, it's not necessarily that everybody got to go out and be a boss. Not everybody's a boss. Like, I wish that people would stop pushing that narrative. A lot of you do not want the stress of being responsible for other people. Like, that's why you show up at work. It's stressful. A lot of you don't want the stress of showing up and having to be the rock, having to be the person that people look to, having to be the person that sets the mood. A lot of you ain't built for that, which is cool. You know, like, also, not, I mean, that's the reason financial literacy is important. You can go get yourself a decent job. You can show up, do your job, be great at what you do, be a part of a team, and do it that way. But we have these idiosyncrasies and narratives as a culture, especially a culture that's constantly, if you want to call it that. I don't personally ascribe to Black culture. I'm not a big pro blackity black. I rock with people based on character and ability to perform and usefulness, to be honest. Like, let's keep it real. Like, if you're not useful, you're not useful. It's just what it is. But the so-called Black culture has so many idiosyncrasies on how they have to win, that is honestly, in my opinion, and from what I've seen, one of the biggest it's one of the biggest things that hold them back, because everybody gets pressured and everybody feels that they have to get it a certain way. Like, everybody wants to be a content creator right now. Everybody wants to be out here just living here. And look at what that's yielding. There's only a handful of content creators that actually put forth anything that's relevant or useful. And everyone else is taking part in a minstrel show. But that's supposed to be what we're doing. And you're all bosses, right? Everybody wants to do that. Everybody was a Forex trader for a little while. Also, everyone's scamming you. Like, it's everyone's scamming. Everyone's a Forex trader. Like, people don't know how to utilize anything. You go into jobs, complain about the job, and don't utilize any of the resources there to help you get ahead faster. And a lot of these jobs, they'll pay for your school. There's indefinite overtime, but you don't want to work over 30 hours. You just want more money. What's going on, Mr. Youngblood City? You don't want to work. You just want more money. You don't want to go to school because that's like additional time throughout the day. You want to go home and sit, and like, people are tapped out. Everybody's trying to get rich tomorrow. You talk to people about crypto, and the only thing they have to say about it is meme coins. People aren't looking at things in 5 to 10 year windows. And I understand to a certain extent, people get desperate. I'm not going to say that when I started out on my financial journey, I wasn't desperate as well. I fumbled a whole bag being desperate, trying to get rich tomorrow, trying to get rich this year. To do what? To do what? People aren't building anything. If we're all content creators, what infrastructure do we own? What businesses do we own? What actual businesses are there? Because honestly, most of your favorite influencers are finessing the system, and eventually they're going to close those tax loopholes, and a lot of them dudes are going to get audited too. There's only so many Porsche Taycans you can throw out in front of people. Calling that real wealth. Only so many things. It's only so many things. And like, things are nice. Things are nice. I love them. But if everyone's a content creator, if everyone lives here on YouTube, does that pass first principles? It doesn't. You got a bunch of useless people that do not have a skill, that are fighting in a bucket, showing out for the same people on those same people's platforms that they say are holding them down, but y'all want to get on here and proliferate the worst of our culture. Everybody want to talk about the hot topics. Everybody want to talk about pop culture. Everybody want to have an after dark show. Everybody wants to compete with Anton. For what? You're participating in the Colosseum. For those of you who don't understand that reference, look up the history of Rome. Because when that city burned, those people came out of the Colosseum because they decided in all of their greatness and opulence that instead of defending their borders, instead of defending their city, they were going to sit in the Colosseum and watch gladiators fight each other to death. They wanted to see gore and violence and destruction happen upon other people. And that's exactly what you're participating in now, except for they made the Colosseum virtual. You don't have to leave your room. You can keep yourself at home. What are we promoting now? Now your heroes are the weakest among you, but they got money. That's what we're doing. We're doing cake, bread, and money. I watched Anton. I was watching. I don't get to watch the shows during the week because it's been a busy week for me because I got to go out in the world. You know what I'm saying? I got to get dirty. I got to lead from the front. It's a little bit cumbersome, but that's also why I'm not sitting up here looking. Has it been 30 minutes? It's all, you know what? I don't care. Looking like a dysgenic fuck because I actually do stuff with my hands. And I understand Leonardo DiCaprio has a dad bod and he gets to sit on his yacht. But if all this goes away, and it's just men, and your money doesn't really mean shit because society's not working right anymore. Leonardo DiCaprio is a worthless man. He doesn't have a skill beyond entertaining. He does not keep himself in good shape. And the funny thing is, like, that's the example that we go to as the extremes. We go to the extremes. And then we put out this narrative like, oh, yeah, you don't have to go to the gym. You stay weak. Who does that benefit? Who does it benefit that you're a dysgenic fuck? Who? Who does that help? It doesn't help your family because you're a dysgenic fuck. And it doesn't help. It definitely doesn't help your intersexual relationships because you're a dysgenic fuck. Nobody wants to have sex with you. It doesn't set an example or the precedence for how you carry yourself as a man. Because again, I'm a history nut. So I've always looked at how things work, how they actually work. And the funny thing is, the ruling class historically has only ruled as long as the warrior class allowed them to. Because when stuff just got too far out of line, those warriors were the wall between the ruling class, who, honestly, the further back in time you go, they weren't even dysgenic fucks. They actually had to be able to fight most of the time, with the exception of maybe the prince. Because the king put in work to get where he was. Prince, you start getting down in the royal family because, like, they started becoming the inside of the bread because they want to keep the bloodline pure. You ran into some problems then. But one of the sayings that was an old time saying was 10 peasants to 1 knight. I don't think it's going to take 10 peasants to take out Leo. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that he is a warrior class male. I think he just has a lot of money. And at a certain point in the society that we live in, it's gotten so lax that you can have these pot-bellied, baby-bodied looking dudes just get a yacht to get girls on the yacht. And I understand how that works in this society as long as this continues to work. But there's never an excuse for a man to be a dysgenic fuck, because another man could just come take your shit, your girl, your money, your house, your kids, all of it. Because historically, that's what's happened. That's how you get winners and losers, actually. It's a bunch of lazy, dysgenic fucks getting their shit taken. That's how societies turn. Just saying. And not only that, it's just not good for you. Like, let's go with that. It's not good for you. It's not a good way to be. It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. You got rolls, your dad bod, your belly. I mean, you float well, but you don't do shit else well. Your joints are getting bad from disuse. Stuff starts hurting. You start creaking. You can't move like you used to. And then the only thing you have to do is throw your money out at people and tell them that they got the problem because they go to the gym. That is insane to me. We shaming men in 2024 for going to the gym. We shaming men for taking care of themselves. We shaming men for not being dysgenic fucks. That's where we're going. Okay. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Fine. We'll just keep praying that we can keep kicking this can down the road, because since everyone's going to be an influencer here pretty soon, shit ain't going to work because no one knows how to fucking do anything. And you're dysgenic fucks. You can't farm. Y'all ain't going to be able to keep the powers going. Y'all ain't going to be able to build no more houses. I mean, cool. So be it. So be it. But again, you have to look at the message that you're being given and why somebody would say that to you. And that's really where I'm getting at when I'm looking at a lot of this stuff. It's the Coliseum, and it's just like Moy said. Bread in the circus is bread in the circus. And people are no longer thinking. We have these people that we look to. You have your gurus, and people have these camps. And look, I ain't gonna be y'all's leader because you know why I do this. I'm literally, my channel's not monetized. I'm not really trying to get in the algorithm beyond what I talk about. I'm not planning on talking about anything that I'm not actively participating in or actually interested in or give a shit about. So this channel is going to grow slow as fuck. And you know, outside of being able to pick up like one legitimate sponsorship, one from Delta. Shout out to Delta. I hope y'all still love me. I still love you. Outside of the Delta investment tracker app sponsorship that I randomly lucked into because somebody over there saw the content, and people who actually are in the spaces where I'm talking about, specifically crypto, know that I know what I'm talking about. Know that I know what I'm talking about in that realm, and could see value in it. And we're like, yeah, like we can see you doing something with this. Fine. That's awesome. But outside of that, they're realistically like, this is something that's hobbyist for me. I mean, obviously my live's not consistent. Oh, you're not dedicated. Like, no, I run a fucking business in the real world that I don't work from home. I don't just get to sit on my ass. I lead from the front. And I enjoy it. I enjoy the puzzles that I get to fix. I enjoy the context that I get to make, because God forbid I actually believed that the wealthy people are the wealthy people that you see on YouTube. I am so happy that a lot of people don't know 5 millionaires. I know probably about 25 that I could call. So God forbid I actually believed the YouTube talking points on how people with money navigate, because people with money are generally not on YouTube. People who are actually skilled at something outside of athletics coaching. If you got the ability to go get that money, and this is specifically outside of athletic coaching, because athletes, you can have a skill but not be able to go do it. But like, if you dope at trading and all you do is try to get people to pay you to teach them how to trade, but you dope at trading, you would make way more money just trading, fam. Just makes sense. Like that's the reason I'm like, you know, I understand the people that are documenting the journey. I understand paying for people's time, but if you that dope at that, there's an order of magnitude more money to be made as opposed to like teaching people if you're that good. That's all I'm saying. And it's people are no longer thinking. They're taking like it's 2024 shown out. I think 2024 is going to be the year that the dudes who claim to be the leaders in the manosphere, I'm seeing these dudes crashing the fuck out with some of these takes already. We only 1 month in. We just started February. They crashing out. Don't go to the gym. Don't have an able body. Don't be warrior built. Go be a butterball. The fuck? It's insane. But also, you know, we look at these disparities, this racial wealth gap that everybody likes to keep bringing up. And I think that the only reason we get to bring it up is because it's a narrative that's sold to us. I really do. I really do think that. And as we're going into this, we gotta boy said no necks and no collar, but for real, dude, always hunched over, can tell they got bad posture. Like, it's terrible. It's bad out here. Like, I'm concerned. I'm like, you probably got scoliosis, bro. You should stand up more. Like, and I understand being the circus, being the Coliseum, that these people who live here have an image that they're selling you. Because they always got something to sell. They always do. And I understand that. But I've said it before, and I think that's going to be my quote for this year and my challenge to all the content creators this year. Actually exude and live the values of what you say in these little fucking boxes. How about we start there? Because a lot of these dudes talk a good game. And if they actually lived the good game, it would be great. Like, maybe we don't tell everyone they need to be a content creator. Maybe we need some engineers. Maybe we don't tell everyone to follow their passion to the point that if the market tells you that you're not going to get paid to do what your passion is, that you just do it anyways, and then you don't have a house, and then you're homeless talking about the white man don't want to give you money. Like, maybe we get some people, maybe we get some lawyers, maybe we get some engineers, maybe we get some doctors so we can stop complaining about the inequalities in hospitals. Maybe we produce some doctors. Because I know we got the nursing down. I know that we got some nurses. But if we got all these black nurses, then how is there still a discrepancy if you get most of your care from the nurses? How? Because when I be going to hospitals, at least in my area, hella black nurses. Like, I don't know. But maybe we move in, get some doctors. These nurses, y'all single, independent, start producing doctors. Start telling people they got to be a doctor, a lawyer, or some sort of business person so that we can own some stuff. Maybe we start teaching people that somebody, when we're talking about generational wealth and closing this wealth gap, is going to have to do some shit they don't want to do. Maybe some of y'all need to realize that you're not going to get to do anything you want to do if you want to actually compete at this game. Having wealth is I mean, I understand you guys look at and it seems like culturally black people are the only people who believe this shit. Well, it's like black people and white girls, but white girls get flued out. So there's a reason they don't believe it, because up until they hit the wall and get over that mug and get way over into no man's land, and then they're touching, fist bumping the White Walkers, they don't realize how the real world works. But everyone else maybe need to realize that someone has to be the catalyst. And when it comes to turning that needle and moving ahead, like I'll be honest with y'all, I literally just woke up from a nap to do this. Like, I got home, sat down on the couch. It's been a long week. I got to work again tomorrow morning. I am exhausted. I've been working 60 hours of mostly manual labor a week for the past 4 months minimum, some weeks more, and then still trying to put out and do this. I'm doing a bunch. This is the only thing. Well, okay, correction. It's not the only thing, because I refuse to accept that. This is one of the only things that I get to do that I want to do at this point during my week. One of the only ones. And this also is technically work. It's taking brain capacity. I got to have the energy to come out here and be entertaining for y'all and have these conversations. But like, it's when I get to catch up with my friends. It's the fellowship. It's the brotherhood over here. It's the wolf pack. But this is one of the only things I get to do during the week that I want to do. And it's also technically classified as more work, because like, we're building this out. So eventually, hopefully there's some sort of compensation for it, but you don't get to do what you want to do all the time. Now, on the flip side of that, I do have a bunch of luxuries that are afforded because I work hard. Like, I get to invest more money. Oh, by the way, tap into Future Financial Strategies. We've got some new metrics that we're tracking. Oh boy. Also, my portfolios are getting to a point to where now they're hitting that fever pitch. For those of you who saw my post today, we broke $100 in dividends. That's from my traditional finance, the old school way. Last month. That was a big metric for me. We're making some plays. We're making some moves over there because now I'm paying attention. I'm like, this is now a little bit interesting. And I haven't done anything but stack the dividends and reinvest the dividends from when I was actually seeding money into that. Because right now, every dollar has been going straight into crypto since January, basically. Or I'd say halfway through December. Halfway through December, I think we flipped that. You can go back and find the episode. But like, we're building stuff out, and that's the thing, is like, I go to work. I understand a bunch of people are oh, okay. Bet. See, my people's touching base with me. I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to finish this out, but like, if you guys want to come up, I'm going to pin this to the top of the chat for those of you who are over on Twitch. For those of you who are over on Rumble, the 4 of you, I see you guys chilling over there. I'm going to drop that link over there for you guys as well. I know I got some ghost watchers over on Rumble. I got to get more consistent. Oh, thank you for the plug, Natasha. I'm going to drop this in here. Join. And Moy just hit that on the head. I'm going to pull this comment up. There we go. Thank you for the comment, Moy, because when I first comment, I can't pin my messages. So it's pinned to the top of the chat. Big Kev's in the building. Shout outs to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for reminding me, Moy. See, I'm super shitty at promoting myself. And this is one of those things. Hold on a second. Let's see what we got here. Support the channel. Bam. There we go. I'll put that banner down there at the bottom. Kev told me about this yesterday. He gave me a talking to about it as well. I'm bad at letting people support me, but you know, I'm with it. But it's right down there at the bottom. It's cash $ Ray B crypto down there at the bottom. We got ways to support the channel. But as I was saying, we've got like, let me pull this up because that's where I was at. Okay, so Moy Freestyle Life said, life is not about happiness, it's about duty. And I'm gonna add a caveat for this to this. I'm gonna say for men. If you're a man, period. Now, if you're a woman who has put yourself in a man's position, then yes, this applies to you as well. But the reality of the situation is, and I know that people are going to get on my neck for this, but the reality of the situation is the man who you made that child with that you now are duty bound to, it would have been better, barring you being in some abusive situation, but still, we got to come back to accountability because you chose to bring this child into the life with this person. These are decisions. My body, my choice. We went and fought for all these amendments. So that's still a choice. You chose that dude. That's who you placed your bet on. And then you separated that household. So that child was supposed to be raised with both of its parents, which would have been easier. This comes back to decisions. I'm going to bring Kev to the stage. What's going on, Kev? How you doing, man?
What's up with it? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Man, you know, getting hype. I took this like 20-minute power nap. I woke up, thought I was having a heart attack, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm not dying. And now I'm here, bro. It's like I've been doing coke or something.
That's what's up, man. I had to tap in with you, bro. I didn't know what I see you got the racial
yeah, that's what we talking about.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to tap in with you, bro. I was gonna holler at you last week, but I know you and the other guy, y'all was going in for a while.
Yeah. Is the racial wealth gap affecting you, Kev?
No, not at all.
Oh, so wait a minute, Kev. Hold on. That means you're on the other. Wait a second, Kev. Hold up. Kev, you have defeated the racial wealth gap.
I mean, this is the way I look at it, bro. Honestly, there's gonna be things in place as a black person that might hinder you from getting to certain places.
Right.
But at the end of the day, if you have the knowledge, the hustle, and the drive, you can get wherever the fuck you want to go. The way I live is I don't live by this, I'm a black man, so I can't get this shit. Nah, fuck that. I can get wherever the fuck I want. Yep. You know what I mean? So I don't live by this, well, the white man is fuck all that, bro. I literally took the knowledge I learned from real estate.
Yep.
I learned from options trading, futures, all types of shit. And I put it together and I put myself in a position to where I am now. So racial wealth gap, no. Honestly, if more black people were more in tune with learning how to create assets, we wouldn't have that problem. But right now, more than any other time, you know, I can understand our grandparents and our parents not knowing how to create assets and shit.
Yep.
I understand that because they didn't have the knowledge that we do. We're right here on YouTube. All we got to do is go right here on YouTube. Click. Oh shit! I want to learn a new asset in the stock market. You were just talking about dividend stocks. You know, I'm heavy into dividend stocks. You know what I mean? So there's no excuses anymore. But see, too many black people we lean more into debauchery and bullshit. You feel me? We lean more into, you know, the average woman can tell you about every single motherfucker that was on Basketball Wives, but she's not going to be able to tell you no kind of ETFs, what an ETF is. She can't give you no dividend stocks, none of that type of shit. You feel me?
Right.
So for me, personally, I don't look at it like, oh, there's a wealth gap. Fuck all that, man. If you really tapped into your knowledge, you wouldn't have this fucking problem.
Right. Right. I'm
not coming from no high place. I'm from the Bay. I grew up broke as fuck. I was just broke as fuck a couple of years ago. You feel me? Literally. Worked in music all through my 20s. Went broke. Found real estate. Built myself up. You feel me? So end of the day, it ain't no motherfucking excuses.
Yeah. Yeah. I 100% agree with you. I think it's where the focus is, but then it's also an inability to be accountable for where the focus is.
Right.
So if you're not going to go, hey, I'm out here lacking. I know I'm out here lacking. I am messing this up. I'm gonna have to pivot. I'm gonna have to change the way that I'm looking at things. And it's one of the interesting things is like being in circa 84, like even my mentorship group here in town, like the brothers that I kick it with in town, there's like 3 of them that we regularly hang out with regularly. We don't even talk as deep as me, you, and Roz talk about money.
Yeah.
Like even in person, like in the city, like when like St. Elsewhere, when he rolls through.
Yeah.
Me and him talk about money. But like out of actually there's 4 of us. So out of the 4 of us, 2 of us actually are talking about plays, talking about stuff. Like he'll call me up after the show, and the next day while I'm at work, normally picking up some extra hours, he'll be like, yo, like let's break this down real quickly. And I'll be like, cool, like no, because normally whenever it's like bonus money time, it's me out in the middle of nowhere by myself doing construction. So like, but he talks to me about money. Nobody else, like we don't even have the conversations necessary to facilitate or stimulate the growth. Because like me and Razik will go back and it's borderline like we arguing, but then like I'll come out of it and I'll be like, dude, like out of that conversation, this dude just like beat into me few $100s worth of game or something that I'm going to be able to flip over and be like, I can make thousands of dollars off of this. This dude just gave me a gem.
That's why you tapped in with C84. I brought him in because at the end of the day, like I was so used to before I joined the Bag Chasers, I was so used to dealing with cats where I was the one giving them hella game and not getting nothing in return.
Right.
And then when I met Razik, I was so used to cats being like, especially when I was heavy in real estate wholesale and shit, right? So a lot of cats would tap in with me like, yo, can I pick your brain? I would never charge them. I'd just be like, hey, look, I'll give you this game. And if you know anything about real estate wholesale, you can make a lot of fucking money off one house. You know what I'm saying? So, you feel me?
Yo,
so
but for real, unfortunately, this is a greater thing than an African American thing. Because my parents are the silent generation. And I think a lot of this stuff is more generational in the sense of like that movie Idiocracy. In general, it's true. Like America has had a dumbing down. And unfortunately, like people always put like things into boxes in America, like in the sense of they make it think like they have the people present the illusion that that it's important, but at the end of the day, push comes to shove, most people don't talk about the important matters in our society. Black, white, Asian, like we are very superficial to say the least, and that is definitely economically as well. That's why you have, you know, even my generation, there's a lot of things that we learned the hard way because even our parents, you know, didn't teach us that stuff because they said, oh, you know, financial literacy wasn't really a thing that was hailed. Even if you come from a wealthy family.
Bro. I don't mean to cut you off. Let me ask you this real quick in the middle of your thought.
Mm-hmm.
Did your parents have the same amount of wealth building knowledge that you have right now? That you can, the accessibility that you have right now at your age?
No, my technically, like my parents had financial literacy and they taught me, but what I'm saying outside of my family, like when I got into, let's say, the outside world, that really wasn't there unless like I searched for it. But as far as like,
blessed, bro, you were really blessed because most people can't say that shit.
Well,
you know what I mean, like Ray, did your family teach you any financial literacy, or did you learn it on your own?
So not a lick. The way that I learned though was I saw them destroy our generational wealth. Like I saw what they did. Like I lived through it. And I was like, I saw them lose a house that like I grew up in, that I was told this is your home. And it's literally the only piece of property that I've ever had any type of emotional tie to. Ever.
Yo, but that happened to me too.
I grew up being told this is going to be your birthright. Like you're going to have to take care of this. My grandmother used to make me mow that grass. She used to be in my ass about mowing that grass. She was like, you need to learn how to take care of this house because it's going to be yours one day.
Right.
Yeah.
And they
that same thing happened to me, bro.
And said nothing about it to me at all. The entire
but that's a generational thing though, Ray, isn't it? Don't you think that's more a generational thing?
No. And I'll tell you why. But let me finish. So I digress. So like they went through the process. Like when my grandmother died, it was like a really traumatic thing for the entire family. But my grandfather was trying to get back to see her before she died because they'd separated but never officially divorced. And he had a stroke and they thought he was going to die also. So he got back, got the house because technically they never got divorced. So that's his house now. And then they let the house rot around him because he couldn't really take care of it. And like the rest of them were just trying to like piece this together through the grieving process. Nobody was talking to anybody else.
Yep.
And they lost that house. The shitty thing was since I was in my 20s, they just told me they were like, oh, well, like the house is fucked up. They're going to have to demo it anyways. Like they're tearing it down. Like they're gonna have to build something else there. Like we lost the house because my grandmother also got a reverse mortgage on the house. So that way she could hit us all with money. So she could see us happy before she died.
Yo, so but at least
she used to give us everything that we fucking wanted while she was fighting cancer. And we were like, she fought it like a champ until she couldn't.
Right.
But like into that, now there's a loan attached to the house.
There's a lot of people that I like when me wholesaling houses, I deal with that shit all day, every day, bro.
Yep.
Yo, but isn't that the boomers who technically did that and didn't hand down the generational wealth? That's why I said it's a generational thing. Because after my father died, like my mom did the same crazy shit, and basically she made a whole bunch of bad decisions because she didn't want to handle like with those feelings. But once again, that's the boomer generation.
But is it a bad decision if you don't know any better? That's the question. Because like as mad as I was, and like I didn't talk to them for years. Like I literally just cut everybody off for years. Like we had one conversation about it. I got real mad. And I was like, you guys don't understand how fucking money works. And they were like, well, you don't have any money. And I was like, okay, fuck y'all, dude. I'll go figure this out on my own. Like, fine.
Wow. That's basically the same shit happened to me.
But realizing, knowing what I know now, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They don't know. My family knows how to work hard. That's it. That's the reason I'm good at working hard. That was my example.
That's the typical black family, though, bro.
Yeah, I can work hard as well.
Invest a fucking penny.
Right.
True.
Right.
True. But
and
also, they don't know how to be the biggest haters.
But they don't know how to make anything. Well, the issue is they don't. The gap is you have to be able to work extremely hard. Like that's a good foundation if you know how money works.
Yeah.
The problem is if you don't, now you're going to destroy yourself throughout the course of your life. And then when it comes time to where like you need some of that money to work for you, there's nothing there.
Yep.
And that's the reason we end up with these people who was like, oh yeah, granddad worked 80 hours a week until he died. And we got to have a fish fry because this motherfucker didn't save a dime. Like, period.
No, but didn't because you said, oh, it's not generational. But as far as what I read, supposedly the boomers did not hand down generational wealth to the millennials and Gen X as a whole. I'm saying, I mean, everybody has individual stories, but I'm saying like the United States as a whole.
But the deal is, though, if you look at those stats and extrapolate it out, if you're poor, the chances of somebody creating generational wealth I'm a lottery ticket, baby.
Yeah.
Like you are normally, I don't exist. Statistically, I don't exist. Right. Based on the statistics for how I grew up, the fact that I had a single mother, the fact that I went through extremely horrible traumatic abuse, the fact that I did a bunch of fucked up shit to people and somehow never caught charges, like just like I was a nightmare for like decades.
Right.
But Ray, what you're going through, a whole bunch of people went through.
Boy, wait a second. They build prisons based on that type of information.
Right.
So when you look at how poor people, if you don't know about money, how you teach your kid about money? You don't. The only thing they have is an example of like, this is how it works. And you have two types of ways that affects them. It's either negatively in the sense that those kids that are going, oh, fuck, like, I don't like this, go out and they become something sometimes, or they become really good criminals and then go to jail, which was me. Like my family, I was never poor. I would never act like I was poor, but I'll tell you what's worse than being poor. Not being poor and missing a fucking meal. Like my parents, I was a latchkey kid. No one was home. Everybody in my house worked. So like my parents from 8 forward, the parents that I had, my mom and my stepdad, both at work. And they would just leave me TV dinners. They taught me how to do my laundry at about 10. I handle all the self-sufficient from 10 forward. But get this, Gen X. They were both working and they forgot the TV dinner. So like I get home, like, where the fuck's the TV dinner at? Now I'm sitting in a house, all the shit that I need in the house but food.
That's Gen X, baby. That's Gen X.
And you just gotta sit there and thug it out. It was a forced fast. But the thing is, I never fucking forgot it. I was like, I don't gonna be in a situation where I come home and I can't get something to fucking eat, like, ever.
Yo.
Like,
well, fellas, I'm a holler at y'all, man. Right?
Okay.
Good being on. Now I know you do these on Thursdays typically.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to be a regular on this bitch.
Hey, I appreciate it. I like it. These are good conversations. We gonna have some interesting ones. I'm gonna have to rearrange the rest of these months because I got a couple other shows I want to do for Black History Month specifically.
Sure. Nice meeting you, freestyle. What you go by, Moi or freestyle?
Moi.
Either or whatever's clever, okay, man. Nice to meet you too, brother.
I said moi.
Yeah.
All right.
That's when he getting fancy with it, dude. That's what he be telling the girls. That's
I'm trying to be bougie. All right, y'all. Y'all be cool, man.
Later, Kev.
Later, Kev.
What's up, Youngblood City?
What up, man?
Why you look like you in a murder shack, bro? You got the scariest box on YouTube right now, bro.
I have to move my truck.
Monsters.
I'm at like I had to move my truck for this truck stop without blocking the pumps.
Man, you tell him if he don't show you some respect, you'll blow that whole shit up.
All right, yeah, I'm over here working on the generator. I say I'm working on the generator right now, trying to fix it.
Damn.
This day should be slow after I finish this because, like, when it rained, they just really want us to be on standby because they're like, "Hey, we need you to respond right away." So
yeah,
I just got the one thing.
They got you just like hanging out, basically.
Oh yeah, and I'm about to go to sleep, bro, because I worked 20 hours yesterday.
What?
Mm-hmm. Well, is it 20? Who's that? Hold on. Are they still calling? Okay. Yeah, I worked 20 hours. Is it 20 hours from 8 a.m. till 5 a.m.? How many hours is that?
About that.
17. 17 hours.
Wow.
It's almost, 3 hours short. It's close enough.
17? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me show you. This is the generator.
Bruh.
That's huge.
That don't look as fancy as the last one you was working on.
This kind of the same.
That thing looked like it's been there since the Stone Ages, bro. Fred Flintstone made that.
No, this one, they installed this one like 2-3 years ago.
Nah, yeah, that looks new.
Yeah, to kind of see some stuff.
My parents had an old generator. That's definitely not an old generator.
It's just dusty because of where we at. I'm right by, like, across the streets. That's the ports. I don't know how much you can see, but that's the ports of LA right there. So all these trucks come through here and trains and shit, and they pick up all the dust through these vents. So it's dusty as hell in here.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it ain't no real hurry. So I was like, let me get on talk to Ray. It's been a while.
Yeah, man. I was about to say, I was like, like, Jesus, at the rate that this is going, I'm gonna have to start fucking calling people now. Like everybody working all the time.
Yo, hey, but I do got something I want to, because you smart enough to kind of go over, right? Because like everybody says, like about if you're okay with it, you talk about lifestyle creep, right? Like people go broke because of lifestyle creep.
Salute, Hermes. Go ahead.
Like I think a lot of times it's not even lifestyle creep. It's more or less of, say, if I was all my bills, I could pay them, right?
Right.
But then if everything's going up 20% a year, now my 30% ain't 30% no more. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So slowly over time, you're looking at yourself, you're like, wait, we got less stuff, but I still can't afford this shit. Even though they're not going on these vacations and shit. It's more or less of like the stuff around your big bills is going up. Like your car note's the same, your mortgage is the same, but the food now is more, the gas is more, all the other things.
The mortgages are more too, though. I mean,
that's what I was trying to say.
You can lock in a mortgage rate at a certain APR, but like your taxes, you're still affected by that. That directly affects your mortgage payment and your insurance premium. They fuck with that too. And then any additional fee that they choose to levy, like the $40 that Biden decided that the people who have good credit have to pay in addition to subsidize the people who don't have good credit so that they can get a house and lose it to the bank.
Yo, yeah. So that's you're right. Like so,
what you're speaking to, her, Youngblood, is the people who literally skirt the bottom rail of society. They go, I'm going to make just enough to exist, and then I'm going to go do whatever, and I'm going to go on vacation if I get a little bit extra or whatever.
But Ray, there is that in America, but Youngblood has a point and is touching on what basically I was saying. Like there is obviously, I see it every day. There's people who say that they're broke, but then they're buying, Nintendo Switch and new Jordans, right?
Right.
There is that element, but there's also the element that because of quantity easing and basically taking the dollar off the gold standard and all this kind of, fuckboy new school economics, right? Everybody, and specifically the middle class, every year gets more and more fucked over, and that gap gets larger and larger. And you're seeing that now because there's people who there's people like you said who are lazy, but for real, Ray, there's people who are skilled who are basically not getting these jobs or not getting the equivalent of making that they should in these major cities because of the inflation and all these different things because of the banking system, the modern banking system.
Which jobs?
No.
Because I'll tell you Youngblood's job, and my career.
It's not the jobs themselves. It's basically what Youngblood is saying because the cost of living is going up, but then the increase of what the salary is. But basically, in America, to be real, most people do not have livable wages. Only, let's say, when you start getting to upper class and up, or let's say high middle class and up. It kind of balances out and you get to livable wages. But everybody who's, let's say, under that, bro, they're really struggling because what you're making is not able to basically afford what these major cities, because the major cities are basically everything's like trend wise. So you in a major city and like the cost is going up just because the name of the major city, if that makes sense.
You're saying a lot, but you made a point that's also part that I should have said that the thing is, this doesn't just affect the lower class. This is everybody. So even if you're a millionaire, right? And I was living at millionaire status, it's still going up for you too.
Yeah. The issue is this though. I don't even make six figures. And when I tell you that the way that I utilize my money is diametrically different than the way that you utilize your money, which is why I'm still moving ahead and you're not.
Yo, but Ray, I get that. And that's a different story. That's cheat codes, right? That's important too.
It's partial cheat codes, but the deal is this: I'm not doing anything that none of the rest of you can't do.
No,
and the other thing that I was going to say was Youngblood's wages are not set. As things get more expensive, his pay goes up because they got to keep him because they need him to keep the power on. So
no, I get that. No, there's certain jobs that are going to be like that.
No. And Moy, this is where I agree with you. Certain jobs, such as food service industry workers, like if you a cook in a kitchen, that type of shit, there's a lot of cities where you were already priced out of living there to begin with.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying, priced out.
That's before this started. You were already at a disadvantage. But the thing that I always posit is this United States, you can look at this as an open air prison. Freedom is expensive, but you get to choose where you are jailed. If you are if you're in a space where you are priced out, the issue is these people feel entitled to be there.
I get that.
They go, I'm entitled. I get sad when the sun comes out, when the sun's not out. So I got to go live in California so I can be indefinitely.
I understand that, but that's a romanticized play on certain things of the Matrix crushing down. And I hate to. I'll be the last one to be on the Victim Olympics, and because I believe that there is, when there's a will, there's a way. But I also have to be real and be aware that there is a certain level of outside, let's say, environmental factors.
Yeah.
Because I see. Look, I am in a city where I see people, let's say, Europeans who got money. Right. I just met one the other day, right, in my building, and they're moving. So at the end of the day, it's like this is happening to everybody, and so like it's not just African Americans or middle class. Right. I know people that come from good families, and they're like, "Yo, I can't afford the living over here," and they're making good money. And I'm not talking about people who girls who are spending Louis Vuitton bags every weekend and being stupid. I'm talking about people who are planning out and doing it well, and they're still like, "Yo, I'm struggling over here."
Yeah. Okay, so hold on one second. Hey, Onaspot, can you give me a peace sign in the back? Just need to verify that you're a human. And then I got a special guest that's coming up. But I agree with you to an extent, but still, it comes back to, if you're planning by the skin of your teeth to be in this good, hold up, let me see what we got. Shout out to Will Crypto also. If you're planning and your planning is that grit, because like I agree with you, because we have people complaining right now that are making six figures that they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And also look, I understand what you're saying. Like,
so wait a second, because this is where I think that there's a lot of nuance, and I have a lot of pushback, and I don't have a lot of sympathy for this. So you're saying that you can make like $30,000 more than me a year, and you're paycheck to paycheck, and I'm supposed to be dusty, but I'm worth more than you, and I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. Make that shit make sense.
Sometimes it's not so cut and dry like that. Sometimes
it is based on the talking point, and this is the reason that I say this. There's always been peasants, and there's always been a ruling class. Right. Peasants are peasants for a reason. You can't throw money at a problem and be like, "Oh, well, if we just give them more money, they'll be okay." Like, no, of course, you still need financial literacy. They'll regress to their mean. Is what I'm saying.
One second. I mean, hold on.
But like, there needs to be a happy balance, because Europeans, for example, they live, they work to live, right? We over here in the West, we live to work. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying people should be lazy and be victim mentality, but also at the same time, if people don't have a happy work balance and don't have actual happiness in their life, and they're just literally everything is 100% dutiful slavery, right? But it's going to create uprisings and a lot more bigger problems than than those people just being uncomfortable. Because at the end of the day, all of us, we live in the physical world, but we also live in the spiritual world. We also need to be happy in the heart, not just the physical and the mind. So if you got a whole bunch of people who are disheartened because they're always feeling like they can't get up, that's a problem. And I'm not talking about people that's just in their mind. I'm saying if literally the outside situations are making it so they're always an uphill battle, bro, there's a certain point where that's not fun for anybody's life. We understand, yeah, we got duty, but come on, how come Europeans can live a great life and do their thing and have a good time and still make money? And we over here like always anxious.
They're complaining too.
Yeah, Ray, can we please, because we're getting way far away from where I was trying to go.
Yeah, like they're complaining about money too, my guy. But this is the problem. I'm not saying this becomes victim Olympics when it doesn't work. Now, the reality of the situation is somebody like myself who's an overworker, and I'll admit that. I don't think that any of you should work as hard as I do, because, like, honestly, most of y'all's bodies ain't built for it. And it takes a certain type of constitution to do this and have this much energy. This is a product of ADHD and chemicals. So, like, fine. I understand that piece of it. The deal is this, though. We are in a world that is competing for resources. Europeans literally kicked everybody who's not of a specific culture out. Brexit happened. They are not happy. It's not working because you are in competition at the end of the day. And once this shit devolves down, shit gets real tribal.
I get that, but you're not saying that they have a better quality of life over there, bro. When you go to Europe, you don't have a feeling that it's a better quality of life.
Did the people in Britain during Brexit not walk through the streets into the Polish area of the other group of white people that wasn't them white people and tell them to get the fuck out of their country because they didn't want them taking their resources? Did that not happen? They told everyone to leave. So you can talk about quality of life, but, like, literally, I would say our quality of life is better because last I checked, white people wasn't walking down my street telling me to get the fuck out. Like, so cool. I mean, potato. What kind of problem do you want? But my question is this: at what point?
I mean, as a whole, they have a better quality of life. I'm not saying they don't have problems, Ray. Obviously, everybody has problems. Every culture and people have problems. Countries 100%. Have problems. But I'm saying that because they don't have the mentality of live to work, and they have more of this mentality of work to live. They have a more sense.
That's subjective.
It's not even subjective.
You think so? You think that's subjective?
It's a privilege.
You make it seem like Europeans ain't got entrepreneurs.
Because you're talking about small homogeneous groups of people where they're all the same. You know how narcissistically insane you have to be to go, hey, all these people that are basically the same bloodline as me, fuck them.
Okay, here's an example of what I'm talking about. Spain, they take the siesta
They're
breaks.
all Spanish, my guy. They got 3% populations that look different than them. The reason
what's that have to do with any? That doesn't have
because in America we all ain't the same.
Yeah, but doesn't everybody like a certain happiness level?
Hey, but can I get back?
Doesn't everybody like to be a certain level of happiness?
Have you ever been to New York? Have you ever been to New York?
Wait, can I get back to my...
Hold on. Let me land this real quick. Have you ever been to New York?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I live there.
Okay. So then how are you having this conversation? This shouldn't even be an argument for you because in New York, people segregate based on the country they're from.
And I love what I do.
Don't fuck with each other.
I'm not talking about myself.
No.
I'm observe that people are unhappy in our culture, Ray.
Boy, the environment that you live in, if you extrapolate that out, where you have a city where immigrants will come here and they'll self-segregate amongst themselves. You got the Russian area, you got the Puerto Rican area, you got the J people area, you got the black area, and they don't fuck with each other. And during certain parts of the day, none of those people can walk through their other neighborhoods because they don't want them there.
But that does not have to do with the overall quality of life.
It does. It does.
How so, bro? Okay. If I walk into any one of those neighborhoods, you're telling me that all those people want a different quality of life? No, everybody wants a certain level of quality of life that's good.
Yeah, but the part that you're missing, Moy, is they're doing for self. America wasn't never set up in the same way that these countries that you're saying they have a better quality of life. You're 100% right, because the only differentiator, the variable, is 3 to 5%.
Bro, but happiness has nothing to do with culture, your skin color, your religion.
If
We're
you're
talking
talking
about
about
emotional
97%
or
of the people being
spiritual
happy and
things.
going, this other 3% that don't look like us aren't really a problem, so you can be a part of this. They're not competing amongst themselves. We are the groups here that we've segregated ourselves into, the little classifications we've given ourselves, are the reason that America is set up the way that it is, because we are
They have to find
constantly.
more win-win situations, because right now a mafia
There isn't
is
one.
selling to
There
another
isn't one.
organized crime that they don't
There
like
isn't
each other,
one.
and they're selling heroin, but
If
they
you
don't really
okay,
like
so
each other.
Moy, you got freedom to navigate. Like if that's the game that you want to play, you've got to go to an area where you're going to be one of 3% of the different people, and they're going to be cool with that. Or you go to a place where people just look like you, so that way it's no longer a variable, and you'll be very happy there. This board, this game for this country that we found ourselves in, is set up the way that it is for a reason. And by and large, Moy, when you're comparing it to a homogenous group of people, the reason that they are, like I said, it's a privilege because they're not competing amongst themselves or holding themselves back. They're literally, that same group of people was their tribe. They've already been through battles, through
So
wars,
what that
sorted their
says,
shit out
what you're
amongst
basically
themselves.
saying is that people are so hard-headed that they can't find common grounds to make everybody's quality of life better. That's basically what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is the outlook that you have is actually inversed. It is actually very, very uncommon that you would have this much diversity and not have more problems.
Really?
That's the crux. People are people.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But you're judging happiness off a metric that has to do with individual cultural things. And I'm saying that happiness is greater than that. And if you have a list of things, I bet you 9 out of 10 people, the same things make them happy.
Yeah,
that's
but
what I'm
I
basically
guarantee
saying.
you, if I plucked you out of here and put you in the bush in Australia, where the people are extremely happy and
as
extremely
long as my
impoverished,
hierarchy needs of whatever they're called laws are met, right?
If you came from here and went to a third world fucking country where people are happy as fuck all the time and dying,
you come from a third world
you
country,
would hate it. You would die faster than them because, like, better circumstances.
No, that's not the case, because
100%. Otherwise you would leave, because this wouldn't even be an argument. You would book a one-way flight to the fucking Serengeti and just be there naked and happy.
No, that's not the case. And also, I'm not saying that that's not already my plan. But what I'm saying is that in a city like what you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
These major cities, right? Most people come into these major cities, like the city I mentioned, for example.
Yeah.
I think people would be a fool to think this is a place to do family or something like that, right? It's a place to do business, commerce, or study, right? It's basically a giant library or a giant trade center, right?
Correct.
So, but that being said, okay, and an example of one of the first, let's say, major cities where people were happy and was multicultural was Alexandria, and everybody got along, and there was the most diversity, right? And that is in the old world. So what I'm saying is that the measure of happiness, right? If you talk to 10 dudes from different cultures, they all got their dick sucked. I bet you 9 out of 10 of them would be happy that they got their dick sucked. You know what I'm saying? So the metrics of happiness for certain things, right? There's certain things that will make everybody happy. Obviously, there's certain things that people are very individualized, but in general, you could say, okay, if you give 9 kids ice cream, 8 of them will be happy, right? So how can you say that just because people are different cultures or they come from different backgrounds that it's going to be harder for them to find a unified happiness, when at the end of the day, emotionally wise, we all have the same emotions, and all our emotions in general either come from fear or happiness or love, right? And then every emotion comes from those two things. So from an emotional or spiritual perspective, how could you say that everybody cannot have a base level of happiness? That's not the, come on.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so listen, we're gonna have to clean it up a little bit. I got a special guest coming to the show. Bring it up. my sister in crime own a spot. And listen.
Hi, Ray.
You know what? Don't come up here and hi Ray me. Do not come up here.
Hi, gentlemen. Hey, Natasha. Hey, Lady Navoa.
Oh my God. I'm literally trolling every one of your shows now.
No, security is so tight here. Ray, listen, no one is going to be pretending to be me in your chat.
No. No. Listen, I've had people trying to P-bomb my channel for 6 months straight, religiously. They pretended to be red lipstick vibes. That was the first one. They will grab anyone to get this channel taken down. Like, people hate Natasha. I don't know why.
Wow, that's awful. But I'm not, as famous as the people that you mentioned. So I was surprised by the level of security, but I respect it. And I am here for this topic tonight.
So what are your thoughts? Because you sound way more pleasant than Moy, and you probably smell better.
She probably does smell better.
Sorry, Moy. I had to throw you all the way under the bus, bro.
Moy looks cool. Moy looks cooler than
but I'm not being Ray. I'm not being negative, by the way. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer about this. I'm trying to say that if us as Americans, we find I think comedy is a good example of that, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that everybody can be made fun of, right? So in America, I think that yes, we are very diverse, and because of that, we do have problems that other places don't have. But at the same time, I also think, even though we don't think of it as much that way, or maybe in today's time we don't think of it, I think when we were growing up, it was more taught this way. But I think diversity can actually be something that's very good and create more happiness. And there's a lot of things in the United States about that. And people do things like that all the time on a trade base where you interact with other groups. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, in a major city, you got your Chinatown, you got your Russian neighborhood, but people still have to interact, bro. They're not just in those areas all the time.
I mean, I can tell you from personal experience that most of the immigrants who come to my city, if you don't get an end to that culture, they don't fuck with you, and they don't fuck with nobody. And I mean, I know
you don't see Chinese people, you don't interact with other people.
No, but like, we have Serbians here. The Serbians here only go out amongst themselves. They have specific clubs they go to, and if you don't know one of them, you're not invited to the party. They have their own cookout. Like, they navigate amongst themselves. It's the same with the Somalians. It's the same with the Russians. We have a bunch of Russians here that don't interact.
Yeah,
they all drive trucks for FedEx. It's crazy.
True. I mean, I can say that where I'm about Chinatown. There's a whole bunch of Chinese people who don't even speak English, and they're basically still in China.
Well, I mean, normally Chinatown's a conglomeration. Like, there's usually like a Vietnamese segment of it, you know what I mean. It's totally different. Even within that culture, because I was friends, like, I grew up and like had a bunch of Vietnamese friends of that culture. There was 4 of us that weren't Vietnamese. 4. There were 4 people that they fucked with that weren't in the group. Like.
It's not like that.
You come here and not interact beyond a certain point, especially when it comes to social interaction. Like, no, they had their own bars that they would go to. They would be hitting karaoke bars, but they were the Vietnamese karaoke bars. They weren't the karaoke bars that everyone else went to.
You're talking about people who come to this country and do not want to assimilate and integrate with the culture. That's not what I'm talking about, man.
Well, I mean, you're specifically talking about people who do, and I'm asking where they at, though.
Bro, but at the same time, there's that Chinatown is a great example. There's a whole bunch of people that I see every day that I know never leave the little fucking 20-block radius of Chinatown, right? But at the same time, there's a whole bunch of other fucking Chinese, Korean, and Japanese people that I also see every day that are interacting in the other part of Manhattan, right? That are fully integrated, if you will.
They're just like out there by themselves, and they're like, "Hey, you black man, come be my friend." They're not out with a bunch of other Vietnamese people just over on the other side of town.
No, bro. Okay, look, here's if I go to a shopping center, right? If I go to a Gucci or one of these major stores, There's going to be every type of person in there as long as they can afford it.
They're
okay,
shopping.
But either way, I'm using that as an example.
That's not interacting, nor is it assimilating. That's going to get a good.
Because at any one of those places, I can go and talk to one of those chicks and I can get a date. How is that not interacting?
Are they going to talk to you?
Yes. What? Bro, let me tell you something, man.
No, that's a legitimate question because, like, you.
Yes, people are very much. I see it every day, and I don't know why New Yorkers get a bad rap and people think we're mean, but we are the one city where you can meet people on the street
that aren't important. I don't think you're mean. I just think you're rushing for no reason.
Maybe so. But if you stop somebody on the street, I'll tell you what, and I've been to a lot of major cities, and somebody in this city will help you 100 times faster than in Paris or Milan or a lot of other cities. Then we get the worst rap that we're mean or that we're, cold. That's not the case, bro. We're mad nice. And if you live in a city like this, especially New York, that is one of the most diverse cities, let's be 100% real. If you do want to be a go-getter and you want to make it happen and you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you know what? You do have to interact with everybody. Absolutely. You can't just be sheltered.
Yeah, I think there are levels to the interaction, though. I'm sorry, Ray. Were you going to say something?
No. Go ahead on the spot.
I think there are levels to the interaction and the association. These groups, come here and, they decide collectively, which is a positive thing, to work with one another, and they do insulate, right? So they could be interacting with you on a social level, like, oh, hey, Moy, hey,
Yeah, I'm talking about social stuff. I'm talking about social stuff.
Right. And so, like, that's different than, would they,
but that's every culture, and if you want, you could take it further. Go ahead.
But would they extend an invitation when they have a group investment? That's a completely different level. For example, like where I am in Chicago, I practice real estate. There is a group of people, and they do all ends. They use their own attorneys, their own inspectors, their own builders, their own everything. Now they'll do a deal with us where we're on the other side, maybe representing a buyer for one of their developments, but they're not gonna, it's less likely that I'll be allowed in to go in on their next project on their side. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, there's definitely that.
I mean, interaction, there are levels to that. And I think, as a group, you can be completely, totally social and open in that way. But as far as like their core group, and especially when it comes to enriching themselves as a group or as a family or set of families, that door is just not open in that way.
Right.
I would say
it even comes. I mean, it even comes down to dating. I mean, I understand that, like, after you get a few generations in, especially with Asian cultures, they start doing whatever they want sometimes, and normally it's an errant 3%. Yeah. But you have to be invited into that culture, and as somebody who's been invited into a Vietnamese family, meaning they tried to arrange a marriage with one of the daughters.
Right.
You have to be invited.
What you guys are talking about right now, any and every culture, right?
No.
Yes, it is. Where are you going?
I've never had somebody approach me and be like, yo, you wanna date will you marry my daughter Samantha?
No, we gotta get her. That's not what I said. That's not. I'm sorry. That's not what I mean. Is every culture? What I'm saying, what you said, that
you mean
is
pre-America, every culture. I could see that.
No, and what Natasha's saying, that what you guys are basically saying, that yes, the world in general is still very tribal, and most cultures, you have to be let into their quote unquote customs. That's everywhere in the world. But what I'm saying is, in general, I would say that at least in these major cities, in provincial places, like I remember I went to this one place in Italy to go visit a factory that was in the middle of nowhere, and like it was the most provincial place I've ever been, right? And you could tell these people were 100% inbred style, right?
No, Jesus.
But, I don't mean literally. I just mean they don't leave that area, right?
Yeah,
They're very insulated.
Shout out to the Pookie hybrid. Go ahead.
Right. But then again, at the same time, Ray, I would still say that people interact if you have 24 hours in the day, and especially because we're all commerce driven, we're all essentially have to interact with each other. All humans are relational beings, right? And trade, if you really think about it, trade, even though we think about it just money, it is still a social thing. And it is something that we do and we have to interact. So I still believe that the majority of people in this world, let's say there's 24 hours in the day, majority of that you are interacting with other people, unless, like I said, you're one of these super insulated cultures in a city. Like I said, you came here on the back of a ship and you never leave Chinatown. Okay, that's different. But most people that you interact with on a daily basis in major cities like this, most people are immigrants. But at the same time, unless you're home 24/7, the most New Yorkers, for example, aren't, but you're interacting with the whole fucking city all day.
Okay, so that brings us back to, so I get what you're saying now. And from that juxtaposition, you are correct. But what you're speaking about is the competition for resources. So like when the Asian people are like, yeah, come in and experience our culture, they're literally taking resources from you and integrating it into their culture. And then they go back on the back end and then do business amongst themselves. So in order to compete, you're right, you do have to interact, at least in the means of trade, which is the thing that I don't agree with the whole, oh, everybody's just got to do business with black people. And I'm like, black people don't understand what do business means. Unfortunately, in that sense, they're going, we're only going to shop at Black Place. And I'm like, okay, like, so who else is going to shop there? Because if no one else shops there, this doesn't fucking matter. Like, there's going to be one rich black person, and eventually the other black people are just going to run out of money, or that one guy is the only one with money.
But look, even the organized crime is a good example of what we're talking about, because organized crime usually they hate the other culture, the other organized crime, right? Like the mafia probably hates the Yakuza, right? Yeah. So, but they still have to work with one another in a capacity to get certain things done, right? So if these people can do it, then how come people on an everyday basis can't do it to up the overall quality of life of everybody in the United States?
What does that look like? Because that still costs money.
I'm not saying it doesn't cost money. Everything, there's nothing is free.
So, I mean, I think the elevation is like you fix your financial situation and stop bitching. Like, I mean, honestly, like I think like, I don't posit macro solutions, because there are no macro solutions when it comes to finance. It's every person. You become the first financial literate person in your family. And just like what you said with your family, Moy, you teach the next generation how to steward the wealth. On a the disconnect is within the black community specifically is no one knows what the fuck's going on. And not only that, no one's talking. But
that's what I can say is I'm not going to say disingenuous, but I have seen, at least in my life, that every culture unfortunately has that problem, at least in today's time. Let's say boomer generation and down. Because people don't have serious relationships. And look, even relationships in general, romantic relationships, right? Most of the time, when you go with somebody on a date, let's be real, you should be having this serious conversations. But most of the time, when you meet somebody, you're not discussing with her, oh yeah, what's your credit score, blah, blah, blah. Are you financial literate, blah, 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 right? So in general, Americans are very surface level and they don't touch on these things. That's why I love that movie, American Beauty, right? Everybody's got a whole bunch of shit under the rug. And until shit hits the fan, then Americans are like, oh, we should do something about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how Americans be. But at the end of the day, the reality is that most of the time, right, we do have the resources. That's why when it comes to this financial literacy stuff, it is all victim mentality, because in our time, you have the internet. You could go out there, instead of playing video games or buying Jordans, bro, go on Patrick David Bet or somebody's fucking YouTube and learn, man. Yeah. Like, my parents didn't teach me these exact, let's say, codes. They just taught me overall responsibility in general. And then as I got older, you know, when I left my family, I was like, all right. But look, at the same time, our generation, if you're Gen X or Boomer, you come from a generation, we had summer jobs. Most of us was working till 13, you know, selling mixtapes, doing whatever. We come from the hustle generation. So we're not going to be the ones who are going to be just bums. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't really have that mentality. That's new school. That's really these new kids. Because my whole life, my parents and everybody else around me, adults, like there was a certain level of discipline, and you had to, what's that expression? Idle hands make idle time, or whatever the fuck. So, you know what I'm saying? We have to be doing things.
Yeah. Okay. I could give you that, but I think in the current climate, there's a bunch of people, especially over COVID.
Bro, I was making so much money. That's when people should have been hustling the most, because when everybody else is weak,
they should have been, but it broke a bunch of people. I mean, I know for a fact in my city, they had this thing called quarantine beer chugs where people was just on there just doing anything all day, making fun of the fact that like they were not working and collecting.
No, man, we had that too, but at the same time, it was the best time to hustle, because
it was.
For real, anybody watching this right now is the best time to become a billionaire or a millionaire, because in our country, the standards are so low. So if you do have at least some fucking hustle, guess what? You're going to make it more than your fucking dumbass friend who's watching porn and playing video games.
Right. But the issue is this. Moy? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, I am.
I was just curious what Moy's business is.
Oh, what my business is? I'm in the creative field. I'm a designer.
Oh, cool.
See, that's why you'd be living in New York. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm here. I'm not here, and I tell everybody, and I have a plan, and I'm like, yo, when I'm 50, I'm out, do the family thing, blah, blah, blah. But I know since the moment I came here for college, I always knew New York or any one of these major cities are commerce-based cities. Hustle, you're either coming here to do work, it's a giant library, or you're doing here to get money. So I'm not here being like, like, you know, I'm like, I'm using the city for what it's for. So that's why I don't think that what you're saying is necessarily true, because if you are in one of these major cities, that's why I said in provincial areas, this may be true. But in a major city, if you want to make money, you got to network. And networking means you got to be able to talk to everybody. You got to be in the room, act like you've been there before. You can't just be like, okay, no wonder you ain't making change. You out here playing video games. All that fucking energy, you could be on Robinhood making some cake.
Right. I agree with you. But my question is, the reason I brought up COVID specifically is they basically told everybody to stay home for 2 years. So that you've created
2 weeks, and they tricked us. And then
right. That's what I'm saying is like you literally engineered a behavior.
But that was a choice that people wanted to
create a behavior. If you don't go to work for 2 years, why do you think these modern women be getting umpteen amounts of child support and alimony and shit? Because they ain't worked. Because
but you know what? Like you said, right? Women have a pass, right? Women have a pass.
No. But what I'm saying is but men sat down too. We can't.
I know they did, and that's a problem. But if you was a wolf out here during that time, you knew it was the best time because everybody else was a lazy schmuck.
You just argued with me for 30 minutes about me using myself as an example. I am the fucking wolf.
I know. I'm not saying that.
I can't be the example when we're arguing back and forth.
You're doing the right thing. Other gentlemen doing that are doing the right thing.
Everybody did this.
No, what I'm saying, the argument I had with you and what I said was disingenuous was just the quality of life thing. And
how many unhappy wolves do you know? I'm not unhappy.
No, I'm not talking about you, Ray. Nobody is talking about you. You're an example of a high-earning person who works. I'm talking about people who decided, because you said, they were pushed to do this. No one was pushed. You could still hustle during the pandemic. People made a decision to go along with this bullshit, and they said they want to be lazy. All right, do that. But nobody put a gun to your head and said, you know what the smart people in these cities said when that happened? They said, this is a great opportunity to make even more money because everybody else is going to be lazy, which means if I'm out here on the corner, I'm going to be the one getting the cake because nobody else out here in this corner.
Right. I agree with you, but my question is this. That's putting this goes back to what if you don't know any better? If you show up and your mentality is I show up, I put my hand out, I go to somebody else's business that they put their ass out for, they took the risk, they pay me.
How do they not know better?
That's what they do. How do you expect them to go, okay, we're taking that away from you.
How
go
do they
home
not know
because
better,
we told
bro?
you so. And
bro,
wait,
let me tell you something right now, Ray.
Moy,
The mind of an employee and the mind of a how do they
okay,
not
so
know better?
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a shit employee. And it's not that I don't work hard. It's just that I'm not going to suck your dick while I work for you because you're making money.
I get that, but they're two different mindsets. But that doesn't mean that if I'm an employee,
one mindset that will flourish in that environment and the other one doesn't because an employee is told what to do.
Ray,
wait a second.
If people want to be weak,
Queenmaker real quick. You go do. That's what employees do. They literally get told what to go
make a choice, right? If people make a choice to be weak, that's their choice. If they want to be lazy and play video games,
quick, bro.
Yeah.
You go do. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you what to go do because you can't figure it out yourself. Now, when the government told you to go do at home, they went and did it home for 2 years, brother. Let me tell you, because you got
it's
the smile going right now.
Made, though. It's still a choice.
On,
They're still lazy.
When they told them, because the system said you go do at home, so they went and they said we're gonna sit at home for 2 weeks, boss. I'm gonna go do because that's what they do. They don't think.
Yeah, but
you don't have the
no. You're giving them you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, bro. These people they have the ability to think if they want to be lazy and okay, see that's the thing, man. People don't realize in today's time, the snowflake generation we're in, they don't realize that if you want the rewards in life, you have to go through the sacrifice and the discipline, right? That's why the hungry lion gets the meal. Because he's the one going out there making it happen. So it's the same.
Didn't you say that your family's not from here, right?
Well, not originally.
Okay. So the only reason I'm asking that is because the chick that I was dating during the initial shutdown of the pandemic, it was like right after, like I was actually dating her when I bought this place. Like she came with me for the walkthrough when I bought it. When she was a personal trainer. And when she got put out of work, because she got told to go home too, out of all the trainers at her gym, she was the only one who was like, okay, I'm going to do virtual and pick up private clients.
But it's a choice. If people want to be dumb, that's on them.
But this is the deal, though. She also wasn't originally from here. So like your mindset, you can't. So this is the deal. And
well, because I come from a poor country and my father was poor.
Moy, shut up for a second. God damn. Okay. I'm finished talking. Like I forgot this was. I almost thought this was your show, Moy. God damn. So check it out. I used to get into this. I used to have this issue all the time, and I think I don't know. I think you might be older than me, but my mom used to jump on my ass about it. Because it was really annoying to her because she had to listen to me do it. And now that I'm listening to you do it repeatedly on my show, I understand how annoying I was for her. You come from a different mental mindset. So like your mind is acutely geared towards if I fail at this because of where you came from, failure financially, literally as far as society goes, could equate to death. So the way that your brain works is your brain doesn't turn off. You're constantly going, yo, I got to have a backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan. Like Moy, I understand that you specifically will never be in the situation that most Americans are going to find themselves in and are finding themselves in actively. Because I don't understand it either because my brain also works that way. The problem is most people in this country, like most Americans, their brains don't work that way. Like they're good at showing up, getting told to go do and going and doing and then collecting that check. That's the way they're engineered. It's the way the system is made. They were like, we need employees. We don't need smart people. We don't need critical thinkers.
Then how come there's so many millionaires and the boomers are many of the self-made millionaires? Boomers and Gen X and boomers.
Look up how many
they lived during a time when money was worth something.
No, look up how many of those millionaires are foreigners. Be real. Look up how many of those millionaires are foreigners.
Facts. Also true.
Many of them are, but I'm talking about.
I believe it's about 60%, honestly.
It is, but wait. When you're saying you're talking about Americans who immigrated here. You're not talking about illegals, right?
Yeah, there is no legal immigration. It's all illegal. But I rest my case on that. We're not here to argue that.
Wow.
The argument was foreigners, right? Because they come from a different environment where poverty equals death.
But that's just because in other parts of the world, because America has had so much privilege, people are ungrateful here. That's it.
No, we're allowed to be ungrateful, brother. It's our country. That's not the point, though.
What happened?
Hold on.
No, I'm sorry. Two people said something. I just didn't hear you, Toshkin. Cybertoast. No. Oh, my bad. This is Bumpkin. Bumpkin, what did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I'll let I am go because she was talking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bumpkin. I was just saying, I think people, it's not that they don't appreciate it. I think the thing about privilege is that you're to some degree unaware of it. You're unaware of your level of privilege. And so you don't have the opportunity to be as grateful and appreciative as maybe you should be.
Oh, and I can give you an example of that, Moy. For example, a lot of people leave Kansas City and they go to your city and they go to Hollywood and they crash the fuck out because the competition where you're at is more fierce than the competition here. So when you go from somewhere where you're insulated, right? And they'll go to these places and they'll just crash out and be indefinitely poor, working 5 jobs to barely keep their place. Right? Because they're not built for that level of competition, but it's the reverse. Like if you went from where you're at to somewhere like Kansas City, you'd have fun. And you'd probably be able to work circles around most of the people here for whatever it is that you want to do. Because you're from a city where you just grind all the time and it never turns off and never stops. And it's the same if you live in a country where you're in an impoverished state, you're appreciative to have clean water. You're appreciative that because like these people will come here and like when you are, especially if you're coming over as on refugee status, you're not living in a good neighborhood. You're living in the hood and they'll come here and live in the hood and be happy as hell. Be like, you mean I can set up a restaurant and sell these people the food that I make?
With 12 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment. Yeah.
Facts. Fine about it. And they're like, this is better than outside and dying. Like, So that's the reason they do better. I don't necessarily harbor any excuses for Americans because at this point, like you said, we all have the internet. We all if you don't understand that this government is literally robbing us of wealth and like you were in this game, like it or not, like at that point, I'm like, okay, so like you can choose to do the bare minimum, and that's a choice that could also lead you to be homeless. Now,
that's also why it's important to travel, so you see the other places, and then you come back and you're more grateful.
Not traveling's gay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, I only travel for business. I'm not a vacation person.
But either way, whatever the reason is, it's still one of the greatest mind-opening experiences. Whatever the reason is.
The United States of America is as big as like 2 Europes. We're fine.
Right. I'm not saying whether it's traveling to other states or traveling to other countries to enrich your mind properly. And to see other cultures, even if it's another state, is still very important. And unfortunately, the reality of the situation is America, we have the number one easiest and best way to get a passport, and it's only $150. A lot of people here don't realize in a lot of other countries, you have to have a certain amount in your bank. There's so many things you need just to leave the country. Right? You have to get a letter from the person you're going to go visit, all this crazy shit. So we have a lot of things that we take for granted, and then people be complaining, and it's like, yo, you see fucking communist Chinese people when anywhere you travel in the world on fucking buses, traveling all over the world, they're more broke than any of us, right? So it's like Americans, same with the Jordans thing, and fucking African Americans being like, I'm broke, right? Americans have a lot of fucking opportunities we have, and a lot of wealth and a lot of privilege. And most of us do not take advantage of it. That's the reality.
The majority of people, and this is just a reality of life, are followers, man. I hate to tell you this. If it's like this, right? If everyone was a leader and a free thinker, bro, nothing would ever get done.
Facts.
Not true.
I hate to say it, but like nothing would
That's
ever
correct.
get
Be anarchy.
done.
Yeah.
That's just the way of nature. There's wolves and there's sheep, man. Just the way of nature.
Yes,
This is
but
why
you can be both. There's a time to learn, there's a time to lead, right? Some of the greatest kings were also monks. Some of the greatest monks were also kings. You know what I'm saying? So you can, if most people, I mean, hopefully, if you live to 100 plus, you can do a whole bunch of things in your life. You don't.
Well, I'm with you, brother.
One
I want you to know, every saint was once a sinner.
Just for
shits
and giggles, Moy, love you to death. Name me one monk that turned into a king.
Facts.
What do you mean?
I'll help you out. He can't.
What do you mean, Siddhartha? Siddhartha, an enlightened being, became Buddha? Bro, he came originally from a wealthy family, left, decided to travel. The story, technically, of Siddhartha, or even Christ, or any one of these so-called prophets, is basically the hero's journey and the story that every man should have a fucking.
You're talking allegories. You're talking allegories, respectfully.
Do they have a bone from any of these dudes? Like, I just want to know if
these are allegories we're talking.
Pinky toe, something.
Either way, no. Either way, there has been monks. Can saints be considered monks? There's been plenty of people throughout history. What I'm saying is they were Renaissance men. They were Renaissance men and women. That's basically what I'm saying, meaning they had a multitude and a multidimensionality of different things they were into, and they lived a very interesting lives.
Moy. I just want to know. I just want to know which one of these kingdoms arose out of peace, love, and hugs that didn't come with like.
I didn't say
gallons of blood.
You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say peace, love, and hugs. I said Renaissance men and women. I said people who are living their life to the greatest ability, mind, body, and soul. I did not say that they're adherent from the physical world and they don't do negative things. I didn't say that. So you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I was just asking a question.
No, I didn't say anything about peace and love.
So
I said to live an interesting and multifaceted life.
City and burn everything down can become king. Historically, that's never happened. But I understand.
Most kings were not. Most kings in general, to be a so-called
were exalted
great
to that position after they took up swords and built an army of followers.
But what I'm saying is, either way, maybe not when we were barbarians, but either way, Ray, those men and women, specifically men, they had to have more than just one skill, and their whole life was not just warriors. So what I'm saying is, if you live 100 years and you divide that into each section 20 years, right, or 25 years, then each one of those you can focus on a different element of life. If Nikola Tesla and Leonardo da Vinci could do it, then why can't people today? That's all I'm saying.
Well, my question is this: you do understand the concept of like kings, peasants, and knights, right? Like the only way they got the peasants to work, which they basically worked for the ability to eat food and continue living, was the knights were stronger than them. And generally speaking, during those time periods, it took 10 peasants to kill one knight because he got tired after about killing 10
I get that. People. But how many kings played all those positions throughout their life?
There's only one.
They were never peasants, dude.
There's only one situation where I can think of a quote unquote their equivalent of a monk becoming a quote unquote king, and that was Julius Caesar. But even he himself came from a wealthy family.
Facts. And
Julius Caesar was like his equivalent.
You had to be a trained warrior. They didn't just like
once again. I didn't say
find a sword and then.
Did I say anything about a man that it's not important for them to have physical abilities and to be strong and to have that warrior class?
No, you said that peasants became kings. You said that.
If peasants can become king, what I mean by peasants is there are people who have become kings or noblemen or in our times, let's say billionaires, right? Who have come from nothing, right? So that's why I mentioned the story of Siddhartha.
Shout out to Jada.
So all I'm saying is that because somebody said, "Oh, you shouldn't travel" or something, or that it's not good to travel, and all I'm saying is, first off, we are like the whole world is to be explored by us. So, to part of the reason, at least I believe, that America has so many problems is because we are proud to be ignorant in this country, and a lot of that has to do with the bubbles we put ourselves in, pigeonhole ourselves.
What do you? We're not proud to be ignorant. We don't have enough ignorance. We don't have enough nationalism for this nation. You have legitimately people that I've seen, not even just like rich people that are making profit off it. Everyday average common folk claiming that we should just open our borders, bro.
No,
I don't know
that's
what
not
you
what
mean.
I'm talking about. That's ridiculous.
Okay, but why would they be ignorant or care about the United States if they just want to open the borders?
But so let me ask you a question though. Is there a difference between ignorance and not being self-aware?
So
they're kind of both the same, but I'm talking about willful ignorance. I'm talking about willful ignorance. If someone's ignorant, that's different. I'm talking about willful ignorance, meaning Americans who have a smartphone who are choosing to be on YouPorn instead of doing studies, right? Because technically a man should be consistently learning their whole lives. So that's what I'm talking about. And most Americans choose to be ignorant. They'll spend $300 on a Jordan instead of taking an online masterclass on something that could help them make an extra $300. That's what I'm saying. That's willful ignorance.
It's about having access to information and not applying it, not applying yourself, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, and all I'm saying, Moy, is the majority of people will not apply that knowledge, and that's just been the course of history.
Choice that they make. That's a choice, and to sit here and be like, "Oh, boo-hoo, us Americans got it so bad." No, we don't. We choose to sit here every year and be ignorant. Maybe not us as individuals on this panel, but what I'm saying is, it's a choice. When we have all this technology, and there's somebody who I see every day, right? You could pass by a homeless person that has a freaking smartphone. And then Americans wonder, oh, why do people come to this country and get a leg up? Hello, because people here do not take advantage of all the fucking opportunities they have.
Well, that's partially
it's not rocket science.
Yeah, that's partially it. But I mean, if we're talking about the racial wealth gap, that is a function of our history as well.
Mm-hmm. But that, and see, with that part of it though, like I only give that so much credence because like you can read about something and be upset, but like, and honestly, a lot of us have experienced something to be upset about. But I'm like, and I've seen
who's actually been a slave up here. Who's been a slave?
Well, I'm not talking about.
It's not. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with slavery.
I'm talking about wealth being a function of time. About when you plug
that's true.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, like the longer you. Oh, okay. Oh, there. I was about to say the longer you have $1 million, the more money you can make off the $1 million. Like, but on that same note, I'm like, I don't understand how people can go through like financial trauma and then just be like, yeah, that's just how I'm gonna navigate too. Fuck it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, and that's a choice. And for us to sit here and play the violin as a country and try to play the saddest song, it's like, yo, what the fuck?
Well,
that shouldn't be the case.
I would say that I would say that the violin that we're playing as a country is different than the violin you have to play culturally. Culturally, the stuff that our government is doing to the country that nobody wants to talk about affects those at the bottom worse. If you have money, inflation, sure, you pay it, but you can afford to pay it. Right. Like I'm still building assets. Like I'm still building, you know what I'm saying? I'm still building wealth. The problem is the person who's living hand to mouth that makes what I make, is now having a problem because the hand to mouth, by the time it gets to your mouth, there's less shit in your hand.
But the hand to mouth here is still more opportunities and more hand to mouth than somewhere else in the world.
That's
same
subjective.
hand to mouth.
Like that is so this is the issue, Moy. That's 100% subjective. You can't, a person's burden is a person's burden. Of course it's worse other places, but if you don't know worse, this is hell for you here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that people, and like I understand the sentiment. Like, yes, that is one of the things that you can use. It's a stoic principle to understand that, hey, somebody's got it worse. I should work through this. But
that's basically what I was saying.
When you're experiencing it, if I set one of your legs on fire, Moy, and then I go, well, St. Elsewhere is all the way on fire. Why you bitching? Like, your leg's still fucking on fire, dude. Like, that doesn't feel good.
Like, Moy, honestly, you might as well be telling me that, like, if we have a smog problem in the U.S., right? Or in the world
but you just told me you don't want to travel. What are you talking about?
No. Say we have a smog problem, right? Say we have a smog problem, and you're like, well, Venus, they don't have air. So stop bitching.
Right. Bro, but from when I just explained how certain things like a passport is very easy for us, right? And then you said, you an American, right? Said, oh no, I don't need to travel, or the traveling's not important, or that's gay or some shit, right? Or that just to stay within the United States. Okay, that's an exact example of the willful ignorance I'm talking about.
Why would I feel the, unless, I mean, maybe you're just rolling in money, bro.
I'm just using that as an example of something where we have something very easy and an opportunity where someone else that is a huge ladder and not as easy, right? We don't, most countries, you can't just pay $150, get a passport, the next day go on an airplane. We think that the whole world's got it like that. That's not how it works. Well, that's not how it works. I'm saying
is that exactly how it works in the U.S. though?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you're still paying for the plane.
Okay, but obviously there's a vetting process. But obviously there's a vetting process. No, look, you need your birth certificate. You need to be a neutralized citizen. I'm not saying that there's not a vetting process, and thankfully there is a vetting process. But what I'm saying is, relative to what other people have to go through to get on a plane to go somewhere else, we have it very, very easy. And when other people who in the same conversation, for example, are complaining about things that are so-called bad in our country, but then in the same token say something like that, like, oh, it's no use to leave the United States or whatever, right? Not only is that super defeatist, right, just to have that attitude in general, but it's also an example of exactly what I'm talking about, of the willful ignorance of many Americans have. And then in the other hand, we say, oh, everything's so fucked up here.
Yeah. Well, no. So, Moy, a lot of stuff is fucked up here, and it's okay to talk about.
I'm not saying they aren't. I am not saying they aren't, and I'm American myself, and I see it every day.
We got a lot of work to do. So
I'm not saying that we don't, bro. I'm just saying that we have, if there's a level of fucked up shit, at least we're on the higher end of the level of the fucked up shit, and other people got it worse. That's all I'm saying. I'm American. I live here. I've grown up here my whole life. I'm not saying that we don't have fucked up shit, right?
So my question is this. So I hate to bring, I've been using this example because it's so relevant, but
I'm scared.
I'm pretty sure that this argument was had in Rome while they were sitting in the Colosseum watching the gladiators bludgeon each other to death. And then when they walked out and the city was on fire, they were like, well, shit, now the fucked up done came and found us. It's like,
no, because people have been having this conversation for a while, and now just people are waking up. But you know what? There's people like myself, there's people like other people on this panel who've been talking about this stuff and trying to wake people up for a very long time. Just now, mainstream America is waking up. But this shit has been boiling for a long time. And people been talking about it.
I ain't trying to wake nobody up, okay? You guys stay here and fucking sleep, all right?
Does anyone know?
I'm coming to your nightmares.
Oh my God.
Does anyone know why Rome fell?
We talked about that earlier, the bread and circus.
not just the bread and circus, buddy. There was very specific reasons why Rome fell. One was their very open border policy. They would legitimately go conquer a nation, and then they would allow those same nation members into their fucking military because that was a good idea.
Doesn't make sense.
Secondly, was their problem with their currency. They consecutively, the inflation was just retarded.
Yeah.
For them. You think inflation's bad here? Oh fuck! In Rome it was terrible. Plus you had a bunch of people clipping coins and shit like that. We won't talk about those people, but anyways.
Yep, clipping coins.
The other point was bureaucracy.
Yeah,
the
we
problem
got on
was the Caesars, this pretty much the emperors, right? When they came along, they actually cut back on the bureaucracy, which allowed Rome to last 1,500 years. But yeah, those are the reasons why Rome fell. That's pretty much all the problems America has right now.
Yeah, we have those problems too. We have a lot of those problems, but at the same time, we have a lot of problems we bring upon ourselves because we choose to be ignorant, like the people buying the $300 Nikes instead of studying their financial literacy. Those things are things that are not to do with somebody's got a boot on her neck. Those are choices that the individual American makes.
Yeah, but but this goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's always been peasants. Like, what I don't understand what part of that's so perplexing that most people are going to be peasants. Like, that's a choice. You're right. But most people make that choice. It's just easier. It's easier to be a peasant. You just go out there and be like, give me a piece of bread, some potatoes, and a hoe, and tell me what to do.
Why are people complaining in the United States about these things then?
Because peasants complained about being peasants too. They didn't like it.
Yeah, but
we sure like these, you know.
But you have more opportunities to get yourself out of that rut than anywhere else in the world.
Also true, but that requires extra work. You know how many people don't want to work 60 to 100 hours? You just said quality of life. You don't want to do what I do.
I get that, but what do you want? You got to do it. What do you want?
You want to know the honest reason? Fuck it. I'm going to go mask off. Fuck it. I'm tired. I just worked a 12-hour shift. You want to know the reason why I get up on not just this stream, but other streams and my personal streams and the NF streams. You want to know why I get up there and I preach what I preach? Not so I create absolute leaders. So I create followers. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be absolutely 100% real with you. Listen, the majority of people are followers. And if they need someone to get up there and say, hey, we need to file in fucking formation and go to this direction, then I will fully be glad to be that person, because at least shit is going to get done that way.
Well, maybe humanity's going to a point where people have to start being their own saviors.
That we've tried that. It's called liberalism, and it hasn't worked for the past 3
years. No, that's not liberalism. That's not liberalism.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Those are two totally different things. No, it's not. I'm talking about having discipline and practicing universal laws and being stoic and having control over your own subconscious mind. Two totally different things. I am not talking about liberalism.
Okay, so liberalism doesn't talk about the subconscious mind, but it's basically do for self and be self-sufficient. I mean, that's along with Stoic principles, if you want to talk Stoicism.
And individualism.
Yes, everybody should be fucking self-sufficient and know how to do something in case shit hits the fan. Like, we were talking about that in the beginning.
So with this mentality, Ray, my question is, if the answer or the solution to closing the racial wealth gap or, making some impact is micro, like you said, is individuals, deciding to do better, do more with the information that they have available. Do you think that could happen?
100%. Well, the other thing that I talked about this last week, and it kind of was a little bit upsetting because I wish Tez would have been here for this conversation versus last week. But we also have an issue with skill sharing, like culturally. So like I was telling Tez, I was like, there's no reason for me to not teach him everything that I know if he wants to know it, because he's not competition for me here where I am. He's not in my market.
That's because people got egos, man. And
I don't think it's ego. It's that people. at least within Black culture, like I've seen people where they're like, "Oh, you're getting it. I'm gonna go do the exact same thing right next door. Fuck you."
Yeah, that's called ego.
There's a lot
that's
of
called,
that.
They don't know how to set up win-win situations.
I think it's kind of double because then it's also, at least what I encounter or observe is it's also, no, you can't teach me anything.
Also that 100%.
So it's kind of, even if you want to help, if you're open to helping, then
that's ignorance and arrogance and victim mentality. You got a lot of sins over here, man.
I am off, boy. I'm gonna set your right leg on fire.
Set it on fire, bro. Set it on fire.
I'm gonna tell you not to worry because there's a whole bonfire over there. How do you think the tree feels? Like,
I have a question I have a question for I am, right?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
And obviously not African. I've shown my face several times here, but would you say that sort of like hyper individuality could be curbed with a level of collectivism? Because I'm going to be real with you, pretty much every other racial group in America does this. They have some form of collectivism. Less whites nowadays, but Asians do it. They have a level of collectivism where they will just see a task or a goal, let's say a company, right? And instead of everyone trying to step on each other's toes, they'll just fill in the slots and become like a productive force.
Yep.
Americans, we need to be like that.
Idea.
I think Americans are like that, to be honest. I mean, in my experience,
we should be. I see Americans like that, but
my network is 100%. Like we've had this discussion before. I was like, most of the wealthy people that I deal with that are helping me don't look like me. They're not culturally the same as me.
And that's what I said in the beginning.
So, but the deal is this though, from a value standpoint, the values align. And it's like we're in lockstep on the way that we see things, the way that we view America, the way that we're, and they're like, you know what? I'd like to have somebody like you in position to where we can fund people together and get these politicians up out of here. I'd like
every other country does that. Yeah.
And to answer your question, Bumpkin, what Ray said actually kind of plays into my idea. My idea is I think it would be super difficult for us to do it as a group, as a collective. My hope and my energy goes into us being able to do that in a way that is kind of subsection, tribal, kind of as people define themselves, right? So whatever group you say, oh, this is my group, these are my people, over here, however that is defined, you know what I mean? And it could be smaller groups, smaller collectives that, that will work together. Even if we can do that, we can make a huge impact. And in my mind, given the current mentality, the current culture, that is way more feasible than the other way, than this kind of like mass mobilization. I think that's less likely.
Well,
yeah, we could all just come together under the banner of Americans, like every other 100%. Country does.
I could agree with. I could even agree with that because the issue is this.
Countries doesn't do that.
Oh,
Ray's not muted.
Talking.
Oh, you guys can't hear me, or is it just that Moy's talking too loud?
No, Saint is muted. I see his little microphone thing, but he was trying to talk.
Saint was muted.
Oh, go ahead,
there
Saint.
He is.
Oh, he's frozen.
He's frozen. Never mind. That's why he's trying to do something. He probably don't walk into
Ray,
the river, dude.
I'll switch off the Wi-Fi.
There he
is. Okay.
Elsa.
Because I'm outside. All right.
Don't walk into the river.
Outside is the new outside. Y'all tried to make inside the outside. No, it's outside. And I've been outside. Okay?
Is the outside.
But I think as far as like collectivism goes, it's going to have to go. I mean, it's going to be within groups. I mean, you could take Muslim guy as a perfect example of this. Like his people did not help him. It's been everyone who don't look like him that's put him on.
Who?
Yep.
Who?
That's all.
Who?
This is specific. It's Orthodox guy. I don't know if you guys. He's a regular on the show, but like, I mean, if we're gonna have this conversation, then like it has to be serious. Like that's the reason I'm like, dude, there's no black community because like realistically, until I became like an adult and was like well on my path, I didn't meet no black people that wanted to fucking help me. Period.
Nah, black people don't want to help other black people.
Like,
come on, man.
so,
And I had
so
the
if
opposite
this is the way
experience.
that we're navigating, then I'm like, okay, so like you almost, for me, I'm like, my community are people that actually give a fuck about this country and actually want to be forwardly mobile in some fucking fashion.
Facts. But you know what? Like, when you get to a certain level,
that's where we're at right now, because like literally everything else is collapsing around us. And so it's like at that point, you got to start girding up to where we can have some semblance of America left, because the people that are running things are obviously not on our team. Some of our citizens, our fellow citizens, are not on our fucking team.
Exactly.
I've always viewed America as a white and black nation, or a black and white nation, whichever one you want to put first. I don't care. And historically and culturally, it's that. You can't really change the past. I'm gonna say something that might be controversial, but I know Ray's gonna agree with me. There can't really be a black community or any community of that sort at all without strong family units.
Right? Of course, that's any
correct.
any.
That's so correct. Yeah.
Community. That's any community in general.
So I mean, just from an outsider's perspective, that deep wound has to be healed, because there is a huge problem, especially in the black community, with family units and broken families. That has to be healed.
What is the wound?
By the way, Latino's been here for a long time.
Oh, go ahead. Hold on. What was that?
Yeah, but it was conquered. It was different. Go ahead.
I had a question for Bumpkin. The wound that you see, what is that wound that you're speaking of?
Broken families. Either or mainly no father figure in the household.
And in your opinion, what's the cause of that?
It could be several things.
Got it.
I mean,
the main
it's
cause
really
of that
situation to situation basis. I don't think the current system favoring women no matter what is very ideal, but at the same time, that still wouldn't really solve the problem. Child support should also be more situational based and not just a broad stroke as well. There needs to be more responsibility on both sides. Also, culturally, like, what's the cultural binding for Black Americans? I'm gonna say
Bro,
Black Americans.
that's what I thought. First off, Christopher Columbus discovered the New World.
I'm wondering if you're making a connection between this country's history and that break, because it was an intentional break between.
I thought that was assumed. I thought that was implied. Like, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, but the question is though, if when we move forward to now, because like we can go roundabouts about what's been done, but like that doesn't give someone a right to go to. I mean, I understand you can take slavery so far, but there's no excuse for sexy reds. There's no excuse for that. That's a decision. You chose to be a minstrel. By the people that you're saying are holding us down. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but let's call it what it is. We are currently in a situation to where, as a community, that is a deep wound, and one of the issues that's making it worse is it's self-perpetuating. No one's doing this to us at this point.
But
it's what's been done. But
there's also conditioning around that's very now. For example, sexy red could be a nurse, right?
Right.
She could be a nurse. And she could be making decent money. Could she be making sexy red money? Right?
Right.
So she came into a society with a set of conditions where if a young lady twerks, could be pretty lucrative. Maybe even more than a nurse.
I knew it. Can I just interrupt you guys for 1 second? Because Bumpkin went crazy over there and said something that was not true. Okay?
What?
The New World was founded by Spain. Latinos. Okay, so let that be clear. Yes,
Spanish people. Hey, bro. By American standards, Spanish peoples is whites. Just so you know,
What do you not even
by
by
that's only
on this
here.
continent, those are white people. Latinos don't even know their own language. They got conquered so hard.
Facts.
Just so you know.
Spanish.
Not only that, Moy, if you want to go from a historical perspective, they conquered this land so hard and did the Latinos so dirty that they taught them the wrong dialect of their language so that they could mark the white ones if they came back, because they don't treat white Latinos good in that country. Go there and speak Latino Spanish and not Calisthean and see what happens.
Hey, look at you crazy.
Conchole, yo sé eso. I know, bro. First off, I've been to Spain many times and I never had problems. Secondly, what I am saying is to Bumpkin, right? When it comes to this little dynamic, okay, Spaniards, the Spanish, and what you consider Latinos, okay, because he said blacks and whites, America, right? Technically, what I am saying is, no, the Latinos were here beforehand, because yes, the Spanish and the Portuguese came first. Bro, they founded Central America.
Oh my God, bro. You know what? Who's here
100%.
before
I'll
all
give you
of
that. You're right.
Dinosaurs, bro.
I said the new world. I said the new world, didn't I? The Western Hemisphere, as far as Europe is concerned.
Yeah, but you're moving the goalposts. That wasn't what Bumpkin said.
Yeah, I said conquered. I said it was conquered.
America being a black and white country, like the country America, not the Americas. The country, this specific one.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about the Americas. I thought you were talking about the Americas. No,
we don't ever talk about Americas. We got problems here, bro. We talk about one America, the North one.
This is the Americas, man.
Talking about USA.
No, we talk about the United States.
Talk about ignorance. Talk about ignorance. You guys don't even recognize we're all part of the Americas.
Okay. No one can. I don't care because I don't want to be a part of none of them other countries. We're the only good one. Like, this is the only one with consistent clean water. Okay, like this. That can still go outside. Like, come on, bro.
I'm just saying. Man. I'm just saying it's not historically accurate what he said.
No, it is though.
What he said was 100% historically accurate.
No, so you're telling me that England did not conquer the United States of America.
I am saying that there was already the Spanish and the Portuguese over here in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, and we bought that land from them and or conquered it from them as well.
Okay,
in little skirmishes.
But they were still. Was that first?
Okay,
right?
bro. Dinosaurs were here first as well, dude. Are we gonna give claim to them? All right, natives were here as well, and they were conquered as well, bro. Should we all just go back to our home nations? Like, bro, what are you fucking on about?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that when it comes to the Western Hemisphere,
not from our home nations.
Back to, bro. I don't even have nowhere to go back to, bro. Like, I'd just be floating around in a whirlpool.
You would just be, you're half, yeah. That would suck ass.
I'll be like, hey, bro, does anybody want me for kickball? I'll run fast.
And also, most is a wound. First off, most Spaniards,
fuck it.
Most Spaniards are Moors.
We're done with this conversation. I want to go back to the one that me and Own a Spot was having. Hold on a second.
I'm just saying, you guys said Spaniards are Europeans. Technically, they're half African.
Fair enough. That's the end of the conversation. But speaking of on the wound conversation that Own a Spot was talking about, what I was going to say was, I was like, as a community, when we have a community where the dialogue has broken down to where it's either all black women are the problem or all black men are the problem, or like it's a community that doesn't even like each other. To be honest, it's like the level of disrespect. Huh?
Lots of babies, Ray.
100%. But I mean, the thing is though, I don't really focus on what the peasants do. Like, I don't care. Like, I care about my interaction with people. And the problem that I see personally in the community is like black women look at black men across the board the same. So a black woman will look at a dude who makes $40,000, sits at home, got Cheeto crumbs in his belly button and beats off and plays Madden all night and smokes trees, the same way she's going to interact with, like, I get the same interaction. There's not a difference.
No.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Facts.
And I like it. And honestly, in all honesty, when a black woman steps to me, she's gonna come with some sort of pejorative. Are you gay? Why do you smell good and dress well? Like, why don't you smell like trees?
Talk to proper.
Yeah,
he's
like,
right. Yes, it is.
That's the
Unfortunately,
issue.
black women don't respect.
And the problem that creates culturally is like, I just won't date you. Like, I'm not only am I not going to date you, like, that's going to be the end of the conversation, because I'm going to hit you with some weaponized autism fucking response that's not going to make any fucking sense. And then you're really not going to want to talk to me. And because I don't want to talk to you at this point, because like I'm like, this is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
So
DWs are too combative.
You're not. Hold on, Moy. Stop. We're not losing out on the. You're losing out on the best of the culture that should be emulated.
Yes.
Is the problem. And we're not breeding with you. So what you're doing is you're making babies with other fucking losers and then creating more losers. Because the gene pool's thinning out because you're just getting dumbasses making babies. And like the only hope that they have is that the mom's smart and that their brain comes from the mom and not the dad.
I agree with Natasha. I was going to say something similar. I tend to not use the word class, but I would say that woman's set of conditions and circumstances plays 100% into the level of respect that you receive. I want to, of course, validate what you're saying, because that's your actual experience. And it took me a while to understand that Black men are telling their truth about how they experience Black women. I found it surprising because none of the Black women that I hang out with act like that. So it was tough for me. But I mean, you can't all be lying. So, okay, so you're telling the truth. So it has to be that what we come from, what we experience, informs how we're able to interact with you all. And unfortunately, some of you all have had these not so great experiences, but I think that if you guys understand that, hopefully that is helpful on your end to understand that a woman that is being like that with you off the jump, just, disrespectful and, in some cases abusive, that has to do with where she is coming from.
Oh yeah, Lord forgive them. They know not what they do.
Right. But I mean, and I mean, I don't.
Target earlier?
You said what?
Were you at Target earlier?
No, I was in my building. I was just literally walking around the building. I'm outside.
I got excited. Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
Target, no.
So listen, that's so funny. Were you at Target? I love that.
Guess what, Ray? I can walk again.
I noticed. I saw you. I was gonna ask. I was like, are you limping and just holding the camera at a good angle, or are you actually walking right? Okay.
I'm here to get these reps in.
No. Head out. I gotta go to bed, you guys.
Dude, you get some rest, Bumpkin. I appreciate you stopping through, brother. It's good to hear from you.
Bumpkin, good stuff, man.
Bye,
shoot me a text tomorrow if you got time while you walk in your miles.
I'm free tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. So if you want to call, we can call.
Okay, bet. I'll be up early. So like I'll be up in about probably around. Are you Central Time too?
Yeah, I'm CST.
Yeah. So I got to go help one of my guys switch out a control system. So I'll be up in around about 8. So you can just hit me up whenever.
All right. Yeah, based. I'll just be drinking my coffee and smoking a cigarette. I just got a few things to say before I go. One, shut down the border completely. No immigration to the U.S. 2, I'm not even debating that fact at this point, by the way. I'm just stating it as fact. 2, a bad woman will ruin a man for life. All right, peace.
Later. But yeah, I don't. So, like I said, like that's just a personal critique, and it's like really one of the only times that I've ever even brought it up because we're having a conversation. But I don't sit around like bashing Black women. Like I don't personally. It's water off a duck's back because other chicks fuck with me. Like I don't care. like I'm just like, nah, that's. You're missing out on a good life. Like that doesn't really affect me in any type of way aside from I'm just like, why did you walk up rude? Like, it's annoying, but it's not one of those things where I'm just like, oh, I just want these women to act like I'm like, nah, because there's plenty of other women that fuck with me. So it's not an issue. And like, that's kind of it's a mentality type of deal, but it's also one of those scenarios where we're heavily influenced by what we see in the media. Like, I personally think that black culture, if you want to so-called black culture and so-called black people, have an issue with not thinking for themselves.
Yep.
With being influenced so heavily by everything that they see. It's the same reason that you can take somebody, because like, I'm well versed in the history of our people in this country, but I'm not sitting here going, oh, somebody owes me. Like, I'm like, cool, if that were to happen, that'd be cool. Fiscally,
no,
don't think it's
owe you. It's okay to say they owe you, but you're going to do your thing. You're not waiting for somebody to give you.
I'm about to say salvation from the oppressor is crazy. That's wild.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody
owes like historically anything. That's never happened. Like, look, listen,
nobody owes anybody.
On a spot, like me personally, I don't get to talk shit because the lineage that I descend from invented slavery. So I was like, I fucked all of you first. Like, technically, all of you should listen to me. So my ascent right now is just me getting my shit back. That's the way I look at it. like I'm like, I want all my shit back because my lineage used to run this shit. Like, I'm a descendant of Ramses III. I enslaved this planet. That's my genes. That's my lineage. Like, I know where I came from. So I'm like, okay.
Drop the fucking mic. Okay.
They got their little couple of 100 years. Like, my family, we ran this shit for thousands of years, motherfucker, and taught you math. Like, come on, bro. Like, say something. Like, so I don't look at it that way because I never grew up thinking that I was a victim. I was like, motherfuckers, like, had to go through some shit. Like, okay, we gonna get our shit back. It's what it is. But
my grandfather used to tell me fair.
I don't look at it with like that level of a chip, because whenever somebody brings up slavery, I'm like, I probably enslaved most of your ancestors.
Everybody's been enslaved, man.
Facts.
Every person has enslaved, and everybody's been enslaved. Why the
right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if we start going tit for tat, like, I'm gonna be screwed on that deal. So I just shut up. I'm like, bro, I'll just get my reparations back out the market or something.
I'm telling people right now, like, you know what I'm saying? My mom's side, they're South African. They was involved in some crazy stuff. It is what it is, man. Everybody's got dirt, man, and every people's done something or has something happen to them.
But the thing that I was gonna say was the issue is, Black people will read the history of something that never happened to them and internalize it. And that's the disconnect for me, is like, I'll read stuff, and I read stuff every year. Like, over Black History Month, like, I literally read books that are counter things that I fucking believe in, just because I'm like, I need to re-indoctrinate this. And you do not see me up here supporting BLM and all this stupid shit to placate to make us okay where we're at. Because we're not okay.
You mean George Soros, not BLM?
Yeah, right. But because we're not okay where we're at.
All that stuff.
Hold on, not done. Because we're not okay where we're at. We're not okay where we're at. The trauma that's happened generationally, the wounds that have been inflicted, are not an excuse for the decisions we're making now. Outside of the fact, and there's no justification for this unless people don't think for themselves and they get fed a narrative, because we've seldom.
Did you address my sex? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, up until integration, since integration, we haven't controlled our narrative. Ever. We've constantly been told who we are, what we're capable of, and what we can do. And that was reinforced during the Jim Crow era with violence.
Yes. Extreme.
So right now we have a unique opportunity to control that narrative, I believe.
Correct. Yes. Correct. So then it becomes, what's going on, B Magic? So then it becomes a conversation of how are we navigating now? What decisions are we making now? Because understandable, if you come from a culture that's trash, I totally get it. But I know plenty of people. One of my mentors right now runs one of the best electrical firms. Dude's got an 8th grade education. According to all of these so-called warrior queens and boss bees, not eligible. Dude got more money than you could fucking imagine, and you want to judge him on his education level, but he got that dog in him.
But what did you think
that's
about
fucked up.
Those are, but I mean, it's a true thing.
That happens.
And when we're talking about the decisions that we're making now, when we have a say in our narrative, when no one's touching you anymore, and you're so traumatized that you keep inflicting the damage on yourself generation after generation.
Maybe people just like benefits.
The layer is compensation or benefit, as maybe as Moy said, like if I were, if any of us were to turn our channels into some kind of menstrual crazy clown stuff, right?
Yeah.
We'd be generously compensated for that. And so
100%.
I think what we're seeing it's not even degeneracy. I think a lot of these people do know better. They're getting paid. And that's it. They're not trying to
I would have to
destroy
agree.
children or do
I
any of
agree.
that.
They do know
I
better.
agree with that too. But not the everyday person is not being
also
paid.
agree with it. But the influence that they're having on other people, because the problem is as you go down this pyramid, because the degeneracy isn't in this specific case isn't just being consumed by white people. It's barely being consumed by white people. It's mostly being consumed by people that look like us. So, bro, we literally have like 3 white people that frequent this channel.
No. Oh, no, but I agree with that.
But what I'm saying is, Fight Club. Are you saying that there's a heavy white audience over on Fight Club? There's 5 white people.
No. I didn't know you were talking about this. I thought you meant in general American culture, because I would say
in these
Americans love hip hop and they love negative. We love negative stuff that comes from this negative stereotypes of African Americans. So
also true, but
that's everybody, because I see every day, unfortunately, people taking on these negative stereotypes, and they're not necessarily brown skinned people. But yeah, when you're talking about these circles of the panels, yeah, you're right. My bad.
Shout out, not lost. But I mean, think about it though. The people outside of our culture who really gravitate into Black culture are the trash of their cultures. Let's keep it being.
No,
let's keep it being.
Order the business people.
You know how many white chicks we, bro.
Unfortunately, it's so mainstream.
Saint, tell them when we go to the club and it's a hardcore rap club and they're playing Sexy Red. It's them white chicks who be eating hot Cheetos, talking out the side of their mouth, trying to pretend like what they think we are. It's
correct.
But you don't think?
But also, when we're at the white spot, they look at all of us together and they're like, "Wait a minute, all you all know each other?"
Yeah. Also true.
You're not telling me that there's not a white chick right now driving a Tesla who's got a nice bag, who's not listening to hip hop in her car?
Hold up. Let me Magic get in real quick.
Great.
So I think I understand. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I understand what Ray is trying to say. There's one thing as using an entertainment aspect as entertainment, like you can listen to it. And there's another thing into, like he's saying, indulging in it, hot Cheetos, corn rolls, you know what I'm saying? Smacking gum. There's one thing of just understanding the art form as an art form and moving on with your life. And there's another thing of actually indulging and engaging and trying to make it a part of your persona. So yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
Right.
I'd agree. Ray, I'm about to get out of here. I love all of y'all. I just want to share this. My grandfather used to tell me, fair got games and prizes that come around once a year. Ain't shit in this life fair. And one day I'll take you to one. So
bruh.
I'll let y'all.
Later, bro.
Later. So true.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like I can look at what's happened and I can ingest it, I can take it in, but like that just galvanizes me. Like when I read about all the stuff that's happened and I get up to me, because my grandparents, they tried to burn their house down when we moved into our middle class neighborhood when I was a baby. That's in 1984. They were still basically torches and pitchfork and fucking houses for Black people in 1984. Had no idea. I had no idea. And the reason I had no idea was because they never brought it up. They never said shit about it until I was an adult.
Wow.
And when I asked why, they were like, we wanted you to make your assessment of the world and then be able to process that against the history.
What? So they didn't stay in their own personal bubble? They actually understood the world was bigger than what was going on with them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they didn't want to taint my experience with it. They were like, you know what? You experience the world, then we'll give you the history and you can reconcile this yourself. Most people who run in the Victim Olympics and use this as an excuse, they grew up in households, and other Black people that I knew that we interacted with had households like this where they were like, oh, you got to be careful around them white folks. They'll kill you. You gotta be like this. You know them white people racist. They don't like you. Yeah, they let you in their house, but they don't like you. And my family was just like, no, like if you're gonna have friends, like you can have friends. And you know, the first time when I was in middle school, when one of the little kids popped off and dropped the N-bomb on me, beat his ass in front of my house. Went back in and told my mom. She was like, that's what you do. She's like, you don't let people fuck with you. Some people suck. That's how you deal with it. Like, so I didn't grow up getting instilled with a victim mentality from the jump. So like, I'm just like, cool, you can say whatever you want. The reason I'm built the way that I'm built is because I hit people. Like, we got two different sets of values, bro. Like,
what B Magic was saying is basically though what I was saying about the traveling thing. Why it's important to travel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for experiencing other cultures. I do enjoy the cultural experience. I don't necessarily think that you should go broke traveling if you can't afford it. I think that
I didn't say that.
You got to fix your situation first, then maybe you can meet some other people. But like, it just doesn't. I don't think that people don't leave their blocks right now, Moy. Like, there's people that you meet in the hood that ain't never left them 3 blocks.
Oh, I know
Like,
that.
I mean, traveling for some people might just be going across town and seeing some shit that ain't in your neighborhood. Like,
I get that, and that's the majority of the world. That's in general.
Well, I think statistically, like 70% of the America, the United States, the people in the United States don't even leave their state.
Yeah, so, they don't. And that's what I was saying.
A lot of people, it's a privilege to actually go on vacation. A lot of people don't go on vacation.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
on vacation right now. Give thanks.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah, but you be grinding. You be grinding though. Like, you earn vacations.
See, vacation is only a Western thing. It's not like a lot of people don't even do vacations around the world. So.
Right. Right. And I mean, like, when you go back to, but also, I mean, with Black people specifically, it's almost a reservation mentality to where, like, you're safe in your ecosystem because that's where you have your sense of norm. And to Moy's point, traveling challenges that.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. And I think the United States in general is like what you're saying. I don't think it's just Black people. I think the United States in general is exactly what you just said. People do not like to get outside their comfort zones, whether it's traveling, whether it's a new idea. And I honestly think that's a fucking disservice. I mean, I'm not, and I'm not a liberal lefty. I'm really not. So that's why when Bumpkin said that, I'm like, bro, I'm talking about two different things. I'm not saying because you travel or because you decide to get outside of your pigeonhole, you have to be a liberal lefty and allow immoral behaviors. I didn't say that.
No. So I think when you talk about like disparaged communities, it's a little bit different because, and the only reason I say that is because they're traumatized into their space. Like, the safety comes in where we can sit there and go, okay, you have a group of people that will sit there and kill themselves in their communities every day.
Mm-hmm.
A police officer comes in and kills a person who is more or less a piece of shit. And everyone loses their shit because he wasn't of the community. That's literally a trauma response. That the people who live in that community, you know, they don't leave because they're so scared of these people that their interaction with them is, you came in here and harmed one of us, and that's the only thing we see. We didn't see this dude kill
that's why I said at the beginning.
week, 2 people the week before that. They've been gunfighting outside since God knows when. But when you come in here and take one of them out, it's a problem.
That's why fear. Fear. You have 2 emotions:
a trauma
fear
response.
and love.
And the Native American reservations are the same way. Like, them people don't.
I know.
They do.
I had one growing up around the corner from me. I know all about
they
that.
They don't leave.
And they're very poverty. The Native American reservations, people don't realize, one of the most like poverty-stricken places.
100%. But it's also a sense that they're safe there. They got their laws. You extrapolate that out to the hood. They're safe there. They got their laws. If you go to a white trash trailer park, it's the same thing. They're safe.
Yeah, they got their code.
They have their laws.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, they're not going to freak out when the cop comes in and pops one of them off if they get 2 out of line. But it's the same premise because those people also don't leave unless they join the military. Like, it's literally like that's.
I get that. But there's plenty of people who, for example, on the flip side, there's plenty of people who don't have the money and they may join the military just so they can travel.
Hold on, wait a second. Not Lost said, well, some Native communities are doing very well. Only the ones in your country, sir. The ones here, not so much.
And the ones here, the only ones that make it are the top of the communities, the top of the tribal leaders that own the casinos. Everybody else gets shafted.
Bro, boy, don't even say that. They're white people. Unless it's a nondescript casino, them's all white people. Like, they're just white.
It's
$5 Indians.
It's Native American.
No, it's white. It's Elizabeth Warren Native American though. They're not from the tribe. Like, the tribe might get a little bit of a kickback, but the person who owns the casino is basically a white person who's pulling an Elizabeth Warren that goes, hey, unless it's those little small town casinos where it's like that's the one thing there. But like when you talk about like Harrah's, the MGM Grand, like them large
Mohegan Sun. I'm talking about Mohegan Sun.
What is that? A small
Mohegan Sun?
I haven't even heard of that. So that might not be white people.
That's not white people. That's not the $5 Indians. That's not the $5.
Right.
I always thought it would be interesting for us as a group to have our own subsection of land and like in a sovereign situation. I think that would be interesting.
But why?
Everybody can do that.
I have to ask why.
Oh,
what you mean? Why?
I mean, why? Because okay. This is how I feel.
Mm-hmm. Listening.
Okay. Everybody wants their own land. They want reparations. They want all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
To Moi's part, when you travel, you will understand you are the most benefited, the most privileged, the most everything when it comes to being any aspect of a dark-skinned person on this planet, being here in America. You got America. You want your own land, but you already got America. You could do whatever you want. You can go do a shopping spree at the mall. You could buy whatever car you want. You can get you a house. You could do whatever you want, but y'all still want to have your own land. For what reason? Why? What? For what reason? I have yet to meet a black person that really
I tell you like this.
can't excel in America. I know felons that even got bread right now.
Facts. I know a couple fellas that got mad legal bread. They're doing well.
Is it all about bread though? Let's think about what you really think about what you're saying, Magic, right? And I understand where you're coming from, right?
No, it's not all about bread.
It does give you that illusion.
Well,
that
the American dream is an illusion. So
that you're free to do whatever you want, but technically you can't. This is what makes America great, right? This is what makes America great. For human rights,
you can do whatever you want. Let's not misconstrue what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you have more freedom to do whatever you want to do in other countries. I'm not saying
that's what I was saying since the beginning. That's all I was saying.
About you have the freedom to go upside everybody's head that you come in contact with. I'm not saying that type of freedom.
And I didn't say that we don't have problems.
No. And I would agree that you're right. You're in the best place for human basic kind of civil rights, even though, right, brothers are still getting attacked, right? We all know that. But if you want to see, like, you want to be one with nature and all that, I think it would be good to like live in the southern regions of the states or outside of the states. But for human rights, this is the best place. Like, I can only imagine, because there's right now there's over 30,000 that are dead in Gaza. Could you understand the kids out there?
Yeah,
playing soccer, and then they know that they're playing soccer, and then they know they've got landmines everywhere at any given time.
That's what
At
I'm saying.
any
We
given
got it
time,
good.
look, at any given time, right? It can just pop off. Like, yo, that's serious business.
We
and
got
then
it good.
and then let's look at, right, if for South Africa, for an example, let's just take South Africa, right? Where racism there, whites walk on one side of the street and blacks walk on the other side. Like, the madness going on everywhere, right? It's crazy. But for, if you want to find yourself, you want to be, saying, outside of that city life and a different mindset outside of the US is superb. And I fall back.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. The quality of life outside
The quality of life
is a lot better. But we got to stop acting like, this country owes us anything, because they've already given us everything that we've been the most privileged people in history. We're one of the most privileged people in history.
Bro, you can walk around here with rainbow hair, do a whole bunch of crazy things. Bro, half these other countries in the world, you do that and they're going to hang you in the town square.
It wasn't given, it was earned. And, it wasn't. Yeah, but to answer your question, my thought on it, as far as being an experiment, it would be to experiment with things like self-governance, establishing and being able to control our own culture and where it goes, our own image, and that kind of thing. So that was my thought on that.
I mean, if we're gonna do something like that, though, it'd have to be out of the country.
Are you talking about
somewhere else? Like, you would just have to go buy land somewhere else and secure it. Like, other communities already do that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think that you would get it. I think my only concern with doing it here within the United States borders, I don't trust this government. We get Waco, Texas. Like, because it'd be the smart ones, and they'd be like, cool, they're all in the same spot. I'm gonna burn that up.
Like, move in Philly.
What?
I said, move in Philly. They literally bomb citizens.
Well, I mean, that was a long time ago. Waco, Texas, I watched that on TV.
Yeah.
And then was white people. I'm like, bro, if they gonna burn them white people up in the house live on TV and just not give a fuck, bro, I'm not trying to do nothing that revolutionary here.
Bro, they threw those grenades in there like it was nothing.
And let's not forget the Tuskegee experiments here.
Well, I mean, the Tuskegee.
Let's not forget that.
You know what I'm saying?
So check it out, though. You wasn't alive for that. I'm referencing. Like I said, we can go back down the annals of history all we want. I'm talking about things they've done in modern times. It wasn't Waco wasn't the 80s. That was done in the 90s, my guy. Everyone on this channel was alive for it.
And I feel you. If you want to talk about modern times, right? And I tell you this much, yo. The plague, I don't care. At this point, it is now the color lines. It's not about color like it used to be.
Facts.
You feel me? It still is. It plays a role, but it's now more.
It's a minimal role in America.
It's more of the have and the have-nots, or it's I'm gonna say, and it's about your bloodline.
Yep.
If you've got a certain type of blood within you, guess what? You're going to be fine. Hence, what's the lady that married the prince?
It's always
Markle.
been like that.
Meghan Markle.
Yeah, right.
It's always been like that. People forget this country was also founded by the monarchy in the sense that all those people, even though they were fighting, and yes, they seceded technically from England, people forget the majority of them still had ties to monarchistic families because they were related.
Well, most people don't understand. Most people don't understand that America right now, right, is England's little brother.
Facts. Always been.
It's very hard, and it's very hard for a lot of Americans to come to grips with that because you don't speak American. You speak English. Facts. Our higher learning of education is the Ivy League schools, Harvard, Brown.
Technically, all of it comes from the Austrian school.
These are English British names, and just like you said, Moy, look, it's always been like this. What am I saying? What am I saying as a whole?
Simon, don't laugh, bro. Don't laugh. Go ahead and start talking so that he can give you some respect, bro.
Those two things that you said, bloodline and classism. That's ancient, man. That's
exactly. It's always been.
That's Bible. That was in even tribes had
this nigga has spoil on his head and he's trying to be inconsistent and incoherent at the same time. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never asked Mr.
What is going on? Like, wow, you talking about my
Simon came in hot, bro.
My prince, my king, my prince. Just because you don't.
Are you speaking about King Charles? You want to speak about King Charles?
I was speaking about what you were speaking about. Is that who you're talking about? King Charles, right?
Yes, King Charles.
Okay. What's wrong with him?
He waited 80 years to become king. and
you got foil on your head, nigga. I mean, what?
Definitely. Hey, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
How does that do anything for everybody?
Let me tell you why. Let me bring it out to you, right? This is me.
Tell me something interesting.
Look, Simon, keep it real with you, right? This is me paying homage, right, to all the thinkers, like the great minds, right, that thought, that think.
Tell me, all right, tell me one great mind. Tell me one great mind.
Oh, man, where you want me to start? You want me to go into history? Do you want me to go into science department? Look, I just made a video, right? Okay, let's go into the science.
Wore a tinfoil hat.
Let's go to the science department.
Tell me one great
name.
mind.
One name. Maxwell Chikumbutsu, who was able to power a TV without using the electricity. He was able to grab the radio frequencies in the air to
electromagnetic field. Also,
exactly.
Nikola Tesla.
To power, not only to power a TV, but to power a vehicle, a helicopter, and a drone. And the reason why we don't know about this is to go back to what Magic was saying. We're free to do whatever. No, you weren't free to know that information exists. You're not free.
How'd you find out?
How do I find out? This is why I wear the tinfoil hat.
No, so the tinfoil. No, how did you find out? If we are not free to find out that information, then how did you find out?
You know who told me?
No.
See, I wear this. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, you are confined. You're confined, so you don't have the freedom to find that information.
I wear the tinfoil hat because I can get direct messages from up high.
Okay, all right. Moving on,
bro. Why'd you just say that?
I'm sorry, Reckless. I'm sorry.
Sometimes we wear tinfoil hats so that we can direct message each other during the show.
We can practice it. All we gotta do is just go.
We can just wear.
All we gotta do is just go.
That's frequencies. That's a frequency.
There's a frequency.
Oh if we all did do that, it would create a frequency, and that is a very positive frequency.
Yep.
No joke.
Makes
everything is energy.
It makes total sense.
So Simon, we were talking about the racial wealth gap before T said that aliens were subjecting us all.
Yeah, and I got totally distracted. I was just like, Jesus. I actually came in here because I was actually having a conversation with someone previously about investment. And
nice. You know, we're trying to get more people that look like us to invest and like not buy rent.
Yeah.
And we're trying to. I was trying to sort of explain this in a certain type of way. So the question she posed to me was like, she's from another foreign country. She was like, "Yo, if I want to go to a Western society country, because she's not in a Western society country, she was like, "Yo, how do I invest?" And I was like, "Well, there's so many different strands to that, right?" So if you was actually posed with a question, let's say like you had a love interest in another country or something like that, for example, or just a friend that was a really good friend, never interacted with them or whatever, and they were like, "Yo, we've been talking over the phone or whatever, and like, I'm really serious, dedicated, I've been studying or whatever," and they're real serious, and it was like, "Yo, I want to come over. How are you gonna sort of enable that woman to come over and have a confidence in you that they're going to be able to invest and be secure in the country that you're in?"
You mean bring them to the United States? I would not bring a female to the United States.
Why not?
I know you won't. I know you won't. You said that
the question wasn't for you, bro. Why?
No.
Why not bring it here?
Can I breathe? Can I breathe, bro?
Straight out the back. No, I ain't doing it. Is this all right?
This is a reason you can't put 6 niggas on a panel, bro. Like, it's ridiculous. Boy want to answer every fucking question, and he ain't even a from here nigga. Like, ridiculous. No. So anyways, no. I mean, me personally, I said any chick that I'm with, that I entertain, that I date, I give them literally all the game that I have. Like, if I was to have a wife, I'm not worried about alimony, child support, none of that shit, because my wife's going to be set up exactly how I'm set up. So, like, the concept of her needing anything from me if she's not around me is stupid. If you date me long enough and you have an interest in finance, you will have your finances set up the way that I've got mine set up. Even if we break up, you're going to be in a better spot. That's how I go with it. I'm just like, cool, I'll give you the exact process. I'm not that smart. I'm pretty fucking dumb. I am good with financial math. About it. It's all I got going for me is that and athleticism. Like, it's all I got. So I pretty much, if I'm dating somebody, like, I'm like, I want you to have what I have. I don't want you to have to be with me, because honestly, I don't want to have to be with you either. So I want you to be secure in yourself. Like, I'm not going to be like, I've got to control all your money. I'm like, look, you should probably have your shit set up like this, because what you're doing isn't effective. Like, this might work better. You'll make more money. You'll grow wealth faster. Like,
good dude, right?
But I mean, I don't think there's some magic sauce. It's different for every person based on because I mean, you got to look at how a person takes on risk, how people look at risk. Like, that's a big one that people don't even assess, is like, can you deal with making money the way that I'm making money? Now, granted, now that I got my dividend portfolio spitting out over $100 a month, that's a different conversation, because I can do this shit boring too. It's just I don't enjoy dealing with my stocks as much as I do with crypto, because crypto's faster. And I've been doing it for 10 years. So I'm used to money flowing at a certain speed. And traditional finance, you got to have a lot more money to get it going at the speeds of what I can generate in a riskier market. So, I mean, that's kind of my 2 cents. There's a lot of different ways you can come at that, but it's based on your ability to assess risk. Because, like, traditional finance in the US, if you don't have like a large amount of money, the money flows slow. Like, it took me a long time of like very dejectively putting money into an account to get it to where it's spitting out $100. Now that it's spitting out $100, I'm like, there's interesting stuff I can do now. And that's the start of interesting stuff. But my crypto portfolio, over the course of a decade, like, it's over 6 figures. Like, it's not that was not difficult to me because I could see the forward momentum happening. So I was getting the reward faster. If that, because like we go on a reward response. So like if you set somebody up with an account, I mean, even $100 a month really isn't shit, but in a traditional financial portfolio, that's the start of a snowball. But when it was just spitting out $5, I didn't even want to fucking look at it. Right. Because I'm just like, even though that's something, it's like it doesn't feel like something till it becomes something. I'm like, I could use this money to pay my phone bill every month now. I covered a bill.
Right.
Like, but the build up for that is a lot slower than how I've amassed my net worth and built up my net worth now. Because like even with housing, I can only buy a house basically with the way that I budget my money, I can only buy a house every probably 4 to 7 years, doing it the slow way myself, like as one person. Mm-hmm. Like that's a long drag of just saving up money going, oh, like eventually I'm going to turn this into another property. Mm. And most people don't have that level of discipline. And that's actually the problem is like people want something quick and there is no quick. You are looking at 5 years or 10 years. Unless somehow within that 5 years, your preparation meets an opportunity in which people will say you got lucky. That's the only way this works. You were looking at a 5-year window or a 10-year window. And normally it's a 10-year window, but you can break it down to 5. But like it's going to take you 5 years. If you're starting from scratch and zero, you're not going to see anything that makes you feel good about yourself for 5 years. And you're going to have to do the work that whole time. Otherwise, it just pushes it out.
I tell a lot of people investing is like having a business.
Yep.
It takes 5 to 10 years to actually see legitimate progress in your business.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
100%. And that's the issue. Are you
in love with this woman?
What?
Simon. That was for Simon, I think.
We don't get emotional.
Well, sorry, I didn't catch that. What's that?
You don't get emotional?
Are you in love with this woman?
You're gonna fly a woman out?
Wait. Chill for a second, Mo. What are you getting involved with? The woman's asking me a question. What are you saying? Wait.
No, because is she moving here to invest or is she moving here to be with you?
Potentially both. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, and I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, we're business partners, so no, because we're business partners. Yeah, but there may be a connection there.
Oh, so there's pleasure too?
Plausibility.
Yeah, this is a relationship thing, guys.
No. Wait. No, I didn't say. No, wait. No, back off for a second. That's a woman thing. I didn't say that. I didn't say it's a relationship thing. I said it's plausibility. Now, what that means is
plausibility is what we're calling it.
Plausibility. No. Look, I'm a lawyer. It's plausibility, right? So at the end of the day, yeah, it means that we have a contract at the moment. So she could come over, and we're doing good. In a relationship, you get in a business relationship sometimes with people, and things can like be kind of like icy, or it could be fruity.
No,
and you got to judge
fruity.
It.
What?
Oh.
So wait, are you gonna ban your employees?
Wait a second. Hold on. Whoa.
That's a language. That's a language.
Yo, if you've actually traveled,
does that mean something different than what it means here?
Yes.
It could be frosty or fruity, like in terms of the conversations you're having.
Juicy,
yeah. When
on the spot, no, it can't be juicy. I ain't doing juicy business.
This is why we speak American. We do have our own language.
No, fam, we ain't doing juicy business.
So Simon, I get the point. I get the point that you're saying. It's a no.
Hey, I appreciate it as well. At least you brought it up because none of the men were bringing it up because
I see how I picked up on it.
So wait, Simon, you're planning on sleeping with your employee or your partner. That's it, basically.
No. It don't go as far as that. It don't. it don't initiate until it initiates. It's not that sort of thing.
Wait a minute.
Well,
wait a
you
minute.
already thinking about it.
Hold up, Simon. Do you assert dominance by walking into the initial business meeting and whipping out your meat and just looking at them until they break eye contact? It's
not a physical thing. It's more.
Are you sure, Simon? So Simon, one question. Just one question, Simon. One question, Simon.
From a Brit, some shit. Like, stop, man. No.
From a Brit, from a Brit to another Brit. Look, from a Brit to another Brit.
You act like bears, and this is why men don't like this shit, because you're coming out with your claws and you want to go.
We're not
in the jungle anymore. We're not in the jungle.
Why is there so much innuendo in everything you say right now, Simon?
No, bro. No. You go. If you're dealing with
she has to take your swimmers, Simon.
Simon, you're the one who said it. You're the one who said you want to bang your employee.
What I mean, Simon?
I'm just trying to understand how you do juicy business.
Moy, did you just say ho?
I said ho, Simon.
Someone said ho. I heard ho.
No, I didn't say ho. I never said that. I said you want to sleep with your employee. That's what I said.
No, you can't. You're not supposed to sleep with your employees. That's exactly how you lose your
Why
business.
is it that white people can get their head around this and black people can't? It's like this has been going on for generations, and the fact
you just said
every time we start
to
have a conversation about like just having a mutual understanding, like in terms of a potential relationship,
because women don't work like that, and you know they don't.
Come on, Simon. It sounds real suspect.
Well, tell me something different, because I was in a 10-year marriage, and apart from that, I've been celibate. So I don't really understand what you're talking about.
You've been celibate for a decade?
You've been celibate for 10 years?
Longer than me.
You guys need to use your ears. I said I was married for a decade. I've been celibate for 3.
Oh, Simon, Simon, you're brilliant, Simon.
That just good.
Simon, I think you guys are going to hit it off.
Why am I even going to think about sex in terms of like having a relationship?
Because you haven't been having it, apparently. Like, that's all I would think about.
So it's
it sounds like you're thinking about it, man.
Simon,
he is not even at a New Year's Thanksgiving party, and he's got foil on his head. So is that the epitome of a man? I don't really understand.
What do you mean epitome of a man?
How many boats in a bottle have you made since you haven't been having sex? Because I would have made all of them by now.
I don't know what that means.
That's where you like get the little bitty boats and you build them inside of those bottles.
You pull the string
because you ain't got shit else to do, because you just got like one little stick and you put the boat together in there because like you're not getting sex. So
I don't know what that means.
I mean, at this point, you just need to make this juicy partnership happen.
Yo, why don't you, Simon? Why don't you marry her and make her your helpmate?
Why are you guys so? Why are you guys so prone on being so masculine to a point that you need to pop your cherry every
why would you?
Because we're over-sexualized over here.
I don't understand that sort of shit.
Listen,
Simon. It sounds like you guys already have a crush.
Simon, it comes with the toolkit, man. After I do my push-ups and my sit-ups, I get up and I want to punch somebody who says crikey in the mouth, bro. Like, that's just what happens in America. It's the tap water. There's testosterone in the tap water, and the chemtrails are turning the frogs gay, bro. Like, it's wild over here.
There was an actual song. There was an actual song called Water, and I didn't really get it right because I'm kind of intelligent. So I was just like, her lyrics was make me sweat, make me water. So does that mean
I know what that means?
You know what it means.
We have to have this conversation.
Come on, Simon. You know what it means.
I didn't. I really didn't. I really don't. Is that some sort of like something where you're making someone pour out of themselves? And
Simon, hold on, wait. I got this one. Simon, you ever been with a chick where you got to put like 2 or 3 towels down on the bed?
No, probably.
Before you get them into the bed.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
Okay, that's the water part.
Yeah,
that's the water.
Yeah.
Hey, Simon, don't lie now, Simon.
Yes.
It's the reason you should always have a mattress protector, gents.
No, but I was being serious.
Because you're going to wet the bed. It's in case she wets the bed.
If you guys are already working together and you guys have an attraction, Why don't you guys just get married and she works for you? Why does that sound so crazy?
Because it's a business, more. It's a business.
No, but that's crazy because I was having this whole interaction with her, like about like peeing the bed and maybe thinking something else. I don't know.
Where's the conversation going?
I don't know. Well, so B Magic, when Simon shows up, you never know, but his accent makes it kind of okay.
Yes, it's the English accent, isn't it? It's marvelous.
I mean, I'm just like, he just said some wild shit, but it's not what he said. It was how he said it that was kind of passable.
No, because I've never had a conversation with a woman in about 10 years about like her being water or whatever. I just
you know what? You guys have sexual tension and you guys should just fuck.
No.
Wait. Hold on.
I'm putting it out there.
Can I ask you a tinfoil hat to yourself? So hold on, on a spot. Why no?
I'm just asking. All right, sorry, go.
You asking everybody why no?
Yeah. No. I was just gonna ask Moya a question because I'm kind of interested, but
I'm reading the room and I think there's sexual tension and I think you guys are gonna hit it off.
Okay. So that Moy's in. Moy's locked in. I want to hear on a spot now. Moy, you're muted for now because you gave an answer. He says yes. On a spot, what you got?
It's a no. Your established relationship is a business relationship technically, but because you all have crossed the line in terms of conversation, her woman feelings and thoughts have kicked in. So she's not, you have to respect the woman thoughts and feelings. We want security and we want comfort. And so you're going to have to be able to provide that, because that's your man thing, right? So she has her woman thing going, you have your man thing going. Based on what you asked, it doesn't sound like you're in a position to provide that for her now. So I think her uprooting her life from one country to another for the possibility, the plausibility, or whatever you called it, of something potentially happening between you, I think that just sounds, that's so much risk.
She actually said this shit. She said,
wait,
exactly
in other words, in other words,
I'm a woman.
Hold on. In other words, with your broke ass.
Oh
no, I
didn't. Nitro, get back to your push-up, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's my intro?
What she said was, which aligns with what this lady is saying, who has nothing to do with our situation, was kind of interested. What she said was, you're at stage 1, but you're not at stage 2. That's what she said to me.
In other words, dude, you're not good enough. Go level
up.
Man,
get away. What's wrong with you, man?
He's good enough.
Every time I'm on, look, Mandrel, don't let me start, man.
You don't
hold up. Mandrel, you came in, you done stomped all over B Magic shot, because I want to get B Magic's answer because he had one too. B Magic, what you
say? No,
you called it an answer?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
You call these answers?
Why no?
I think on the spot is the only one who had an actual answer.
That's because you're a simp. Anyways,
I'm not a simp. I'm just calling it like it is, dude. I'm just calling it like it is.
Wait, go ahead, B Magic. Let's hear why you say no?
Can we get B Magic's why in here? Because he probably has an actual answer too.
Okay. So what's the question, by the way? I'm playing listen, these conversations. I'll be honest with you. Hold on, I'll be honest with you. These conversations have gotten so ridiculous. I'm literally sitting over here playing Tekken 8. Okay, online.
How many panels are you on right now?
Just go back to doing that. Oh, okay. I mean, just be chill.
Well, the question is, should Simon give his swimmers to the partner?
No, you said it's all wrong. They don't give swimmers; they shag, mate. They shag.
Oh, they shag. Well, no, shag and swimmers. No, swimmers is when you know what I'm saying. You
talk about white people. I'm not white. Okay, we don't shag. I'm black.
Hey, listen, the country you're in, they be shagging, baby.
Simon, you shag. Simon, you shag.
I don't want to be rude.
I'm telling you, go over to the white panels on the UK.
I don't want to be rude to anyone, so I am gonna. This is B Magic was next.
You're rude all the time, man. Get the hell out of here.
Not to be Magic. I don't know him. I can't be rude to the guy.
Trying to be smart. That's all you're doing. Like, don't be stupid.
I can't be rude to B Magic. He's new.
You know.
So I mean, there you go.
So wait a minute.
It was B Magic's turn. I want to hear what the brother has to say.
Go ahead, Magic.
So basically, I said no to the scenario of him smashing just to smash. I don't believe in smashing just to smash if the other person isn't a 3-letter word.
Yeah, because B Magic
3-letter word.
What look like.
What's the 3-letter word?
He knows what
What's the 3-letter word?
3-letter
favorite
word.
3 numbers, 304.
304.
Oh, she's a 304?
No, I'm saying if she's not
Unless
a 304,
she's a 304.
If she's a 304, then that's what they do. Then that's what you
But you know what? Simon is being disingenuous because you guys are basically saying if she let him hit, he would hit.
No, he wouldn't. He doesn't want to break his vows of celibacy.
Nah, Simon.
He's
Where's
not a
Simon?
punk.
Is he still here?
He's not
Where's
going
he
to
at?
be king. Like,
Where's
he a
Simon at?
man
I
with
can't see
needs.
shit.
You leave him alone.
Simon would hit.
He
If he
breaks
allowed
his
it.
celibacy. The
funny
only
thing
time he
is-
breaks his celibacy is in Buckingham Palace. That's the only time.
Exactly. Why not? Because
Then why not, innit?
because I'm gonna provide that woman with a mansion, and you guys can't do that shit.
Why?
Like,
Okay.
One day.
the most you're
And
doing
what
is
is so
Burger
bad?
King. You're doing Burger King and going, okay, this is what our life's going to look like for the next 30 years unless we can build together and go 50-50. That's what you're doing.
See?
Okay?
Simon wants to marry her.
Dude, hold up. Wait a second.
No, he
So,
doesn't.
Simon, wait a minute. So basically, Simon's running around dating like he's a 30-year-old lesbian, bro.
I don't
He got a ring in his back
No, he
pocket.
doesn't.
He got a ring in his back pocket, bro. He show up with all his belongings. Like, we doing this or not?
Are you waiting on it?
There's some truth to that, but I don't date. I'm just saying there's some truth to that, but I don't date. I will run around like
You just
a
fly
lesbian.
them over. You just fly them over and marry them.
I
Make them
will
your employee.
run around like a
I
lesbian.
don't know, Simon. This is kind of
I ain't
sounding very,
dating.
very feminine. I don't know,
Well,
man.
here's what I will say.
Don't tell me you went celibate to wait for the right one. Don't tell me that.
What is wrong with that,
I'm
Magic?
telling you that.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord,
And
Simon,
wait a
come
second.
on, bro. I can't even
Magic,
defend you.
wait.
Now, bro.
No, B Magic is
See?
being contradictory because at the end of the day, he done exactly the damn same thing about 15 years ago. Don't tell
Exactly
me some
the
bullshit.
damn same thing.
You
15
you
years
done
ago.
the same damn thing.
Right.
No, I didn't do the same thing.
Oh, you didn't wait
Boy.
for your wife? You didn't wait
No,
for
I
your wife?
didn't. Actually,
Oh,
when I
you
met
didn't?
my wife, I had like 4 of them on the line. So
Oh, big
No,
boy.
but
Big
wait, but
boy.
be magic. If they
Big
were
boy
they
in the place.
3 letters?
huh?
You just
304.
advised
304.
that you should.
Yeah, they was 3 letters. Yeah, they was 304.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
wait a second. So
Those are
just-
numbers,
just-
by the
just
way.
for
Those aren't letters.
clarification. Just for clarification, most men, Simon aside, we out here. Like if I'm in these streets right now, I'm in these streets.
Your
Like-
partner.
Huh?
Your partner.
What?
I'm not. I am. No, we broke up.
Oh,
I
hey,
said
good
the
job,
same
man.
thing.
Dude, Ray, we gotta go out. Come to New York, baby.
Damn.
Ray, you should have told us.
Oh, I didn't
Damn.
know. Sorry.
Are you gonna take vows of
It's nothing to
celibacy
be-
also?
Hey, listen. It's nothing to be sorry about. I'm the one who broke up with her. Like,
Are you gonna be celibate?
Why?
How long
Yes,
did it
no, I'm
last?
definitely not going to be celibate. Like,
How long,
Gonna be
how long-
celibate?
how long did it
Wait
last?
for the right
I'm gonna
one.
wave that
3 years.
flag.
3 years.
Celebrate
3
flag.
years?
They were cute. B
Just
Magic.
under
They
3
were
years.
cute.
Just under 3
And
years.
you know what else? B Magic. Let me just gossip with B Magic really cute, really quickly. They were very cute, and Ray was very happy. I don't even know Ray. I could tell he was happy.
Wow.
Let me tell you something
I
about
had to react.
most men that I know, if they were so happy, they'd have been married.
Oh my God.
A man
That's not
knows.
true. But not lost his
Ray,
hate
she
shit for
shit the
saying
bed?
that.
A man knows if it's the one, he gonna lock it down. He gonna move on with his life and keep it moving.
That's what
He
I'm
must
saying.
not have been
Yo, bro.
that attached.
Man,
Well, so
how did she shit the bed?
So no, she
Everybody
did
were
not
trying to
shit the bed.
get the tea. Mute yourselves. Go ahead, Ray.
No. So for me, it's a vetting process. Like for me, I gotta trust you. Like if I'm gonna commit, like it's hard enough for me to commit to be in a relationship, period, because that means I don't get to have all the sex I could have to just have sex with your ass. So like that in and of itself is an accomplishment in regards to dealing with me, because I can be out here if I want to.
Uh-oh.
But the issue was it came down like I've only broken up with 3 people in my existence ever, and this was number 3. I'm not good at it. But it was a situation where I had a set trajectory that I'm on, and I'm not going to get off of it. And that requires me to do things like travel, be gone. And she was just not in a space where she was able to process and deal with that once I actually started traveling, which, I mean, you know, if you give somebody like a year's heads up, like, hey, I'm going to have some impromptu trips sometimes from time to time. I'm going to be out of town, blah, blah, blah. Then when I'm actually out of town, I don't want you bringing me grief, especially when out of my peer group, like I'm out of town with one of my employees, and his wife's calling and like cheering us on and telling us like how great we are, and I got my chick calling telling me I'm a piece of shit. So like, because she's upset.
I missed you.
Well, I would have never guessed. No, it's
that.
because she didn't want Ray to be the best man he can because he's going to elevate and leave her. No, that's how bitches are.
It wasn't even that. She had her own trauma that she brought, and I've told people this on panels, and I do navigate the way that I speak in these boxes. At a certain point, there is a cutoff line where I'm like, we got to reset this. Like, I need space from you. Like, I can't be with you and have you understand that you need to fix this because we've been talking about this and you're not fixing the problem. So now you get to be out there by yourself, out from under my covering, and you can do whatever the fuck it is that you do. And don't come back around here unless the problem's been resolved. Like,
you didn't break up like that, did you?
Was she a feminist?
No, she was very conservative. It's just the issue is there's no amount of conservative or liberal that's gonna cover up trauma. And that's
about this though.
That's the reality of the situation is like women will be like, oh, you need to accept this. Like I had a chick that I didn't even get her. Like I'd be hurting chicks' feelings because I'm honest.
Me too, man. It's the worst.
Who was like, oh, well, they're doing, because like apparently on Facebook, at least in my group, my segment of Facebook, they're just now getting to the body count conversation. And I was like, and they're just, everybody keeps posting it. And then they get upset about getting honest answers. And I'm like, does it matter? And is it anyone's business? And I was like, is it anyone's business? Absolutely not. Does it matter? Depending on the level of man you're dating, yes, it does.
Yeah.
And then she wanted to give me some sob story about her experience. And I was like, you do realize that nothing that you bring to my door is my fucking problem that I didn't do to you, right?
Facts.
Like, fuck out of here. Like, it's not my responsibility to
But that's not
and
insensitive, Natasha.
No,
my bad.
no. On a spot, I agree with you. It is to a certain extent, but like, that's who I am.
It's not your responsibility.
What men and black men need from us is for us to be more compassionate and understanding about the things that you all go through day to day. And I agree, we should be. I think where you all can grow is understanding the traumas that women go through, and that and how to deal with that's like a skill. That's something like a good therapist, mental health professional, or whatever can teach you. Like if you had a child that went through something, right? They could teach you how to deal with, your child in a way.
Can you give us an example?
This is crazy.
The T word. Don't mention the horrible T word.
Can you give us an example? Because I can tell you, like my ex-wife turned around like yesterday, although we've been married for about 2 years, called me up and said, "You hate me." And I said, "No, I don't hate anybody." So obviously she's traumatized, right, about something. Right. But I don't know what she's traumatized about. So how, as a black man, am I
traumatized?
Wait, hold for a second. How, as a black man, am I supposed to deal with that? Given you're saying that men are supposed to be a bit more sort of like inclined to understand women's trauma.
Yes, I also said women should be as well. So the thing is, you guys have been through awful stuff. We've been through awful stuff. They just happen to be different things, right? So we're looking at the other person's stuff and saying, oh, that's not a big deal, but you should really care about what I've been through, right? And so we both have to learn. We each have to learn how to slow down and be compassionate toward one another, even if it's just the way in which we communicate.
So
that's all I'm saying.
So from the male's perspective on this, I can tell you straight up that if I'm not bringing any baggage to your door and I've worked extremely hard to build myself to where I am.
Yep.
And I'm not bringing baggage to your door. I'm not doing crazy stuff to you. I'm not trying to go through your phone. I'm trying to make sure you got your space. You have a life. I've got my boundaries. I've got my space. I have a life. I'm not utilizing you as a resource. I pay for all my own shit. When we're together, I pay for your shit. And all I'm asking for is peace in my house.
Facts.
And that's the one thing. The one thing that you refuse to fucking give me. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
But also you got to take into consideration. I'm sorry. What's your name, Miss? I am. Nem, you got to take into consideration that I'm going to be generalizing here, but as far as myself and other men I've talked to, men's world perspective is based on duty, and our happiness. Let's just say we don't have that. Our happiness is not based on happiness like what women think happiness is. Guys get up and do shit every fucking day that we don't want to do. It's life, right? So the point is that we all, as men, every man has a burden of performance, and every man, when they first get the reality of life, whether it's the backhand of their mother or father, or they get beat up on the playground, or they beat somebody up on the playground, whatever that little taste of touching the stove is, every fucking man on this planet learns that doesn't matter about his fucking feelings. He still has to get it done. So when a man shows up at your door, you know what? He's had all the checklists of all these different things that he's done. So he's not fucking up your life. So he can be the provider and protector, right? And we're all adults. Technically, nobody gives a fuck about you except your parents. And happiness, technically happiness, every person has to give that to themselves. That's a reality. No human likes to hear that, but that's the truth. And women definitely don't like to hear that, but that's the truth. And it doesn't matter. A man can buy a woman 5 mansions and she's still going to be unhappy because a woman's happiness is based on feelings. And guess what? Feelings come and go. Duty doesn't.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me give you some of this Cali game. Let me give you some of this Cali game, y'all. Now look. This is British. This is what some of the mini gurus I call pimps say. To speak logically to certain women, you're always gonna clash, fellas. Right? Yeah. Because sometimes she doesn't understand that. Sometimes she has to experience that. So in order to talk to these ladies, sometimes talk to them in their language. Tell them that you feel about something. When you like, that's a key word you said, more. When you tell a woman, hey, well, I feel like you're being disrespectful. Every time that you say feel, she can understand that. She goes, oh my God, you're feeling. Yeah, I'm feeling. Yeah, like I'm feeling kind of hurt right now. So yeah, you're speaking her language. She can't debate what you're feeling just the same way I can't debate what she's feeling. And then so you can play this game of tug of war with her.
No, I'm
you
not.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like,
I'm not doing the delusion. I don't do delusion.
Well, that's right.
I don't fall into delusion. I just tell it how it is.
It's not a matter of game. It's a matter of I don't have the capacity to do that after competing with men for resources all fucking day. Like I don't have time to come home and feel shit.
Yeah,
I just want to come home.
Here's the thing. Here's what we do. Listen, we have a woman on the panel right now. On the spot.
Period.
Okay. That's right.
Oh my god, that was perfect.
I know, right?
No, like I understand in
that's
concept,
what she's
but
that's what she's
the thing that I was gonna say in my situation is none of this wasn't told day one.
I'm
very forthcoming with what you're signing up for.
But you know what? Every woman knows that to begin with, because the situation no woman will tell you is the things that she sees at first that's attractive, that's sexy to her, are those toxic things. You know what I mean? So when the woman,
I didn't do anything toxic.
That depends.
No. But I don't mean. What I mean is
T-word in
that
reference to my story.
No. What I mean is if it's something negative, if her feelings are triggered the wrong way, it becomes toxic. But that same thing, when she didn't so-called know you and she saw you at the bar macking on that other girl and that turned her on and she said, "Oh, that's the man I want," right? She liked that fucking asshole. She liked that. But when it's something that's close up and she doesn't like it and her cognitive dissonance and she's faced with the reality of herself, she doesn't like that. Then you're the asshole.
You know what more you just broke down? That's a female. Women are different.
Exactly. And look, I just watched season 1 of The Sopranos because I'm doing a red pill analysis of Tony Soprano and his wife. No, this is real.
I love that, dude. I'm gonna watch.
Don't do that, bro.
This is fucking real. This is fucking real. Now, to tell this young lady exactly what I'm trying to talk about is his wife told him to go to the therapist in one episode. In the other 4th episode, she almost sleeps with the fucking priest. And she says that my husband's not listening to me. When Tony said, "I don't want to go to the therapist and I want to talk to you." And fucking his wife said, "Go to the fucking therapist." Women are always doing this. This is a woman's talk.
Yeah.
This is how they move.
No. Wait a minute. Let's chill for a second, brother. And not let us relate to Hollywood every day of the week, okay? I'm just saying. Like, if you actually experience a woman for a long period of time, what you're gonna understand is that, and you might not actually understand what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Right?
Spit it, Simon. Jesus. King Simon.
I'm just saying, women speak to men like they speak to women, right?
No, they speak to certain men like they speak to women.
No, wait. Just give me a second. I'm gonna explain that part. Women speak to men who they speak to women, and the only reason, especially in these spaces and in your life, if you ever come across a woman that actually has the balls to actually speak to you like it's in a certain type of way. I went through this, I go through this with my boys. I do youth programs. I do all this type of shit, and they go through relationships and stuff. They're like, "Why is this woman wiling me up?" And it's because you give that woman that space to actually feel that they're comfortable enough to actually speak to you in a certain way, but she don't actually know to speak to you in any type of other way. So what she's trying to figure out is, can you actually speak to me like I could speak to everybody else that's been in my life? Because men don't operate like that. Men don't talk like women. If a man's going to turn around and have an egregious sort of situation with themselves and go, "Yo, it's going to be over within a couple of minutes, couple of seconds," it's not like women. There was this whole platform on the other day. I don't remember what it was, but I think it was Fatty or something. And it was like ladies first. And there was this thing about the chicks on there. They were going like, women don't speak the same way as men. Like we like, there was this whole conversation about, I don't even want to go into that, but they were talking about relationships and like potentially like how men see women as hoes and this sort of stuff. But I was just like, and we was like, yo, if I think it was a relationship thing where it's just like, if Reckless was with a chick, right? And he was with this chick one day and he didn't know that I had a crush on him or something like crush on that chick. And he just went about sort of going about his business with this chick and he kept it to himself. And then like a year later, turn around and go, yo, you know, I was doing this chick, but at the same time I was his friend. But the chick was like, she was like, yo, I held it to myself. And women just operate in a different type of way. You know, it's like they're not about to turn around and go, yo, bro. Like, because if that was my brother, like especially my keen brother, like my next kin brother, where it's just like, yo, I see you rocking with a chick that I had a crush on. I'll be straight away like, yo, just tell me straight up. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you
women
don't
are
need to
not
be
straight up.
See, this
right.
is the thing.
Women are passive aggressive. Men are aggressive.
Women live in delusion, a not real state of reality. They are confused. They are very highly emotional, and they're the most ruthless spiritual beings on this planet.
Yep.
Point blank. Period.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Listen, you pit bulls, calm down. Okay. Now, on the spot, you've heard what the gentlemen have had to say, and I use that word loosely.
Damn! They are gentlemen.
I want to know. Hold on. Let's ask this woman. What is it you think of what you're hearing, and what is it that you're hearing exactly?
But
sad because I'm a spiritual angel.
See,
oh God, here we go.
But no,
yo, you know, let me tell you something.
No, don't cut her off.
Don't cut her off. Let her rock out. Let her rock out.
Let's get it out.
I do want to say, I want to say two things to Ray. The first thing I want to say to Ray is that I'm sure she understood what you were trying to explain to her in the beginning, but what happens is over time, as women go deeper in the relationship, she probably went deeper in her feeling and her attachment to you grew. So that's what made the travel hard. It sounds to me like she didn't do great on communicating. It sounds like she was nagging. I think that women should never nag their men, right? There are different ways to get adjustments from you all. Sometimes women default to nagging because they're just having reaction. And to me, it sounds like the reaction was the change in adjustment in the relationship and you not being around and her being attached to you, and that feeling of, of absence was what she was reacting to. But I'm going to bed. I want to say much respect to all of you gentlemen. I've enjoyed
Good night,
it.
on the
Shout out
spot.
to
Good night, on the spot.
Lady Navoy, Natasha. Love you guys. Have a good one.
Hey, good
morning.
Good morning.
The reason why I keep asking you to
before you go,
is because a lot of these guys need to hear from women and hear how women interpret things in their mind.
I live with a woman.
Because guys, a lot of us just don't understand.
I've never heard the moment of absence, so I just wanted to hear that.
Right, you know what I mean? That was the point. Like, I mean, I wanted you guys to hear what a woman like. She'll hear women hear this conversation. What do they like? How is it interpreted in their mind? Like we're saying these things, you and I understand what you and I understand what each other are saying linearly, but it's like, they have a different filter. We'll say, hey, this thing is upside down. They'll hear, but they'll interpret something completely different.
Yeah, all women when they go to the bathroom, they turn the faucet on.
You will need psychiatric help to try to understand the mentality.
Wait. I say that because the reason I'm saying that is because obviously they shit, but they always project an illusion like they're innocent. That's what I'm trying to say by that analogy. So that's why a woman, she'll take a shit, she'll go to she'll use your bathroom and she'll turn the faucet on. Everybody knows what she's doing in the bathroom, but she'll. What the fuck? We're all human. We all use the bathroom. I'm just using that as an example of women always
let me what they call them? What they call them things where they put them in their ting ting and it's like they put in the bin. I was like, wow, that was the most illusional shit I've seen, man. That was like a magic trick. I've never seen that shit in my life. At the same time, I was enjoying myself. When she came out of the bathroom, she came like out a complete different person.
You'll be wasting your time. You'll be wasting your time.
You know what it looks like. You know what it looks like.
Cut out the evil, bro.
You will be wasting your time to try to understand the mentality of a woman. You will end up in a psychiatric ward.
No, you won't actually. No, you won't
Yes, you
actually.
will.
Once you get his thing, when it comes to understanding the mentality of a woman, once you get it, this I'm not saying it makes sense.
Then there's a waste of time.
But you understand how to communicate with them. No, understanding how to communicate with them, it should be your goal, period. I'm not saying you're gonna understand why they think the way they think and why they hear different shit than what you told them. You're not gonna understand. Now, that's a waste of time. You're not gonna get that because it doesn't make sense. You ask them to explain it, they have no answer because it makes no sense. What I'm saying is understand them enough to be able to communicate with them in a way that they can understand.
No,
speaking that it's like speaking, it's like learning to speak the second language.
You also have to have a baseline of dealing with a woman who doesn't have literally a mental issue.
Bro, that's American
you're not gonna sit there
feminism.
and understand somebody who's got borderline personality disorder.
Bro,
you're
that's 99% of these women.
Understand somebody who's got PTSD that they're directing at you. Like there's nothing
women. Come on, don't be. Come on, like most of us do anyway, like as men. So how do you think?
No,
women
bro, Simon, it's totally different.
Simon,
it's
Simon.
you came back from the military. You don't have PTSD. You telling me that shit?
Oh, I got PTSD from Chicago and the military.
We're expecting all women to just fuck with that.
Ain't got nothing.
My question is it something that's directed at women? I'm talking about women will literally have PTSD and be like, the last 8 guys I dated dicked me down and cheated on me. You're a cheater. Now it's your problem.
Yeah, we don't do that to other people.
I know to duck when I hear gunshots in the distance. Those are two totally different things.
I ain't walking around punching nobody in the face because I got trauma. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And also, Simon,
we got to stop using the word trauma as an excuse.
Exactly.
You trauma, deal with it.
Yo,
Simon, trauma now, Magic. Look, let me give you some numbers. Let me give y'all some numbers about the women here.
Who's asking the question, Mo? Is that Mo?
Wait.
I was asking the question.
Hold on, King Simon. Let me drop this real quick. Just the numbers, right?
Go for it,
because we got to be careful with this word trauma, right? Because if 1 out of 3 women have been touched, that's traumatic, right?
Fact.
Right.
Fondle.
So if there's 10 women in the room, 3 of them are just, you see what I'm saying, have been traumatized. So you gotta approach that differently. Do you know what I'm saying?
Stop.
No.
Stop. Historically, women have been touched even more.
Unless you out here trying to collect the social
status of a lady.
And also, women be touching mad dudes.
They gotta deal with their
they gotta deal with their own trauma, and dudes don't be projecting our bullshit onto women. Like for example,
the same statistic that he brought up is relative to the prison system. So 1 in 5 men have been touched, and that's why they're in prison.
Yeah, but look, Simon,
they don't lock up women. They don't lock up women. Wait a sec. Just wait a sec for a second. They don't lock up women, and the women that we are dealing with
should be locked up.
Being locked up. Right.
But Simon, what I was going to say is that the mating strategy of a woman and a man is different. And because a woman, biologically speaking, even if she's a fucking super feminist, every woman on this planet, their default directive is their fertility, their pussy, sex. So a woman does not use her logic like a man, because there's always some simp who's going to take her out because of the box. That's a fact. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. We both have different mating strategies. They're different. And at the end of the day, a woman always knows that's her true value. So a woman's never going to be a rocket scientist like you think a man has to be a rocket scientist, because a man has to perform in the world because a man doesn't have his dick to fall on.
All right. So, I mean, there have been women hysterically that have been rocket scientists. I mean,
I don't know,
Simon. But I'm just saying. I understand.
It's not their go-to logic in that sense. As we think of it, it's not their go-to.
women are not logical. Let's get this straight.
I mean, I don't have to listen to them. Then I don't care what my wife says. It goes in one ear and out the other. I just need to live with you and make sure you take care of my kids and get through life.
I don't want to fuck a man. I don't want to fuck a man. Okay, let's.
So we're saying the same thing.
I heard that, King Simon.
I hope you wouldn't.
I like the fact that a woman could actually oppose me some crazy bullshit. You know, but it's a matter of how we manage it.
If you don't want to fuck a man, then you should want a woman. When you say something, you put her in line. She don't oppose it because that's what she attracted to.
Facts. Yeah, but a man is going to talk back.
The only way we're going to get around this is actually being cooperative with each other as men who are in relationships, who can actually have conversations with each other and share our experiences. That's the only way we're going to get around it. If you can't do that, then you feel isolated and you feel like you're in a situation that you're like going, okay, I don't know what the hell to do. Like I'm around people. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the only thing that got me out of my own situation. Like my wife literally took me to court, abducting my child. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like the only way I got out of that is because I was around people that knew certain things, like privileged people, black people. No white person came to my fucking aid. No one. What I'm saying?
Have to do with anything. Hold on. We have a conversation without bringing a skin color in. What does skin color have to do with anything?
Because they didn't write him. He was out there by himself.
What the hell? We gotta stop this. Skin color is not the crux of human existence.
I'll tell you
exactly. And when it comes to women, all of them women are have the same mating strategy. It doesn't matter skin color.
I've been with white girls, black girls, Chinese girls, golden girls, like girls from all over the place. And I'll tell you for a fact. Listen, you lay down with a girl that is white, and you know her father don't like you, she's gonna outcast you. For no apparent reason. It don't matter how much you love her or how much emotions you put into her, how much like feelings you put into her, how much like, you know, time you spent with her.
I have to disagree with that, Simon.
How
come that's never happened to me? How come that's never happened to me? To be honest with you, I had mad fathers want me to fucking marry their daughters.
You ain't gone that far, bro. I'm telling you. Have you sat at the table with their fathers?
Of course. I'm just talking to you about a Belgian girl. Of course.
Right. So how come you're not married to her right now?
Because I didn't want to get married with her. I slept with her sister. You're
lying, bro.
I wanted to sleep with her sister, so I couldn't get married to her.
Ain't no woman good enough for more.
Cuffed you out.
What do you mean? I just told you.
He said, Moy basically carries himself like God.
You're like, yo, bro.
Short.
You think these modern women got standards? Moy standards? Woo!
I just told you. First off, I was in my 20s, and secondly, I slept with her sister and her cousin. All right.
He said he made this whole chick family out, bro.
Like, what are you talking about, bro?
On the couch in a line and was like, "You're not invited."
Simon, I just use it as an example because
did you make her dad watch?
No, listen, bro. It's not an example. Explain.
He looked her dad dead in the eye and said, "You've incurred the wrath of God. Bring her cousin and sister out here right now."
That's how they do. He's white. He had blue eyes. He had brown eyes. He was like, "Yo, nigga, we don't match up, nigga. You're not taking my door. What the fuck are you talking about?"
Listen,
go home. Go back.
I'm just saying that in general, I've never had that happen, and I don't date black women. I only date women from other cultures.
Have you dated a Latino?
I still say. Hold on.
I am Latino myself.
Hold on. I want to say.
I got a question for Mo.
Let Mandro go, and then we're gonna get B-Magic.
My mom is French. My dad's Dominican. What do you guys want from me?
Fair enough. But my thing is this. I still want to say this.
That's a precursor to all niggas right there, bro.
I still listen.
I got your heart right now, man.
No, hold on, son. Hold on. Why does the word nigga sound better coming out of the mouth of someone say Orthodox guy than Simon? I'd rather hear from Orthodox guy.
Because Simon lives with the source.
How do you know I'm not Orthodox? How do you know that?
It's the governor.
Judgmental as a motherfucker. This dude, just because he is like service to everybody, he seems to think he knows everything about everything. No, you do not. I'm Orthodox, man. I got my cap in the back house. What are you talking about?
You're not Orthodox. You don't even Orthodox. You're not Orthodox.
Yo, bro, you don't know what I went through in my childhood. What are you talking about?
He said, bro, he said you don't know him, bro.
Yeah,
I know you from a place with bad food and worse weather.
Don't get twisted, man,
bro. And he's hating on your food.
You're only up here because of your sister.
That food sucks, dude. It really does. They put milk in tea.
Bring your sister back.
Well,
I don't drink milk.
I'm allergic. Wait a minute.
I'm allergic, nigga. I'm allergic. That goes on in fucking India where it originated. It's called cha. And you should know this because you're supposed to be something. Now you're making me question you.
The chai is delicious.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's just tea, dude. There's nothing special about it. It's just tea.
What's it called?
No, Indian spice tea.
What's it called?
The word chai literally means tea.
No, it's Indian spice tea. It's not just tea.
No, that's just spice tea.
It's
it's chai, Mandrell.
No, there's no difference between chai and cheese.
Mandrell, you go to India and you start speaking like that, you're going to be insulting.
No, there's a huge difference between chai and black tea. Or English.
I've had all the chai you can have, like when I was in the Middle East.
I want to talk about tea. I got a question for Moy.
Let B Magic get in, Mandrell. You and Simon been bickering like grown old women.
I don't know. Y'all
I like Mandrell. I love Mandrell.
I like Simon too, truth be told.
Yeah, that's King Simon.
Moy, you said you don't date black women, right?
No, he doesn't.
First off, everybody thinks I'm black. I'm not. I'm Latino. Secondly, my parents
are not. You pre-niggas, shut up.
Stop.
Hablo español? Hablo español?
What happened?
If you don't marry and reproduce with a translucent woman, you gonna produce a whole nigga, bro.
So you don't.
Anyhow, B Magic, what did you want to ask me?
You don't date black women, right?
Moy, why'd you do this to yourself all the time? That is wild, man.
Hey, respect me, man. Damn. Can you have a level of respect? I'm asking a question. I've been trying to ask
I got you, Black. There we go.
Go ahead, Magic.
Damn. So you don't date black women. That's true?
True.
All right. No black women. You'll never date another black woman.
True.
Okay. So historically, in the past, when white men wouldn't allow their daughters to date black men, that was considered racist, right? Based off of skin color, right?
True.
So would you say that you have the same intent of level of racism, a racist thing, to say that you'll never date a black woman based off of skin?
Well, first I'm talking about Americans. I'm if somebody from another part of the world is different.
Or Ethiopian.
So you would date another black woman, just not in America.
Yeah, I'm talking about America.
That's why I wanted to make it the statement just black women. But you said
I'm talking about dating in the United States, dating in the major cities. I'm talking about here in the States. In general, I don't take American women seriously, not just black women.
Okay.
And for the record, if you're not black and from America, you're not black. You're whatever you are from that country. You're not actually black.
If you're black and from America, you're just American.
That's complete and all bullshit.
Unless you're poor, then you're black.
I know. I always say that, but other people categorize me and put me in that box.
No, as soon as
it's the truth. Black is a class denomination, so if you're poor, you can be black. Like I'm just saying, let's keep it honest.
Exactly. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all.
Why you say
it doesn't have to sound right. You know what else doesn't sound right? When a lion's gnashing on a gazelle and then bones start cracking, that shit don't sound right either.
Yes, it does.
No, but that's normal.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen. It sounds fine to me. I got no problem with it.
Because you be out there trying to eat with the lion, like all snuggled up next to it and shit.
Right. But wait a minute. Hold up. So outside of the U.S.,
so
that is Ethiopian. That's what we're saying, right? But when we're here, it's just black. It doesn't. Right. That's sound right.
No. Here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing, brother. No. Hold on.
That brother, they did in 5 places.
Right. And here's the thing, brother.
It's because of the cultural differences. It's not because of the skin color.
It's because if she's from Ethiopia, she's Ethiopian. Simon is British. He will never be black. He's British. That's what do you mean?
Hold on.
Brits have a class denomination there, though. They have a class denomination. They get to be black.
I've had this debate before. The difference between nationality and ethnicity.
No, here's the thing.
No. Be Magic. In the United States, you used to have to apply for whiteness. It's literally a class denomination. That's not conjecture. That's not made up. We have on record court cases here where people went, my skin's lighter than yours. I want to be white. And they said, no, you mongrel. We decide who's white and you ain't it.
Right. And also, here's the thing. If it wasn't about class, okay, my thing is, it's just like Paul Mooney says, everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga. Mm-hmm. Y'all want to be black when it's convenient.
Hold on.
Stop.
You got white trash too now.
White trash could always buy houses.
Right. They always have.
No.
Here's the thing. Be Magic.
Black people could always buy houses too in America now. So what are we talking
in the North? Sure.
Well, it depends on where you live at, Magic.
Now here's the thing. No.
Come on, man.
Everyone talks trash about black people in America. Black people will say until they get over here and then they're doing better than black people. Then they go back to talking shit again.
You are weird.
You know what I'm saying? And then they want to claim to be black when things are good. But when things are hard, no, I'm Nigerian or I'm Peruvian. I'm from wherever the fuck ever else.
I'm black.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but look. Can I just say something from a Latino perspective? Most Latin American people, we consider ourselves, for lack of a better term, diverse, right? So I consider myself a Latino or an American.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about you. I mean, Dominicans don't talk shit about black people like that. They never claim to be black.
Come on.
No, Dominicans always say I'm Dominican. Dominicans will always claim that they're from the DR.
100%, and they'd rather be Dominican
and as far as Dominicans, we
has a higher standing in the United States.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, I'll say this: Dominicans have never faked. That's why I don't fuck with Dominicans like that.
Dominicans, we see the value, or we see the beautifulness in all our cultures and in all our different mix. So that's why we don't just take one and we say, "Oh, we're black," because technically Latino is a mix of black, European, fucking Taino or whatever indigenous of the part of the world where you are.
Being a human, we're all mixed.
Of 100%. Course, and I think that in general, and that's in general, I think of myself as a soul, but only in the United States where people make these fucking stupid categories. You think I'm gonna be on my deathbed thinking about my fucking skin color? No, that's only stupid ass Americans that have this fucking argument.
There's literally 5 other places, but the whole premise of blackness was to delineate a class of people that were withheld from doing things such as owning land, owning fucking anything, to be honest. It was a class denomination. It was fucking made up. It was literally made up. If you look at how Australia and South Africa specifically, South Africa came and studied racism in America to implement apartheid. They built that based on the class denominations we made here. That was the core foundation of what they did in that country.
Yeah, they sure did. They
literally came and said, how did you guys implement this? How did you keep them from fucking owning anything? Oh, we made them black.
People get twisted. People get real twisted. Like, we watch movies all day long, and we like it. It's like, oh yeah. But we don't actually think about where did this come from? Like the orchestration.
You don't think about it. I grew up in Montgomery, Alabama. I lived it. I grew up in Montgomery, Alabama. I lived that shit.
I'm trying to educate people. Stop with your madness, okay?
He was ground zero for the orchestration.
Right. I was ground zero. Yeah.
Stop making me corny some stupid shit, because I know you're better than that. I'm not making up stupid shit. Are you trying to stop me from saying something?
He's right, though.
Are you trying to stop me from saying something, Mandrell?
No, never. Simon.
Not at all.
Never.
Not at all, Simon.
You know what I'm about to say.
Please, sir.
Go ahead, King Simon.
Do proceed.
It's orchestrated.
Of course it is.
Black people, right? So black people are not good at this. This is the thing. We're not good at what? You see how he interrupts me 2 seconds down? Jesus Christ!
I just had a question. That was all, Simon.
Spit it out, Simon.
Maybe look. I know I could talk to Ray anytime, so I hope it's the same way, reciprocal.
Yeah.
Right. You continue to have a conversation. Mandrell's up here. He's gonna stunt me because he knows exactly what I'm about to get into. I'm gonna tell you some real Hollywood shit, and I'm gonna tell you why black people act the way they act and why white people act the way they act. I've been through this. He knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you.
He can let me drop it.
I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you, Simon.
No, you
I will
are.
be silent from this point on. I will be
I ain't
silent.
gonna argue with you, bro. I ain't gonna
starting
argue,
now.
Bro. So Ray, next. All right, Mandrell. Have you ever been you've been in the military, right?
Yes, I have.
You know how they orchestrate stuff, right?
Yes, I do.
Right.
How do they plan a party? Let's say if like the president's coming over, how do they plan that shit?
You scout the area first. You decide on the location where to stage him, and then you scout the place out.
And then
you stage people in the area to secure it.
Okay, you don't have a part to play. So let's say the first lieutenant is the person that's gonna meet the president. There's a party. There's a party to play. Okay, and everyone's got to walk in and then see this scenario that actually walks out. Yeah, and everyone's going to be part of this to encourage all the soldiers to actually continue to do their service, right? Yeah, it's a pretty party, right?
Is it a pretty party? Yeah, it's a
party. Yeah. B-Magic is having flashbacks. Don't worry about it. I know.
Magic is saying,
articulate yourself and get to the point. Instead of
I don't want to disrupt this whole platform, but I'm just saying, like,
I've actually had dinner with the president.
Yeah, I know. It made you feel good. It made you feel good, right?
Stop.
He said it made him feel good.
You didn't have no dinner with no president.
Feel good.
I had dinner with George. I've had dinner with George Bush.
You ain't never who I am, right?
The sweet release of Africans. That makes Mandrell feel good.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We know where we come from.
I have actually had dinner with George W. Bush. Sorry, George W. Bush.
Simon, what is your ethnicity?
Put that on something, Mandrell.
My life savings.
Simon, what is your ethnicity?
Why'd you want to know, bro?
No, I give you all my money.
I thought this is what we were talking about.
Sounds kind of gay. I don't do that unless a woman's like going, okay.
It's kind of gay to ask you your ethnicity.
Simon.
I'm done. Crazy. I might have to go.
No. I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude.
B-Magic.
B-Magic, or whatever we want to call your name.
You call me B-Love, and okay, never mind.
Yeah, I thought you was better than that. B-Magic, come on.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
You've been in the field. Look,
to the point that I'm trying to. What is your ethnicity?
Chill the hell out, man. I'm Caribbean.
Are you Jamaican?
I'm Caribbean.
He said he a Caribbeaner, bro.
I'm not Jamaican. No, and this is an ignorance. And I've lived with this for pretty much most of my life. Every time I get on a bus, I've grown up in London, and every time and this is the degenerate shit that goes down. Like, I turn around and I say I'm Caribbean, and I've done that on purpose, and then you turn around and I say Jamaican. I thought we had some real intelligent black people up here.
Are you from Trinidad and Tobago? Where are you from?
Barbados.
Where in the Caribbean?
St. Lucia.
Oh, St. Lucia. Oh, beautiful.
Right. So. I don't need to hear that from white people, let alone black people.
Well, I just want to know if you pond the river.
Bro, but you were so vague. You just said the Caribbean. It could be a whole bunch of islands.
All we need to know is if you're going to pond the river.
Because look, I'm looking to get somewhere, okay? I like to have decent conversations with different people. So what Reckless is providing over here is a conversation with like people that I particularly, specifically, maybe not you guys. I know you're on other platforms and you could dilly-dally all you want, but I don't do that. So I'd love to be around a platform where I could like continuously build on that sort of shit, like in real conversation. And yeah, okay, I'll bounce out right now and you could guys just have your conversation and whatnot. But I'm just saying, like, I know that I'd love to come
we
across
on a
some real
15-minute
people.
countdown because Ray's got to bounce his ass to bed.
Simon, why do people think you're from Jamaica?
Because people are fucking ignorant.
No, it's because most of the Jamaicans go back to the mother country. That's like their fucking Mecca. Like, what?
No, you've been programmed, nigga. It's like the majority. It's like black women and white women. We're all programmed, and you know, at the end of the day, it's like
that's not programming. Britain literally said if you guys go kill people for us, you can come live here. And people are like, bet that's better than where we're at.
You don't know who I work for. I do this on purpose. I'll throw a keyword at you, and I'll totally reflect on your answer. Like I did that on purpose.
Yeah,
like someone asked me a question. Someone asked me a question, and they were like, "Oh, where you from?" And it was like, "Oh, the only thing you know is Jamaica." And then someone tried to ridicule me and go, "Oh, Jamaica." It's like, no, I don't fucking have an accent. I'm fucking from St. Lucia. Now, recognize that means something. You don't even know my fucking real name. Like, so what kind of conversation are you actually trying to have? And I'm not trying to be bad or anything. I'm just saying, like,
I thought to have a conversation.
Yes, intimately.
That's crazy.
Hey, but
you have to have a
Simon,
juicy interaction to have the conversation with Simon.
But Simon, you still have to realize.
I thought you were better than that.
You're better than that, Simon.
I thought you were better than that.
Hey, I just hit you with an Eminem. I just used your line against you. You said
I ain't trying to compete with you. And
it's
this
not
is the
about
thing about
competition.
look, bro. Listen, look, you're being competitive for no apparent reason. Why are you trying to compete with me? I ain't got nothing against you.
I'm sorry, you can't deal with masculine energy. That's all.
Your energy is not masculine. You don't even know what that
very
looks
masculine.
like.
I'm very masculine, but I don't have to prove it to you.
The fact that you even have to say that is degenerate.
No, it's the fact that you are being like you got your
tell
panties
your 5-year-old that because that they're not even.
I don't have any
understand what you're talking
5-year-olds.
about. So why are you trying to? So why are you trying?
Look,
listen to
me.
me.
Don't even know me.
This is the thing.
Oh, you got King Simon rounded up.
People try to speak to adults like they're teenagers or toddlers. Like, so what you just said to me was, I don't even need to do that. You're playing a game.
I don't think anybody was trying to offend you by saying Jamaica.
No, I'm not trying to say that. I don't think he's trying to be offensive. But most of the time,
it has to go back towards ethnicity.
Okay, so most of the time you've been on Israel Mills' platform, and that's the only fucking realization you understand about any other platform you've actually.
I've been on a lot of people's platforms.
I've seen the other platforms.
Me and Ray actually go back. Me and Ray go back over a year.
Ismail's platform is built, by the way.
It's an example.
Me and Ray has went back over a year since How To Man.
Facts. Actually, true story.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude.
I've been
I'm
on
not trying to be rude, but you've not spoken to me, right? So now you're speaking to me. You're thinking, oh,
all I did was ask you a fucking question about your ethnicity. What the fuck? Damn. It's like having a conversation with a woman.
So
what the hell?
Well, you gotta understand. You're speaking to King Simon, Magic. Do you know what I mean? It's King Simon. And Simon, you have to also acknowledge that most of the brothers in England in the beginning were Jamaican. This is why we said it. This is an intelligent conversation. This is why we said it, so that you're from somewhere else. Much love, and we respect that to the fullest, Simon.
Bro, if he's from somewhere else, I want to know how he survived Brexit.
We don't like Jamaicans. This is the thing.
Why you don't like Jamaicans?
Understand.
Why don't you like Jamaicans?
You understand
have you ever been to Queens?
Is not an
have you ever been to Queens?
That's not Jamaican.
One of my best friends is Jamaican.
Queens.
I love Jamaica.
Jamaica.
You don't think there's a disenfranchised in America in certain parts where it's like that's your partition, that's our partition. Like there's there's this.
Bro, I've been to Jamaica, Queens, and I've been to Jamaica. There's a big difference. They're not the same at all.
I like the way you think, Simon. You see the division.
I like the way you think as well. That's crazy. But anywho,
I like your mind, Simon.
I'm just saying. I'd love to be in a situation where we could actually have real conversations because we're very, very intelligent black men, and I think Ray's done a very, very good job of actually pulling that out. And whether we agree.
No, he hasn't.
Simon, I totally agree.
Shut
this
up,
is the
man,
new.
Bro.
You didn't though.
Totally
You literally did nothing and let this tornado of terror happen.
Dude, I know it's fucking wonderful and entertaining. I'm gonna watch it later.
Bro, it's just on me because of his personal reasons, and I don't even want to fucking mention that. So
I'm an agent of chaos.
There is order out of chaos.
So you literally got offended by me asking your ethnicity? Is that what
Also
you're saying?
true?
I didn't get offended by shit.
You
really got emotional.
Dang, bro.
You got
emotional.
You got real emotional.
I got emotional as you did.
No,
I got emotional as you
This
did.
is how I always am. Always.
He didn't really get emotional.
I mean,
I didn't
Simon,
I
I think
didn't
maybe
say
you should drink some Baileys from a shoe.
I will, and I can, but I don't like Baileys because it's
Baileys is wonderful. You can drink Baileys by itself, or Baileys with an ice cube, or you can draw paintings of how close you can get your eye to a close of Baileys without getting it wet.
I'm allergic to milk. I can't drink.
Oh,
Baileys.
Jesus, that sucks, dude.
Hey, do you drink Guinness? You drink Guinness,
No.
Simon?
No, I'm allergic to Guinness also.
Oh, really? Do you drink Heineken?
No, I don't drink.
Heineken's German, not English, by the way.
Hey,
you actually see me on my platform.
My bad, it's Dutch. My bad. Dutch.
Yeah, I'm joining your platform, Simon. I'm coming. I'm joining your platform anytime you go on.
Dude, Simon, what kind of beer do you drink, brother?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So I'll bounce out, and you can think what you want. But I'm just
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
I was
thinking.
about
That's
to
what
say,
I'm actually asking.
Yeah, we want to know.
Oh, you guys are having a beer?
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm honestly asking because over there in Europe, in the UK, you guys got beer that Americans have never heard of.
You guys got mad good beer over there.
But I'm not white, nigga. What's wrong with you? It's like you.
What do you mean? Only white people drink beer?
Like y'all over there drinking OE. What the fuck?
You think black people are in pubs? Like, no.
Why not?
What do you mean? Of course, black people are in pubs. Everybody goes to the bar.
No, come to.
You can't say that.
That's
crazy.
Bro, I've been to the UK, I've been to London, and I've been in bars, and there was black people there.
When was that? When was that? What part of the UK? What are you talking about?
Wembley.
I stayed in Knightsbridge, and I was there in 2015 and 2018.
All right, so I'll tell you something about Knightsbridge, right? Knightsbridge is a rich.
That's not the only place I was, by the way, but that's where I stayed.
Right. Well, do you want to go one point at a time, or do you want to move on? Like,
go ahead, Simon. Spit it out though.
Go ahead, Simon, because I'm just saying I was there and I saw brown people in fucking bars.
He said he was there.
I saw all type of fucking colors in bars. Everybody drinks, Simon.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody got a drinking problem right now.
Knightsbridge is a place where rich people go to. People that can afford to actually take a holiday, per se yourself. Like, you may have come over and gone, okay, this is what London looks like. No, it don't. Okay. Most people in Knightsbridge, if you actually check the fucking rates of their mortgages and their house prices,
I know that Knightsbridge is one of the most expensive places.
They don't live there. So that's stupid. Like, it's just like,
either way, I went to the fucking bar and there was black people in there.
Yeah, but
so why you would say black people don't go to the bar or go to pubs? It's ridiculous, Simon.
I'm talking about real black people that have brought up in London, that have been born here. I'm not talking about people that have come over because you're a black person in the bar as a tourist. So I
wasn't talking about myself. I'm talking about English people, bro.
What are you talking about, bro? That don't make no sort of sense. You are a black person in Knightsbridge coming from America, saying you're a black person in the bar, and I've seen black people.
No, that's not what I said. Does anybody? Never mind, Simon. Are you drunk right now? Are you intoxicated?
No, he's just being King Simon. He's just being King Simon.
Oh, you're drunk. Oh, yeah, blah, blah.
Simon, because you're not making any fucking logical sense.
It don't make sense, or you're not thinking.
Bro, you're the one not thinking. I just told you I was in a fucking bar and I saw all type of skin colors.
Like yourself, right?
You see
the mirror?
Yeah, like myself. But I wasn't fucking looking at a mirror, bro. I'm not. Never mind, Simon. This is way over your head. Obviously,
off, man, bro. It's like me going, no, I went to New York and I saw so many black people, and then someone from New York who I know people from New York will turn around to me and
you didn't see no black people in New York. Black people don't actually exist in New York. It's figment of
black people don't exist, Simon. There's no black people anywhere in New York.
No black
or in
people outside of New York.
York.
They live in the sewers.
Exactly.
Black people don't walk the streets in New York.
Like walking around.
They live in the tunnels.
The only black people allowed in New York are T. Wriggles beef black people because they got to wear their tinfoil hats to not receive the program.
And don't be surprised if you see me coming out of the tunnels, the manholes, like
bruh.
Because that's where all the black people are in New York. They're in the manholes.
Yeah, for real.
They call them Ninja Turtles.
I mean, you tripping, man.
I'm just saying.
You said black people don't go to the bars in England. You tripping, man.
That sounds ridiculous.
You are tripping, bro.
You want to come over tomorrow?
See, I'm coming to England.
What?
Soon,
I have no reason.
What's that home?
You
said that was the worst place in England. Where Andrew Tate from? Luton or whatever it is.
Luton.
I think Andrew's from Yugoslavia.
So you telling me there's no black people in bars in Luton?
See, this is the biggest trick that's been pulled on the internet. Andrew Tate is not from England.
No, he's from America, but he moved there. His mom's English.
He moved there. Yeah, he's American.
He was raised in Luton with his mom.
Right, and he has an American accent. And what happened was he went on
back and forth, but you can't
say no. He went on a TV show in England, and that's what brought him to his first acclaim. And since then, he claimed that
this man.
So everyone,
I'm done.
So
Simon, you're wild.
I know everything.
It's obvious that he spent a lot of time in England.
Yeah, I was born and bred here. What the fuck? Well, of course, I spent a lot of time.
You're saying about Andrew Tate.
That's a misdemeanor.
You walk the streets
I spent a lot of time in England. Yeah, of course. I ain't saying shit about you.
Simon has been.
Don't. This default about just going. It's not even me. Like, just don't default people. Like, have I ever B? Did I ever turn around? I don't even know where you're from. Did I ever even mention a word about where you're from or where you're at?
But Simon, you just said there's no black people in the bars over there.
I'm talking to B. What's
No, don't backpedal. You said there's no black people in the pubs over there, and I said I was over there and I saw black people in the pubs. You're bugging.
I know you trolling.
It's King Simon. I thought you guys knew it's Simon.
I'd like to point out the fact that I've not interrupted Simon in 20 minutes.
He said you definitely know there's going to be black people living in the city of looting.
Had no businesses coming up here. Just wanted to come up.
I would like to just point out the fact, Ray, that I have not interrupted Simon in 20 minutes.
No, you haven't. Simon, we about to do final thoughts, Simon. That's how long you've been talking.
Yeah, for real, Simon.
You came up here and literally fought the Crusades, and I know you're British, so you know what the fucking Crusades were. You fought all of them.
I got royal blood. Fuck them niggas.
What royal family are you from? You're not part of the King Charles family. What family?
Hey, Simon, throw on Kendrick Lamar. I got royalty inside my DNA.
You'll be very surprised. I don't like if someone cut me. I don't spew the same blood as you, man.
Hey, bro, he said he got the reptilian blood.
I thought women lived in a state of delusion. This dude said he don't feel the same blood.
He don't bleed like you.
King Simon, do you have blue? Hey, King Simon, do you have?
That's deeper than saying I'm cut from a different cloth. That's deeper than that.
You know what? Like, if this nigga got pulled up in the hospital and they wanted to transfer my blood, they'll be like, put it on hold. Wait until a real person comes in here and let's get a degenerate from the projects to actually fulfill his legacy, because your legacy is going to be that. It's going to be exactly that. You're going to be in the street.
Know people.
Your whole profession and your whole ideology.
Hey, boy, this shit crazy.
Like, the point where you can't even think. It's going to be like, all I can do is get shot by a police officer.
You're pretty entertaining. I watch with you, man.
I just want y'all to know it's going to be 64 degrees today, and I'm super excited. I'm wearing a G-string to work tomorrow. It's going to be so hot.
I'm just saying,
I just looked at the temperature. I was like, "Oh, so we going to work naked? Bad, bro. Like bad."
We don't.
It's gonna be almost 80 degrees where I'm at.
I hate you. Where are you at, B Magic?
Yeah, where you at, Magic?
He's in Florida, right?
Oh, see, we just so I'm in Kansas City. We just, by the way, we're gonna win the Super Bowl. But anyways,
I don't know about
it
that.
was just like negative like 10 here for like 2 weeks, and now it's 60. I love it.
You guys are fine. 60, man. It's 30 over here.
Yeah, but we were just negative like 10 with like it was like felt like it was negative 20 outside. We ain't built for that. We don't do Arctic temperatures down here.
Negative 20?
Normally.
It's like -8 out here, man. Jesus Christ. -20?
It got real cold and now it's 60. It's like, so that's the best part about Kansas City is all winter you get all the seasons every 2 weeks.
Where you at, Ray? In Milwaukee?
I think y'all go by Celsius. He's saying -80. I mean, that's got to be Celsius, right?
Yeah, no, I said -20.
No, I'm talking about Simon. He was like -80.
Simon don't know what the fucking temperature is. He got like a hoodie on. He fucked up, bro. We just need to be happy he's inside, bro.
Listen. Simon has Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Okay.
Yeah. He's got
Celsius over there. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just
we use different numbers for everything over here just to spite y'all, right?
We don't really, but anyway.
we said fuck the planet, bro. We not using their measurement system.
We're international, like we understand all types of languages.
We're like y'all conquered everywhere but here. That's the reason we changed the numbers
That's
up.
why. That's why
we making different degrees for temperatures. We making different measurement metrics. Y'all ain't gonna be able to build shit.
Our language, You're speaking our language. That's period. It's just over with.
Hey, that's factual, Simon. I have to agree with that. With Simon, that was absolutely brilliant, Simon. Hey, Simon.
No, it's like,
all right, listen, I'm sending everybody to bed. What y'all got any? Okay, Simon, you go first. You got final thoughts for us from Britain?
Peace to Reckless Ray, man. And I ain't got much to say because these niggas are gonna roast me in a second anyway. But I think this is a good thing, and hopefully we can have more conversations like this. Peace. And something I would say is try and check who your next Valentine is going to be, because that's around the corner. Start to save up because you're going to have to get it this year, man. You're going to have to get it.
Don't take that advice, fellas.
You just said about programming.
Cupid, man. Cupid's going to come for you this year, man. Look, check the girl. Make sure you got all that shit lined up, man. For real, man, because they're not gonna like be taking any sort of like soldiers this year, regardless of all the conversation we've been having about war. The woman that's gonna be in your life, she's gonna want that car, she's gonna want that chocolate, she's gonna want the hotel room, she's gonna want the finessing, like she's gonna want like your whole commitment for the rest of your damn life and your children as well. Now you gotta check like what does Valentine's mean and what does it mean to us, and just think about it for a minute. You got about 2 weeks.
You on that white or you on that brown? What you drinking? You on white?
Oh my god! Simon Peace. I'm kicking him out. Bam. Okay.
I need to know.
He on all of it.
Hey, don't they drink that?
He on that Long Island iced tea. He on both.
He on that abstinence.
Oh my goodness. Oh Jesus Lord! Not the absinthe. He the black licorice. He ain't on that black licorice.
He hallucinating. He drinking. He drunk and hallucinating at the same time.
Oh my god.
No,
Okay. So hold on.
He had the nerve to say that the black person in the bar was me.
The foil hat. He should have been wearing the foil hat. It'd have made more sense.
No. See. Look. I'm trying to tell you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the tinfoil hat. All it means, I get the downloads. And you remember, look, and I just received the download right now, right? Look. Remember you said that. You remember we were talking about you're free to do what you want to do. No. I'm gonna give you an example. See, if you want to travel, guess what you have to do? You have to go ask for permission and get a passport to travel
Then how the fuck all these people keep traveling over here without a passport?
Nah, they're doing it illegally, bro.
Look, remember how you said you're free to do whatever you want to do, Magic, right? And
but I
to an extent, to an extent,
what I was saying, yeah,
but I'm taking it as the whole thing, right? And so in LA, they have something called off, like if you pass the 10 freeway and the 405, they've got something called checking in. Like if you're a celebrity, you got to check in to some of the gangsters so you can get protection and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, what? That's stupid.
Y'all basically got trolled.
That's only for the black culture.
Let's call it what it is.
Exactly. But look at how they do it as a whole.
Wait. Do they have to pay when that happens? Do they pay? Do the gang members make money off that?
Hell yeah. It's real out here.
Yeah,
it's really real out here.
Yeah, it's lawless.
A form of
but they don't go to jail.
Back to my point. But back to my point. If you want to travel outside of the U.S., guess what you have to do? You have to go and check in to the boss so you can travel.
Right, because we live in a framework of societies. It's always been that way.
Well,
that's true. It's always been like that.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You've got to get your pass
and lift on that tinfoil to get your.
Hey, that was my
back in the day, you would show up and the castle walls, you would have to knock on the walls and they would have to let you in.
Yeah, you still would have to. They had borders. Societies, modern societies, and even ancient societies always had borders.
I don't think so.
Yes.
No, they did. They did.
Even tribes have borders.
I don't think all ancient societies had borders.
They didn't have borders. They had different borders than the English made, but they had borders. The indigenous had their own little borders.
They had tree lines. They had geographic areas.
They were like, yo, bro, if you cross that fucking dead cow skull one more again, it's over. Don't come over here.
So you're telling me the peasants couldn't enter the streets of Rome?
No, Rome had borders. It was called the fucking wall, dude. Like, what are you talking?
Rome had a huge wall. So did Alexandria, every major city.
The Great Wall of China was a border.
Guess what that place had? Walls. They just crawled over them shits and took it. Or fences.
Nobody knows what the Great Wall of China really was. It's not a border, technically.
No, I don't think
it's a border for battle
dinosaurs out the way the shit.
It was a battle tactic border.
Yeah, it's a border for battle tactics. Yeah.
Look, let me give y'all some facts here. Did you know in forensic science that bones maximum last no more than 200 years?
What about if you preserve them in honey?
Ooh.
That's different.
He said that's different.
Right.
That's some information I probably could have went the rest of my life without knowing.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why this information is so important. Because there's no such thing as dinosaurs.
Facts. Nah, I've seen dinosaur bones.
No, you haven't. You've seen a replica of it. You haven't actually seen the Tyrannosaurus Boris bones.
But I've seen one of those shells at the beach that have one of those little indents of another shell inside it. You know what I'm talking about? Those little.
That was made up.
It was made up. I found it on the beach.
It was made up. It was made up. They call it fossil.
We done went from one troll to another troll.
Bro. Oh no! We were supposed to be doing final thoughts.
What's your final thoughts? Tell us about how the dinosaur is not real. Something good. Come on.
Hey, listen.
Wearing a tinfoil hat. Literally.
All right. So look. This is why I'm here, ladies and gentlemen.
You telling me they made up the dinosaurs?
Hell yeah, they made up the dinosaurs. They even made movies about it.
He's wearing a tinfoil hat, fellas. Come on.
Yeah, you ain't understanding. Look, I'm a targeted individual out here because I speak the facts out here. And look, ladies and gentlemen, there's no such thing.
So why? Okay. If that's true, what would be the purpose of making up dinosaurs? Why would they create that whole story?
Control the mind of the people so you can believe in the theory of evolution. That's simple. That's simple.
Thank you for your final thoughts, sir.
Okay, and that's
Okay. Hey, I love you guys. Hey, spread love. Thank you, Ray. Hey, thank you, Magic, Moy, Classic. Hey, Mandrell, man, I miss you, baby. Okay, make sure we,
no homo.
come more often, man. We miss you, man.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay, so who we doing next? Moy, you next, bro. What you got?
Fuck's sake.
Oh no, I gotta research the dinosaur thing. I haven't heard that one yet. I don't know.
Out of everything you heard tonight, that's what
you don't have a final fucking thought, bro. We done talked about every goddamn thing.
Not really, and thank God you haven't.
Oh yeah, I got a final thought. Like, I think that the young lady who was on, she had a good point. I think we need to come together as Americans and solve the problems and not have so much divide, because when we have so much of the divide, I understand that we have different cultures or tribes, but with certain bigger issues, we need to come together as a nation and correct those, because those flaws will hurt everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. I like it. I dig it. Okay. We'll go with B Magic next. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so kind of what he was going off of. It's like,
really,
we gotta stop attaching skin color to aspects of our life that really has no point there.
What?
I don't understand why everybody, especially the community, gotta attach skin color to everything. That's getting in the way of actually making progress, because of the simple fact we live in America. You can do and move the way that you need to move. You might not the way you want to move, but you need to move. If everybody was moving the way they need to move, everybody will be better off. That's all I'm gonna say.
Bet. I like it. I like it. Mandreezy, what did you think about the time that you were here for?
The time that I what now?
The time that you were here for while you were playing Tekken. What did you think? What are your final thoughts?
Real talk, this is probably the worst episode of Reckless Ray I've ever seen in my life.
What are you talking about? It was fucking wonderful. Ona Spot came up.
Yes, unfortunately, she came up tonight. And she could have come up any other night and had a decent conversation.
I mean, the conversation was decent prior to you showing up.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Oh, my God.
It was decent. We were doing good. We were doing real good. This actually had the least amount of circus theatrics of all the episodes this year so far.
Jesus, Ray, you need to do a better job then. You fucking up.
Hey, bro. People come here for the circus. You know, you got to give them I give them the vegetables early. Then by the time you show up, they want their candy. All right. And I got to give it to them.
Oh, my God. Okay. Listen. First of all, what these two guys talking about, black people coming together in the community and whatnot. Number one, get rid of the myth. It's like I said on the Big Mic Drop show tonight, okay? It's over, okay, people? The war is over, and we lost. The best thing you can do now is accept that fact. That way we can rally ourselves up together. Well, first of all, pick ourselves up off the ground, galvanize ourselves, marshal our resources, and rebuild. That's the only thing we can do now. But we have to do it from all the way from zero, because we have nothing, not even each other. You can't get two black people to agree on what kind of lawnmower to use to cut the grass or what kind of water to drink. You argue over. Yeah, it's over, and we lost. Period. And that is irrefutable. And this will not change. We did lose, and there's no one to point the finger at as far as oppression and keeping us back and holding us down, because we do it to ourselves. It's on autopilot now. It's simply how we live and how we move. So the sooner we accept that fact, the sooner we can break out of the cycle and get rid of the nonsense and actually build our own community, because we don't have one. We don't have a black community. We're too spread out. We let our differences in our opinions, differences in our different points of view separate us. We segregate ourselves from ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Second, black people get money to move into a white neighborhood. They don't go and build a new black neighborhood. even for a different class.
True.
So if you disagree with me, that's cool. Stay blind. You know, you can disagree all you want to. You know, that's your fault. Stay where you are. I refuse. So yeah, it's over. We lost people. You people don't even. I mean, I can go on and on about that. Look at the picture of YouTube. Look at the bullshit that's on these panels, man. Look at it. It's pathetic. So if you guys are wondering what I actually think, there you have it. I think it's actually absolutely pathetic. I don't like it. And yeah, people suck. Except me. And, shout out to On the Spot Live. She actually doesn't suck. I like her. She's cool. Yeah, she's cool people.
Yeah, On the Spot's dope.
Shout out to the fellas who showed up on the panel tonight. You know what I'm saying? I hope they have fun. He said, "You lost." Yeah, real man energy there. It is. It's practical and based in reality and fact.
Dang. Okay, I'm gonna get in here.
Here's the thing, Ray. Do you or do you not agree with what I said?
Oh no, I think I'm 100% in agreement.
Exactly, because you're not a fucking idiot. People go off of wishful thinking. People go off of wishful thinking. They want us to have a community when we don't have one. And what I'm telling people to do is accept the fact that we don't have one, so that we can now build one. And this time we can build a Black community in our image, not someone else's.
Well, I think we're building a Black community in our image, Mandrell. I mean, it's what it is, man. Like, that's what I've been saying. Like, there's going to be a divergence. There's going to be a fever pitch. There's going to be a capitulation. There's going to be a definitive, like, okay, this isn't working. We're cutting off the cancer and we'll just start over, and you rock with the people that you rock with. And I think that's actively what's happening now, because people have access to people who they wouldn't have had access to prior to the internet, you know? So the people people are aligning based on values, and those are going to be the new tribes moving forward. There's going to be a reestablishment of the class delineation amongst Black people, because right now, even though there still is a class line, there's like the upper class Black people that we have that are up there that are seen are placating to the lower class Black people and kind of perpetuating that, yeah, you're victims, like, that's cool. And that's how they keep the peasants in check. But there's going to be a different class that, like, maybe isn't a LeBron James that makes a school where people still can't read. But
wow.
Instead, they're going to tell people, they're like, hey, we got to start rebuilding. We got to just, it's not a matter of telling other Black people how they need to live their lives. It's just a matter of cutting off the ones that choose to engage in fuck shit. Like, and letting them run their natural course. Like, it's just be like, at this point, the way that I look at that shit, I'm like, if you were a non-productive Black person, I look at you like the bloodline of Cain. I was like, y'all just cursed to do this shit forever, indefinitely, because God hates you. Not only does God hate you, you hate yourselves. And now I also am going to just hate you as well. Like, I just don't like you. I don't want you to succeed. And I'll enjoy watching you fail. I'll enjoy watching you find those walls and hit them repeatedly with your face. And that's just going to be what it is. And those people are constantly going to be at the bottom. They're constantly going to be where they are, because that's how society works. I need someone to hand me my fucking Jimmy John sandwich because I like it and I want it. And I want one of you'ns to fucking hand it to me. And I want you to be happy while you do it. And I don't think that's too much to fucking ask, because that's what you've chosen at this point. I can't even say that that's your lot in life. That's the life you chose. So own that shit and hand me the sandwich. Just what it is. Like, There's and you're right. There's no going back. There was never a utopia to fucking begin with.
No.
And until people get that understanding and get on board with exactly the game that we are in and what we're playing, we're just going to keep having these outcomes. And it's a bunch of good people are going to waste their entire existences trying to help pieces of shit. And it's unfortunate, right. But those people got a job to do too. They just want to feel good. And I honestly, at this point, honestly, I'm starting to notice this pattern in people. I think it's ego. It's just ego. They're not helping people because they give a fuck about them. Yeah. They're helping people so that they can feel better. They're literally doing what liberal white people do with black people.
Helping them so they can feel better. So they can feel better. Right. Yeah, it's like with the whole thing with Kanye West, okay?
Oh, Jesus.
Kanye West, man. Yes. Recently, look, I was willing to leave him alone if he disappeared. He disappeared for a while. Then he did something else stupid. He took his real teeth out and replaced them with like titanium. In his no shit. I'm not fucking around.
No, he didn't.
Did that. Yes, he did.
Does he go around biting people now?
I don't know. But here's the thing. Okay.
Does he know that his mouth venom's not going to work right no more?
Yes. I don't know. I don't think he's too dumb to realize that. But then, okay, I was like, fuck, man, go away. Stay gone, dude. Stop doing the dumb shit. No, he can't help himself. He gets into it with a woman from TMZ yelling at her. How are you going to say some stupid shit like that to a full-grown superhero? Once he said that, I was like, no, I need this nigga gone, bro. I need this nigga gone, bro. I need him gone. He called himself a superhero while wearing a full black mask. Not even eye holes in it. It's not even a balaclava. He had on a black jacket and some black leather pants.
Yeah. And titanium teeth.
And titanium teeth. I was like, no.
Do you think he's trying to turn himself into Lockjaw?
I don't know. No, I need this. I don't care. I need this nigga gone, Ray.
He's not going anywhere. He's probably about to drop another album.
Why?
Bro, Why? You know when he goes crazy, the albums are fire. Come on, don't play.
He doesn't make good music. When he goes no. He hasn't made a good album since College Dropout. He's made good songs here and there. But a full-blown album? No.
Oh, okay. I'll give you that. But you're going to get at least 2 bangers per crazy album. And they're going to be banging hard.
I don't give a fuck about his music. This nigga's dumb, dude. And he's a blight on the so-called black community. He makes me not proud to be black. I'm ashamed of him. I'm ashamed of myself because he exists in the world. I don't want to be associated with him. I don't want him to have anything to do with me in any shape, form, or fashion.
Oh my God.
Okay? He needs to be removed and disbarred from life itself, not just whatever he does in life.
Bro, Mandrell's on some burn the fucking witch right now, bro.
Mandrell's so burnt.
He said, burn the witch! The witch! And be like, what did she do to you, Mandrell? She turned me into a newt. A newt? Oh, got better. Burn the witch!
Bro. But I feel you. I feel you, Mandrell.
He's a Sambo. He's a Sambo.
Yeah, he is.
He's a walking minstrel show.
Oh my God, bro! But
he does make good music. Though.
He's made it so that he can minstrel show other cultures, though, because he got that poor ass white girl walking around looking like a goddamn captured slave and shit.
My thing is, he is such an embarrassment in my eyes. I don't like his music. I don't even listen to College Dropout. I think that's a bad album now. His character is that far in the tank, in the toilet, dude. He sucks.
No.
Fuck Kanye West. I don't fuck with race traders. I don't.
Damn. He said he's the ultimate traitor.
All that talk about loving black women and black people. When did you marry a black woman? Why don't you fuck with one? Hold on. Why haven't you? Hold on.
Look,
why would you?
Sometimes you gotta love motherfuckers from across the street.
No. He's so pro-black. He's the one proclaiming it now. He's one pro-black. He's
Hold on
pro-black.
a second. I want to know why he made his new chick look like Pete Davidson so he could fuck Pete Davidson, bro. Did nobody see this?
Google his new teeth. Google his new teeth. Google Kanye. You got Kanye West up there, new teeth.
And you know, there's a conspiracy out there about Mr. West.
I don't give a shit about. Look at that dumb shit. Look at this shit. Look at that.
Those are covers.
No,
yeah,
those are covers.
No,
those got to be covers, bro.
Those are his teeth.
No, those ain't.
No. He did that. He did it. Though, yes, they are. I thought they were covers. No. I thought the same thing, Ray. But that is real.
No.
Yes.
That
yes.
Can't be real.
It is. He did that to himself. They don't even look like teeth. That's a mouthpiece. That ain't it. But the other that shit, that's real.
That is not real.
Yes, it is.
He got an installment of titanium clamps.
Yes.
Yeah.
His mouth a vice grip.
Yes. That's like
and a bottle opener.
And
he's a wrench. He's got wrench mouth.
And here's people. He's a genius. I'm like, where's the genius level intellect? Where is it?
Dude, it's because he speaks on such a level that your small peon brain can't understand.
Now you're starting to sound like podcasts. People of lesser minds.
Right. Our minds are too weak to understand.
Right. People of lesser minds. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. Cool.
Bro, the Kardashians broken, bro. Like that's
what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say, bro.
He's been making slave clothing ever since, bro.
Look, every male that
he said he said he loved Hitler.
Hey, let me tell you something. I think you would love Adolf too.
I mean, knowing what I know now.
No.
You would love Hitler. You would love Adolf too if you thought.
Here's the thing. No, if you're in business with Jewish people, why the blue fuck would you say that?
So that you can get your money taken out of the bank.
No. Where's the genius level intellect? Where is it, people? He's a moron. He's a clown. A goof.
Sometimes when a ravenous bear isn't trying
he's
to
not a bear
and intimidate you, you got to walk up and kiss the bear on the nose and say, boop.
No. Bears kill you for that. You'll never get a chance to try to kiss him. No, I need this. No, Ray, I need this nigga gone, man. Off the map, off the planet for real. He needs to go. He's an embarrassment.
I can tell you one thing though, Mandrell. You know,
yeah, but look at the creative genius, Mandrell. Look at this. Look at all
them creative genius.
Look at him. He got gloves on, bro.
Look at the color of this nigga's clothes, and he got his sleeves rolled up. Why wear long sleeves if you're just gonna roll them up? Why?
Because it's hot when you holding all them awards.
Why don't you take the fucking jacket off then? And why do you have gloves on?
Because he gotta hold all them awards.
Oh, stop!
Wow,
stop, Ray.
But you got to admit, College Dropout was the bomb. You can't.
Not anymore. I don't like it. I don't like him.
No.
He is. He is not black.
He lost a fan, bro. Mandrell meant that shit.
I don't like College
Dropout
anymore.
What about when he stuck up for you and took the award from Taylor Swift, who is now the best player on the Chiefs team? Come on now.
Listen, Kanye West.
He took the award and now he's about to win the Super Bowl. Come on, bro.
Kanye West does stupid shit and then cries when consequences come his way. Okay, he's the kid that would say, "I want to be the quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, but I don't want to play football."
Dude,
that's him.
Look! When Kanye took the award, she was turned on though.
So what? Doesn't change the fact you're dealing with the biggest embarrassment since Tiger Woods.
It wasn't Tiger's fault though.
Yes, it was.
No, see, man, Drake gotta understand the game, baby. Tiger didn't do something that he was supposed to do. He said, "I ain't doing that," and they said, "Oh yeah, all right, we got something for you."
Tiger got too big for his britches, man.
Hey, man,
bro, Taylor Swift is looking at Kanye's booty right there, dog.
Nobody cares, Ray.
I mean, I care because we got to watch her for 30 seconds every fucking football game right now, bro. I want to know whose butt she was looking at before Kelsey's, bro.
Ray, you can't.
I mean, you should be happy she's a KC fan.
No, you
hey,
can't.
Bro, she helping us win. She helping us win. She's making shitty outfits.
No. Click on the picture at the bottom. The white chick with the shit around her eyes. Go up a little bit. Don't that one. Don't dodge it. But right down. Yeah, there you go. What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
I mean, I'd probably smash. I mean, I'm not.
No, you wouldn't. That's a transgender.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, would. I would.
You bang a transgender.
That's a dude. That's not a dude.
Look at it.
Hold up. Nope, because we looking this shit up right now because you're wrong.
Right now.
Right now.
Really? No. Go to the one with the shit around her eyes.
So you're telling me that she transformed into a man when she put shit around her eyes?
Look at it. Click
is
on
she?
it.
Is it a superhero? Is that a power?
Not that one. Run right next to it. Don't dodge it.
Look, if she has an apple. Oh my God.
Look at that.
That's a
Look
witch.
at that. Look at that.
That's a
She just got a strong jawline. She looked like she could take a punch.
Right, but why would you? Here's the thing. Why would you? Right, why would someone with good sense want to walk outside looking like that?
Dude, no one in Hollywood has good sense. You better tell Shushu not to stay there too long because she won't have good sense neither.
Oh no. She knows better. She's had the opportunity to get up to that level, and she's like, nah.
They said, hey, put this shit around your around your eyes and get a strong jaw.
She'd be like, nah. She may be like, nah.
Oh my God. I just, dude, everyone I know that's moved out to Hollywood ends up with a strong jawline and gets weird, bro. Like I'm just saying. That's my personal experience. So that's not surprising to me.
Look, Ray, I'm not playing with you, Ray. Look, real talk, man. There are some real serious witches and warlocks out here. And just by looking at that picture, this is the modern day witch look. No cap. I'm not even playing. This is some real deal stuff out here. Real deal. Look at that.
Modern day witch.
Modern day.
You tell me she got the power. You hit that wrong, you gonna have bad shit happen to you the rest of your life.
Hey, facts. You'll have karma for the next 130 years.
Damn, bro. He said 2 lifetimes. That's 2 lifetimes where the bad shit.
His thing, how other people don't see through his bullshit, and they just want him to. For some reason, you want him
out here dicking down witches, bro. No.
Stop. You want Kanye West to be something that he's not. Okay, and that's a supporter of black people. He's not. He is not. Shout out to Cody. His name. Shout out to Cody. I would take Cody. I would accept Cody as king into the black community and make him an official black man over Kanye West,
bruh. Oh, what's going on, Cody? You know I'm up past my bedtime. If Cody,
number one, Cody is a white man. Number 2, Cody is Canadian. I'll accept him before Kanye.
Damn.
What happens if you find out
it helped us build the black community? I would accept absolutely.
What happens if you find out Kanye West has
Kanye West? Fuck Kanye West's mama. Fuck his daddy. Fuck both.
His mama dead.
The world.
Bro. His mama dead.
Good. She waited too fucking long. She did that shit before he was born.
That's heartless. That's that song he made. You be so heartless,
bro. Look who you're talking to. Why do I give a fuck?
I know I'm talking to.
Honestly, have you forgotten that?
No, I'm never gonna forget that.
I don't like race traders, dude. I don't like them.
No, I feel you.
I don't deal with them. I have nothing to do with them, and I look at other niggas sideways for fucking with race traders.
Damn. He said, "Don't turn Kanye on, or y'all got a problem."
Yes, we do. Turn that bullshit off.
Well, look, I'm trying to tell you, it's not Kanye's fault, man. Anyone that goes into that Kardashian family,
victim. There it is, right there. It's not his fault. He has a mental problem. Victim.
No, witchcraft.
He put that old switch on him, and the curse got into him, and now he crazy.
Look at Jenna.
Who?
Ain't that the husband? It started with the husband first.
Okay, then you should have fucking known better. You have an example.
But he
now you really have no excuse.
Yeah, but he was trying to make it big.
Who?
Kanye thought he was going to try to make it big.
He did make it big. He's the biggest ever to do it.
Exactly. Didn't he have enough money?
That's true.
Okay. Like I said, no excuses. I don't want to hear them. There's no excuses for being a fucking race trader. If you're a race trader, fuck you forever. I want nothing to do with you ever. I don't give a shit if you die, live, do whatever you do, man. Just do it over there. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to know you exist. Fuck you in the ass with a sick dick.
Oh,
but you know, Dick Gregory would say that in the history of anyone that's going to do anything, any type of revolutionary or movement for brothers, it will never be no actor, entertainer, athlete will ever pop off anything. And I know why. They signed a contract, so I get it.
Exactly.
True. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. But first, before we get up out of here, I got to say thank you so much for those of you who have navigated into 2024 with us over here on Guns and Butter, supporting the platform, supporting me, supporting the show, showing up. So I got somebody to talk to. All my friends are here. This is where my happy place is. Shout outs to Natasha Vincent, St. Elsewhere, Mandrell was in the building, Jake Fever, Moy Freestyle, who rolled through, participated in the panel, Roz Zeke, hope you had a good day, Lady Navoa, Mr. Youngblood City, Hermes from the Bag Chasers rolled through, B Magic, definitely appreciate you stopping through, brother. Own a Spot definitely added a little bit of softness to the panel. She explained some of the woman logic, definitely gave us some stuff to think about. Appreciate you stopping through, sister. Will Crypto, regular supporter of the show. Thank you so much for swinging through. Pookie Hybrid, my dog. Thank you so much for swinging through. Feminine Melanin University, Jada came through to hit on me. Appreciate it. Made me feel good about myself. Thank you. Not Lost, always coming through to troll and jump on my neck. Travel One, thank you for listening in. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope if you're checking out the replay, you realize that we wasn't just blaming women for everything. We actually had a little bit of the conversation. And Cody is king. Also, shout out to T. Wriggles B. And who else came up? And Simon Heck. Freaking Simon showed up too. So much fun tonight, guys. I hope you all had a good one. Till next week when we are back, we're going to have another great episode. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have some laughs. We're going to tell some jokes. Going to be some funny moments, some scary moments, some good moments, some informational moments. It's going to be fun times. Peace. Your boy Reckless Rated Arrow, and I'm out.